crumble under all of my force will fall. Let's make them crawl. And when we finally meet the king, there will be no ghost for him. We shall end it all.
disappear. I'm your eraser. Aim the cut just like a razor. Murder business, world my blazer. I got all the boys on me. I got all the lines on ring. Knocking dead, turning heads. I got all the eyes on me. Baby face, 걸어 들어와. 유행 선두자. 원하지만 못하잖아. 애가 타잖아. You like whoa, 달리 you도 gold. 난 알지, I know. 준비해, cause I like the ball. 멈추지 않아. 나날래, 그게 like a bag. 그거 말고 bye. 믿어봐, 그만큼 크게. 어깨 펴고 high. 100% 덤비지 못해. 죽여주잖아. 나는 boss. 간지 with the sauce. 원하면 줄게.
I'm doing damage when just how I planned it. I do what I want when I say. 모두 날 따라해. 난 끝내주잖아. To live on the edge of insane. Coming at you loud, real, real wild. Here to light it up, set the world on fire. Gonna break rules and hearts and tools, 'cause that's what the baddest do. And never going back, nah, nah, that. Diamonds on drip, 'cause I came to make a splash. Gonna break rules and hearts and tools, 'cause that's what the baddest do. It's crazy. Sorry for the bad news, sorry I'm so bad. Only took a minute for me to get what you had. Sorry for the bad news, know it makes you sad. There for a minute, baby, you should pack your bags. Way that I look should be breaking the law. If I don't got it, I take what I want. My circle small like a round of applause. You know that I love the sound of applause. You know I mean everything that I say. When you see me coming, get out of the way. Back in the sleigh, back and I'm better and ready to stay. I'm doing damage when just how I planned it. I do what I want when I say. 모두 날 따라해. 난 끝내주잖아. To live on the edge of insane. It's crazy.
Sorry, not sorry for being the best. 언제든지 내가 좀 mad. Look at the gold, all on my chest. Look at the gold, call it a flex.
never know what will happen at Worlds.
The stage is set, the curtain is drawn.
没人能够预见会是这种情况。
This is the game people want to see.
新的王者诞生了
Kaboom! They've lit the fuse.
你看到了吗
They're gonna win. This is it.
Welcome everyone to Worlds Countdown, the perfect place to be ahead of an action-packed day. And Group C is dead even coming into Game 1, and Fnatic's Week 2 buff is fully charged and ready to go. At least that's what the LEC faithful are hoping for. And here we get an exclusive look at them in preparation for their Game 1 against TSM, thanks to the Oppo Cam, making sure you get the best footage from Worlds 2020. A little sneak peek behind the curtain, and I'm shocked, kicking off the day with Dracos and Yamato. Dracos, who did you have to bribe to be on this glorious analyst desk?
I just had to take the dangle down on the earring by like, 2 inches, and they're like, well, that's got to be better than Ender, so, here we are. Love you, Ender.
Well, so glad you're with me here in front of this really exciting day, hopefully, because we have our closest group competing as Fnatic, LGD, and Gen.G currently all sit at 2-1, and TSM is aiming for that miracle run at 0-3. And in comparison to what we saw yesterday, it should be a lot more crazy. I mean, after 2 games, everything was practically locked in, and then JDG ended up losing to PSG as well. So Damwon first, JDG second.
They kind of ruined the hype, coming into the last game, but the last game was so competitive that it kind of brewed and, got my excitement going again if you look at these 2 teams. Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
But PSG and Rogue, for Rogue, I don't think the best day for their exit. PSG, though, managing to pick up a few wins.
Yeah, I think PSG are kind of the highlight here, because for PSG, it was going to be a very difficult story. When you play with subs and the subs look so good, and then the main players come back, Tank coming back to the lineup, and you really struggle in that first week, to at least show a good game, to take JDG is something to go home with. Your fans are going to be angry, talking about what could have been or what could have happened, because they can see that you do have that potential to take these games against teams that really no one in this group was expected to beat outside of, each other.
Yeah, for sure. JDG. And then, looking at Rogue, we saw some teams struggling to find their identity, and I think Rogue on paper looked weaker than, of course, JDG and Damwon, so there's no surprise there. But I think with the preparation they had, they did show up in their own kind of way of playing. They put Finn on the weak side, bot lane was showing up in those lane matchups, and I think they had good preparation coming into the tournament.
They did, but it wasn't enough. They just wasn't there. They weren't good enough, rather, to beat those other 2 teams. I also think for the PCS, both their teams are now locked up, but they had a hopeful first showing. I'll be looking forward to the next year for those teams, Machi, of course, and PSG. And JDG, now, they may have been locked in second, but in the last game of the day, they still gave us a show, and they became the first team to beat Damwon in the group stage. What a glorious game. You already said it. To close out the day, at least we got something.
Yeah, definitely for me, the best game of Worlds so far. This is the kind of game where you can look back on it, you can review it analytically coming into best of 5s, or you can sit back and enjoy it, because it was just a spectacle to behold. So many individual mechanical outplays, Barrel obviously there on the flank as well, and every single moment from this game when we relive it just reminds me of how good the teams are at Worlds this year, and why both of these teams are considered contenders for the title at the end of the day.
I thought it was so fun that looking at the draft alone, it was pretty hilarious that JDG beat Damwon in the same fashion that they kind of lost. It was the Twist of Fate, Camille, and an AP jungle. So we can clearly see some of the priorities that both teams can play these styles, and it was a very, very close matchup. I think Damwon didn't want to show all their cards when it comes to the draft, and all in all, I'm excited. Maybe we're going to have them in a final again. Who knows? That would be another best of 5.
Will. Yeah, true. I mean, Damwon looking incredibly strong for the side of JDG. We know how ruthless those LPL fans can be, so they probably said, let's give them a show. Let's make sure we beat Damwon so we're still considered contenders, and they definitely are. A couple of great plays in that last game, but more specifically, our Red Bull top play was one of the highlights. Barrel's signature Alistar pick on the flank. You already said it, Dracos.
And I love this. Anytime a support can find these angles, because look at how small the window was for that to happen. The Bard's coming around the corner. That's a 2-second channel time. He has to know that he hits that shot, and if not, they probably immediately lose the fight, or at least lose the Alistar. So really finding that angle in that tiny, tiny moment is so huge and is so clutch from Barrel.
And the context is so important too. Looking at the draft at this point in the game, JDG should be winning, but that kind of engage, that type of creativity is what can swing these fights into your favor very, very quickly and rapidly.
I gotta say, maybe we can look at it before the quarterfinals, but I've seen some insanely beautiful flanks from some of the top teams. Of course, the Cannon comes to mind from the side of Nogari, but this one as well, even Core JJ had some insane flanks as well on his set. And those are one of the favorite things to watch in professional League of Legends for me, that you wonder, how did they sneak past all the vision? How did they set it up? And how did they pull it off?
Well, and I think the big thing for me, and this is what makes it so exciting, is that when you look at a best of 5, knowing that our top teams all have the potential to do this makes every game that much more important, because so many of our games have been decided at level 1 or decided very early on in jungle rotations. So when people, support specifically in this case, show the potential to turn a game on its head with a single play like that, it means games aren't just over at level 1. We got some reason to pay attention past that point.
Well, no, they're over at draft, right? So let's take a look at some of the picks, because with 6 days of the group stage under our belt, I do want to get some hot takes on some of the world's meta picks and discuss if they are studs or duds. First up, Pantheon, bait or not?
I'm loving me some Pantheon.
All right.
I think he should be picked more, honestly. I think there are some teams that really deliver on him. I think he's just so strong level 1, he's strong level 2, level 3, level 4,
okay.
and then at 6, he has his ultimate that is regarded as a global. It's just such an easy champion to create a snowball with and then to continue to snowball with. So I'm a big fan of Pantheon.
Yeah, if Leonidas had this guy on his side, he would not have lost in 300. This man is absolutely unstoppable. And in a game that's about early game so much of the time right now, the fact that Pantheon is the support can give you a prio in lane, he can give you kill pressure, which means you can play around your bot if you want to, or you can leave them alone. He just feels like such an all-around good pick. Of course, he doesn't scale as well. We've talked about that, but like, who cares? You win the early game, everyone else can scale around you.
Also looks great.
Yeah, looks really good.
Looks really good.
Speaking of looking good, Gragas is the counter. That's what I want to see. Gragas.
Like the anti in terms of like classic beauty ideals, but also in terms of what he can counter versus.
He's handsome, has a beard going on for himself. Just E to cancel the W. Yeah. That is the idea. So I'm looking forward to see that develop in the meta too.
Mickey, we're looking at you. Next up, Syndra mid, always a mainstay. Always good, but is she a bit of a bait at Worlds?
I feel like she's a bit misunderstood, you know. I think Syndra...
Like me.
All right. Okay.
Syndra misunderstood.
Syndra mid. I think she requires a very specific jungle to make sense. We've seen scenarios where she has an AP jungle and her 2v2 becomes weaker and her weaknesses become more apparent. I think in contrast to the meta, there are many champions that deal with Syndra well from other lanes. When we think of the Ornn or maybe the Bard, this is the tricky thing. There are many, many counters that are very successful, like the Akali, like the Echo, and these are things that we need to look out for because Syndra has been nerfed so many times.
And something that you brought up earlier today that I just want to highlight again is in the past when you've seen Syndra be really successful is often more with the ganking junglers where her setup CC on that E can be capitalized on very immediately. And there are some windows there to make that happen, but it just hasn't been the case so far in the tournament. And additionally, at the end of the day, she's still got positive CSD overall despite her horrible win record. So teams are getting something out of the blind pick, small lane advantages, but it's never really felt like enough outside of 1 or 2 instances to justify, I think, high priority on the pick.
Okay, another mid laner that we've seen a lot is Galio, and always at international tournaments and especially at Worlds, all of a sudden he shows up, even if he hasn't been played that much in the year. What is it that attracts all these teams to Galio?
I mean, it's moments like that when you land a 4-man taunt. Of course, instantly shut down by a Kindred ulti, but it still feels really good. I think the CC that you can bring to the table on Galio is always incredibly powerful, and the fact that more often than not, when teams pick this champion, I feel like it's because they believe that he can weather the storm and match something like a Twisted Fate or bring a little bit more to the table in a lot of these instances. But at the end of the day, this is another champion where I think on paper he can be very good, but teams aren't recognizing the specific scenarios where he will be successful.
I think you nailed it in the rehearsal when you said that it's just a support for your jungler most of the time. It's a follow-up on most things. I think in most 1v1 matchups, Galio just loses against anything that is meta. There's so many picks you can pick into Galio to win, so you need to make sure that you get some kind of value through the sheer force of just being unexpected and just roaming and making the right sacrifices for your lanes.
Do you think it's sometimes a waste when you have a really, really strong mid laner? Or does it just become stronger in that case?
I would almost, I would say so, honestly. I think Galio does mask the whole idea of laning in a lot of cases, because Galio, sure, there's some decisions you need to make with how you use your Q, how you trade with your HP, sure, but in the end, I think on paper it should lose all matchups, and you are putting yourself in a position where you need to make sacrifices to make your jungler or your top lane or bot lane shine.
All right, well, we'll track it today. Finally, the most talked about top laner in the World Championship so far, for better or for worse, Renekton in the top lane. he's got a couple of wins now. I mean, especially with LS casting. So where do we land?
Oh, man. LS is going to be happy to hear that statistic thrown back at him. No, for me, I'm not a big fan of Renekton right now. Overall, I think that what we're seeing is that the Camille players at this tournament, who are very good, mostly the LPL Camille's, are comfortable playing into this matchup. And while Renekton certainly is always going to get priority, his ult being one of the strongest in the games, it just feels like other champions bring a little bit more to the table, and a lot of the guaranteed power we used to get from blind pick Renektons doesn't feel as, oh God, that's the first time I've seen that. That's fantastic. Doesn't feel as reliable here at this World Championship.
Looks imposing, though.
I think to add something, you know, I would say if you want to pick Renekton, you know, you have to be probably one of the LPL teams that have such a strong top lane like pool in general, and I think it requires a lot of good micro decisions to pull this off. Because if you make a couple of mistakes, you kind of fall off as Renekton, and that's where he looks terrible.
That's what's also interesting at Worlds. It is a long tournament, and things that you may not have considered, like the Lilia, was completely thrown to the wayside first because it had some really bad performances. Now a top priority pick again. We're seeing with the Renekton after good showing from the LPL teams, all of a sudden you see it in a different light, and that's how the tournament meta evolves. And we've seen so much studs and duds, but 83 unique champions picked so far. That means there is a wealth of choice for the teams, but that doesn't always mean that they make the right choices. So after 6 days, Drakus, tell me your quick and easy tips for a balanced draft.
And the sad news is that the same tips that I gave in playing and the same tips I continue to give, but teams really don't seem willing to learn the lesson. So let's look up over here. The thing is, at the end of the day, get engaged. You can't buy hard CC. You can buy every other stat in League of Legends. You can't buy hard CC. So get it and draft. Diversify your damage portfolio, or very quickly going to end up in a malfight situation as you watch your carries hopelessly auto-attack an immovable rock. And at the end of the day, the final one, and this one's my personal favorite, Yamato, you got to pick up those OP champions.
Yeah, for sure. OP champions, what are they really? These are champions that work almost in every scenario. What do we think of in those scenarios? We think of an Ornn. We think of a Bard, we think of a Lucian. Lucian has been very good in most matchups and sets up for your, of course, you know, AP junglers that have shown so much priority in the current meta. And looking at Bard, he just has such a powerful ultimate. There's never been a game where I'm like, oh, Bard is in this game? I don't like it. It's very rare. And the same thing for Ornn.
That's the thing. At the end of the day, like, you look at both of these champions and we talk about deficits and we talk about being able to turn a game around, and Ornn is a champion who can do that. Bard is a champion who can do that, because no matter how far behind you are, a single good Ornn ultimate, a single good Bard ultimate can win you a fight, and that's something that cannot be undervalued by these teams. And frankly, I'm surprised we don't see more high priority on Bard. Teams obviously looking more at lane pressure early on, but he just feels like such an all-around solid pick. Isn't super oppressive these days with the opting for the Guardian mastery choice, but obviously Bard ult is just something that money can't buy. Yeah. It's just too good.
And it's gold.
Yeah, for sure. And just to kind of wrap up the sack of whole, you know, draft in general, I think with 83 unique champions, it just shows that there are some champions that have unique spots where they're just perfect. That's why we see maybe 2 picks of one champion like the Echo or a Malphite. They just have 100% win ratio because they just flat out counter everything that the enemy composition wants to do.
Something you said when G2 was playing 2 days ago, which what I really loved, is that you thought that they were followers and not leaders. And I'm looking at all the teams in this World Championship, and then especially the favorites like a Damwon, like a TES, and I also want to see that. I want to see them leading the charge in terms of the versatility and how they approach these drafts. And that does make sometimes you're going to make a mistake, but I do love that when a team is able to show that when they're with their backs against the wall, and with the versatility that is available, this should be a very interesting World Championship and knockout rounds, especially in the best of 5s.
It's interesting that you say that, because it is then a double-edged sword, because on the one hand, yes, there's so much room to experiment, but two, because other people play so many champions as well, is that if you get a little too greedy, a pick like a Malphite is waiting around the corner. You can't rely on your opposing team to have a small champion pool or to not have an answer ready for something special that you've cooked up. Could also be a bait. You know, that's the thing, right?
And just to add to this discussion about G2, last year I felt like they were pioneers and they were the only ones that were thinking outside of the box and looking at one champion that countered everything. Now it feels like it's the norm for the top teams at this tournament.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, it's going to be very important as we continue. But we are going to step away for just a second. That was a lot of information. We're going to take it all in. And when we come back, we're going to look at the close race in Group C as Fnatic, Gen.G, LGD, and TSM approach the finish line. Don't go anywhere.
cover your wounds, but underneath them a million voices in your head that whisper, stop now. Another twist of the knife, a turn of the screws, it's all in your mind, and it's fighting you on yourself. The storm is coming. Wow, kid, what you gonna do now? It's your reflection looking back to pull you down. So are you gonna die today or make it out alive? You gotta conquer the monster in your head, and then you'll fly, fly, Phoenix fly. It's time for a new empire. Go bury your demons, then tear down the ceiling, Phoenix fly. And now you're playing with matches, come out of the ashes underneath you. A million voices in the crowd, they're screaming, stop now. Well, let them swallow the pride, you're turning the tide to true believers. Got them in the palm of your hand, you're playing God now. What you gonna do now? It's your reflection looking back to pull you down. So are you gonna die today or make it out alive? You gotta conquer the monster in your head, and then you'll fly, fly, Phoenix fly. It's time for a new empire. Go bury your demons, then tear down the ceiling, Phoenix fly. So are you gonna die today or make it out alive? You gotta conquer the monster in your head, and then you'll fly, fly, Phoenix fly.
C 组的实力在我看来是大家都差不多的，谁都有出线可能。
And just about survives. The shockwave hits on two. Double up kills Kramer, but the shockwave is massive for Xie.
Hextech ultimatum on the last curious. Oh! Broken Blade with the
They're looking for the
outplay!
final kill. Reckless chases him down. The last embrace finds its mark. Fnatic find an ace.
In this group, it's going to be whoever's first to figure out what works for them and then put a couple of wins together.
We try to make some crazy plays around Selfmade. Selfmade is our Spark, and he's a very strong, passionate Spark. And hopefully he can be the starter that he actually is.
And they're going to chase him down. Life flashed on by Selfmade. The end of the line comes out. One more auto is enough, and Selfmade gets it.
Gen.G's bot lane is just crumbling right now.
I feel like even after our Gen.G game, they're still the strongest opponent in our group.
우승도 해보고 이제 빨리 떨어져 보게 됐는데 다시 증명할 수 있는 무대인 것 같고.
The Zillions down by a fuss, and next on the menu is the Mystic Shot finds its mark, and Gen.G have broken this game wide open. Double for Ruler.
LGD, they're still a team we need to be worried about.
Here comes Xie, and there go Fnatic.
Xie with the perfect flank.
Same thing can go for TSM. They need all the wins they can get, so I know they're going to come into week 2 with a lot of energy.
If you're a North American fan, there is still hope, however little there may be. TSM is going to need a Fnatic-like miracle.
I know that we can play so much better. If we can just step up a little bit, I'm pretty confident we'll 3-0. The first game of the day always sets the tone.
Group C now kind of throws everything into chaos. That's how you define a group to death. Anyone could pop out of these.
What a fantastic tease, and welcome back to World's Countdown. We are diving into the tightest group from the first round robin, and there's just So much in that one that we're going to talk about. You know, the different stories of all these guys. Ruler saying, I won it once. I've gone out early before. I want to prove myself. And the same for Doublelift, for Bjergsen, for Reckless. What a close day, Yamato.
Yeah, for sure. My goodness. Oof. Yeah, this is the addiction of competition. You win one thing, you want more. No matter what. It's always going to be the same for everyone in this tournament.
And as we take a quick glance at the schedule, all tiebreakers, or that wasn't a spoiler, if there are tiebreakers, they will be played at the end of the day. And how poetic is it that TSM needs a Fnatic-like comeback, which could get stopped by Fnatic in the first game of the day. That schedule. Whew.
Yeah, and Fnatic fans are in a weird spot right now because they get to watch Fnatic be 2-1 up at the start of a week instead of being 0-3 down. They're like, we haven't seen this in so long. And so the question is, can Fnatic keep their composure when their backs aren't against the wall, I suppose? But for TSM, it's a monumental task. You know, it's going to be a big day.
It is a huge day, and in a world where there are countless young guns making their world's debuts, this group is absolutely stacked with historic organizations and historic players. TSM, Fnatic, LGD, Gen.G, all packed to the brim with talent, but also with a couple of big stories. Fnatic and TSM both there from the very start.
You know, as a player, when I was coming up back in Season 1, TSM and Fnatic were two organizations that gave me hope of this idea of what esports could become. I was playing Go for LOLs, winning maybe 20 euro, and I was like in this idea, this dream. My parents were saying this is not possible, but then I saw TSM streaming from their gaming house. They had the website with the guides, Fnatic with so much history. They gave a lot of players, including me, hope about the future when it comes to esports.
Great.
And I was terrible as a League of Legends player, so I never had hope, but I enjoyed watching it. I remember crying when Dyrus was crying about Chaos leaving TSM.
Yes.
You know, this was like, these were the teams that you followed back in the day. These were the giants that you looked up to, and obviously the story's changed a little bit since then. Fnatic no longer on top, still one of the premier orgs. TSM is a similar story, finally back on top, finally coming back into their own, and now trying to prove that here on the world stage.
Oh, I love that walk down memory lane. It was the same for me, just, you know, seeing them streaming and thinking, this is great, how are 50,000 people watching them? And these organizations are all still here. But the thing is, it doesn't matter what you did 9, 10 years ago. You have to get out of groups today. And that is so important for all of these players. A Peanut, for instance, also used to the biggest of victories, now trying to get out of groups. A Reckless always fighting to get to the highest echelon. And Bjergsen and TSM, what do we even need to say?
Yeah, and I'm thinking Ruler, the man holding the trophy over there.
Yeah.
That is mad. The last time,
flex right there.
That is
like
indeed
everyone
a flex.
else has nice shots of them waving or looking proud or like walking away into the distance. That man just has a trophy. You can tell who might be the biggest threat in this group.
Indeed. All right, well, we're also going to take a look at what each team can do now on the Rift, because as I said, you can talk about the stories, the legacy, all you want, but it isn't going to help you today. So let's go down the line and talk about every single team and what they can do. First up, Fnatic. They are in tied first place, but what do we want to see out of week 1 to make sure that they get that week 2 magic?
I think the Fnatic recipe has been, you know, it's been shown to us in the 2 victories. Make sure that Whipple plays a strong, safe side. Fnatic playing through the bottom because Reckless and Hylissang are so good at managing the wave, making sure that Nemesis always playing isolated without his jungler doesn't really show itself. Fnatic, they got an advantage in this game and they took it all the way. This is what I want to see them continue if they want to make it out of this group unharmed.
Yeah, and the success that they've had playing around Selfmade is just fantastic to watch. Something they obviously invested in very heavily domestically, now coming to fruition, now paying off here on the world stage. And as we see it, you said it, they found their style. We just need to see them be consistent. They got a little cheeky with the set counter pick into Ornn, trying to build Blade of the Rune King, trying to side lane. I want to see some of that. Just step away, just keep it safe, keep it stable at this point, because you've got the tools that you need to come out on top.
And trust in Selfmade. The meta is almost made for the man and the way he's been playing. And a second ingredient there, I think, is Hylissang.
Yeah.
He's had some fantastic games so far
Insane.
this stage.
Straight up insane. Like Hylissang really support gapped every single game that they played. Even in the game they lost against LGD, the things he was doing on Thresh, a champion that has been banned for so many times, I was always question mark pinging it. I was like, why is this happening? But he showcased why.
And it's the perfect meta for Hylissang. He looks absolutely fantastic right now. So Fnatic really are set up to close this one out cleanly. But that said, it does make me nervous. The second we say that, I'm like, ah, crap, I've jinxed it.
It's almost too easy. It's completely jinxed. Well, we'll see if they'll do that. Then let's talk about Gen.G. For me, it's a case of missing identity, maybe. They're not exactly sure how they want to play and how they should play, but Yamato, you must know what their recipe for success is.
I think in this group, pound for pound, I think Gen.G is the most individually stacked. But I think Gen.G need to recognize that they find the most success when they play through the mid lane into the bottom side. That was something that everyone feared when it came to the preparation against Gen.G. When we played against them, we straight up banned 3 AD carries, first picked the other one, and that was the only way we could hold them down. In other cases, they just straight up counter pick you on the bottom side and they can take it all the way. So we need to make sure, and they need to make sure, that they don't lock in, you know, that Rakan with the exhaust ignite with the silly runes. Like that was terrible, and that's not the look that Gen.G want to have.
Yeah, and while Rascal definitely is a player who has developed a lot this year, playing around topside just isn't where you need to be. The man has been so stable on the Volibear, the Renekton. Don't be afraid to just give him that again. And the other question for me is just what are they going to go with Clit? Because the Gragas did look pretty good, but at the same time, it's not super in the meta. So do Gen.G try to innovate too much? I hope not. Let's keep it on Ruler. Let's keep it on BDD.
Ruler had some issues last week with his ear. We know that. We hope that is solved as much as possible because you do want to see these players at the top of their potential. And even with those issues and even with that situation with the Ignite exhaust in the bot lane, he's still out-damaged Reckless and he's still out-damaged maybe everyone in that group. So it just shows that if you invest a little bit in him, he's going to pay it back to you tenfold.
And this man is only behind Jackie Love right now in terms of raw damage numbers. This damage per minute difference number is absolutely insane. These numbers are ridiculous. We very rarely get these domestically, and the fact that he has done this in a 2-1 record in a game where everyone can remember his bot lane got absolutely blasted is truly stunning.
We'll see what happens for LGD then. For LGD as well. And Gen.G, but we're going to talk about LGD now. I get tongue-tied today. I'm sorry. It's been 7 days. I'm going to pick it up. But LGD, they've also picked it up. In the play-in, started dramatically. Everyone was ready to send them home. But now they have really, really gotten it together. And just go from strength to strength.
I think when it comes to LGD, the way I would describe them is the other day I was on Draco's show and I was talking about how it is to play Among Us without voice comms. I feel like they need champions that is pretty much the meeting button. You call a meeting, thinking the Ornhorn, the Bard Ultimate, just things with audio cues that makes them group around because the team play isn't there, but the individual prowess is definitely there.
You're absolutely right, and I love that. They need the emergency meeting champions. They need the clear signs of what to do together, and I think the way that you support the playstyle that they have currently is just drafting for strong individual lanes, set Peanut up for comfort, and make sure that they're not sacrificing too much to do that. Like, Xie should also be set up for success. I think he's the strongest individual performer, and so I think the real secret here is to kind of get an Exodia draft where everyone gets what they want, but no one has to sacrifice too much for their individual lane to do so.
And don't keep it simple and don't make it too complicated. We gave the draft tips before, and you don't have to overcomplicate things to make a comp that is good at team fighting.
I think also LGD have gone through the ringer, right? They've learned exactly those things. They were in play-ins, they did a lot of silly things, they lost a lot of games, but then eventually they figured stuff out. And I think that is so helpful because we've seen some of those blunders happen from some of the premier teams in the group stage. We think of Fnatic making that blunderous draft, Suning with the draft into the Malphite composition. LGD have been through this, and with that experience, I think they finally landed on where they want to be.
Okay, now finally, TSM, that is our last team and also the first team we'll see here going up against Fnatic. So they have to make a miracle run and start with game 1. If they drop a single game, it is over. So we found things about all other teams. For TSM, what is their game plan here? What do they build on to make sure they get that first win?
I mean, I think the big thing right now is the man on your screen. Absolutely was a monster domestically. He feels like the sole reason that TSM was able to come through and dominate NA as much as they did. At the end of the day, 5-game series back to back to back to back. We need to see more of that coming in from Bjergsen today, that level where we really can't put the team on his back because we've seen varied performances. He did do good in lane against Nemesis. He also got absolutely destroyed by BDD, and there's just absolutely no room for inconsistency today for TSM's man in the mid lane.
The harshest part about TSM is that they came in, they drafted things that work domestically. They pulled up their strategy. And I feel like at this point, you know, coming into the second half, what changes can you really make? And I've watched this show, you know, called Extreme Home Makeover. So I've seen what Americans can do in a very short amount of time because we need like that move, that bus moment for TSM where they bring in something completely new.
And I would also like to caution because, you know, you talk about Bjergsen being a big part of that title run, and that is true, but are we not doing, you know, are we not being a bit disrespectful to some of these other members that stepped up this year? Spica to name one, a Broken Blade to name someone else. We've seen great things out of TSM, But I guess the issue is that many other teams have also seen what they have done domestically, so that's why they have to spice it up.
I feel like, you know, I agree with that notion completely. I think that the first game they had against Fnatic was the closest one because they played exactly to that strength. They had a weak side bottom, and then they played from mid into top side, and Broken Blade looked rather good in that game. And that was against an Evelynn and Lucian. That is Fnatic's specialty. I feel like TSM need to take a step back, go back to that, and I hope they don't try to completely revamp things because they need to play to their strengths. They only had 2 days to patch things up.
And in terms of patching things up, when we look at their playoff run, people are ready to write them off entirely after that Golden Guardians loss, but they fought their way back and they got better and better as the series went on. I think they have to tap into some of that, Dracos. They have to channel some of that. What happened there? How did they adapt between those series and in those series to make that run?
Well, and again, this is why I shift attention towards Bjergsen, because I think there was a lot of his champion pool and him utilizing matchups that NA mid laners maybe weren't as accustomed to. Things like the Zillion, pulling out unique picks, drawing 5 bans for himself so the rest of the team could play whatever they want. And I wouldn't be surprised to see some of the same trends today. But the big thing there for me, too, is we talk about Fnatic Miracle runs. This is the same ground. Fnatic, a team underestimated in week 1, turning it around. Everyone hated the Garen Yuumi. Everyone hated that. They bring it back in week 2 and they make it work. And now TSM is set up for the same thing. People don't like what they're picking. Maybe show us something new, or maybe just prove us wrong and show us how good it can be.
I'm really excited to see what they do on the Rift today, but they are up versus Fnatic, which was a good game from them last time, but Fnatic also had a good game plan. And when we think of what it's going to come down to, it could very much be self-made for Fnatic once again. He popped off there.
Yeah, the tough part is that this time around, you know, it's crazy that Fnatic got this draft on the red side. I think blue side has, you know, the opportunity to first pick an Ornn, to first pick maybe a Lucian. So TSM are kind of tied in what they need to ban. And I think blue side is going to give them that advantage that TSM needed to abuse in the first time they face each other. So I'm hoping, you know, that TSM show us some depth because red side already is going to make it tougher.
Yeah, and this first game really was just an example, I think, of both teams bringing what they had kind of played or stylistically opted for domestically, and I just think that Fnatic was on the right side of the coin this time around. So this is going to feel like a much more, I think, even matchup in draft when we see it unfold, but still a monumental task to take down players like Selfmade, and especially Hylissang on the bottom side. Again, we have to talk about him because that is the guy you got to keep your eyes on.
I mean, we've danced around it a little bit, the bot side for TSM, but we've seen in other groups also when there have been turnarounds for teams, a lot comes from that support role. So we do also need Biofrost to make the moves that we've seen out of other groups, you know, be able to pull off the flanks, be able to roam with your jungler, be able to set up for moments that your team can then snowball of.
I think Fnatic is just set up for this meta so well. I think Hylissang has always done these things about the Hex Flash and all the dark technologies and taking the right risks. And having Hylissang on your team right now in the current meta together with Selfmade, these are just the 2 key positions where you want strength. And I think that was the key difference in terms of gameplay the last time they played. The control on the map that Hylissang pulled off made them get those Nashers, made them have full awareness of where TSM roamed around the map. So this is something that I hope TSM has learned from because Biofrost and Speaker need to step it up in terms of controlling the game.
Yeah, and I completely agree with you. I wish I could sugarcoat it more, but from what we've seen from Biofrost so far, this is the most favored matchup for Hylissang that we've seen so far in the tournament. Again, and this time there's not this huge draft discrepancy either. I still think this is going to be a big weakness for TSM. That said, you have a few days. You had the day off, you had the 2 more days to prep. We'll have to see what Biofrost has done to level up because Hylissang is a monster. He's the professor, and even if BioDaddy shows up today, I still feel like Hylissang is going to teach him a lesson.
I have never heard a bigger jinx than the last 10 minutes of this desk. Hylissang is going to end the game with 20 deaths. Biofrost is going to absolutely smurf on him with this kind of
oh, you're jinxing it back. Nice.
See, here's the thing.
What is this?
The other thing Yamato said is
not
right.
A god.
No, you're right. Notoriously, he's a coin flipper, and so far the coin has come up heads every single time.
It's a weighted coin this time around.
For a tail at some point.
I'm listening to this desk, and I really love it because TSM is going in as the underdogs, and they have to win this game to even keep it alive. And I think that's going to be enough for them. That's going to do it. They are going to wake up and they're going to show us a great game.
You know, this is always when you are on the back foot, it's an opportunity to create a history that everyone will remember. If TSM make it out of this group, you know, we are saying that they are not favored to do so. That just makes it more incredible if they manage to.
Even more the sweeter. Let's see what happens and we'll see who comes out on top as we send it over to Freak and Kobe for game 1.
Thank you very much, Shocks. Welcome to the Caster Desk. I am David Freak Turley with the one and only Sam Kobe Hartman Kensler, and we have an exciting set of matches today. We are going to close out Group C, and the two teams in front of us today have control of their futures. Fnatic are tied for
some more than
others. Yeah, sure. But TSM, though they are 0-3, they must win all 3 games to stay alive in the group, but the caveat there is if they win all 3 games, they are at least guaranteed a tiebreaker to fight out for it.
Yep, so destiny is in your own hands right now. I'm ready, Freak. Let's flip the coin and see what happens in game number 1, because every game is a must-win for TSM. As you say, their backs are definitely against the wall. They have been in that situation in North America in playoffs, 1 game from elimination, and they ran it all the way to the finals, which they won. Fnatic here, though, speaking of winning, they won the first matchup with TSM, and it was largely off the back of Self-Made's Evelynn. A lot of people scrutinizing that getting through the bans. It does not this time around.
Yep.
I think there's a lot more leeway here, since this time around TSM are on the red side. Are you going to give up the Gangplank ban or the Thresh ban now? Because both of those are very highly prized champions. They decided to keep the Hylissang pressure down. Whippo's most played champion is Gangplank, and the reason why it's banned so often is because he has held a 69% win rate, memer that he is, over his entire career with this champion. And Fnatic is one of the teams that loves making cross-map plays. You use the ultimate from the top side to back up Self-Made in any of those bottom side of the map invades that they go for, trying to make dragon plays.
All right, so Graves comes through as the premier jungle pickup. Now, Nidalee is still up, and that's what TSM first picked. The first time around, they fought Fnatic, so certainly that's around, but it does allow Whippo to play a match damage top laner, Nemesis can play match damage mid laner, and you still got the damage sort of disparity there, right? You can't just stack MR or armor because the other side comes through. So we are going to get the 2 most prized junglers at Worlds this year. Nidalee is, I believe, the #1 most prized champion at the World Championship. That's going to go over easily to Spica. I love the Kayn hover because he made his TSM debut playing the often unseen no-evolve Kayn for 25 minutes. Has gotten better since then, and we continue TSM style of playing through top lane. Broken Blade on the Camille. She has been an absolutely huge top laner throughout Worlds this year.
Memers on both sides, Freak. Honestly, too, the Camille pickup here is fairly bold because they haven't thrown any top lane bans. Set the only one that could be considered as being taken away from that pool. Renekton's still available into the Camille. Lots of options for Fnatic, and they could opt to go either way. Do you want to go team fighting with an Ornn style? Do you want to take it with the skill matchup with Broken Blade and have that fight? I think that's what everybody wants to see. Whippo versus Broken Blade throwing down with carry champs.
Well, Renekton and Volibear top my list of champions that are possibly played in that lane. Regardless, Senna comes through right away here for Reckless, his most played of the split. Doublelift second most here as well. I'm curious if we're going to see TSM Rush pick a priority support, something like a Bard down here for Biofrost. That can help keep him pretty safe as well as give the team some engage. I'm curious what comes through, or if they need a counter to Orianna like a Syndra.
Yeah, and the Senna pick is not surprising at all for Fnatic. Reckless has stated multiple times that Self-Made is the one to be the main carry for this team. So more supportive AD carry there, brings healing to the Graves, and they finally did get their Graves victory, as they were so excited about on social media. That was definitely kind of a benchmark for them, even though his previous Grave games had been so well executed by him. Let's take a look though. The Galio Camille combination. This is one where you can make picks around the map. You can also back up your jungler. The Analystess, I thought, had a really nice segment on how Galio is about an extra backup for your jungler. We used to have previous memes of different iterations at Worlds where mid laners would have junglers as their third summoner spell, and the tables have turned, my friend, when you lock in Galio. Now Nidalee gets to go for those aggressive invades, probably towards the top side, towards the Camille, and you have Galio ult to back you up, give you that confidence to go for the all-in.
Yeah, this time Bjergsen is the ward, the jungler is the star here. Ezreal coming through, and I'm going to find it very interesting. Yeah, it's a real big ward. It has a knock-up, a magic damage shield. Are we going to see more engage bans? Because right now, with the Fnatic top 3 picks, there aren't good team fight starters. And unless you're going to outsplit push the Camille, which there are picks that can do it, such as Jax, Renekton, you can see the more prized ban right here. I do want to see if Whippo just finds another engaged champion, like maybe a Malphite, if the duty falls to Hylissang on, you know, say a Bard or an Alistar or a Rakan, or what the lineup actually looks like on Fnatic's side.
Yeah, as you kind of alluded to earlier, the Volibear is probably most likely for the side of Fnatic right now, but we are hoping for a little bit of spice. We know this team definitely has extra tricks that they have practiced. Sport Pan comes through here, no more Rakan available. Biofrost will not get to pick that one up first. TSM do have their pick of the litter, though. They could go something like a Leona and just go really hard on this pick comp for hard engage. Yep. Ooh, and I'd like it, honestly. That just gives you so many tools, plus taking away one of the possibilities of hard engage from Fnatic.
Of all the comps to play Kai'Sa, and I'm going to keep shilling for Kai'Sa this World Championship, this is a good one for it. You have a lot of CC that's going to land, and your whole squad wants to dive. Doublelift is a good Kai'Sa player. She is buffed. I think she's strong enough to play, and it would fit the comp of dive someone on backline and knock them down. It's easy to dodge all the Senna skill shots and whatnot, and we're going to get a defensive support here out of Hylissang as he continues every single time. We can't, oh, this is so sad. He can't hover Orianna this game. Every game, he hovers Draven and Orianna, alliteration. He goes to Olaf. We got close.
There you go.
There you go. He spelled out. Now we need the I. Where's the Aurelia? Okay, we didn't go all the way. That's fine. But we get the Volibear in all the same, the pick we expected.
Yep, they don't really need to throw spice right now. Like we said, Fnatic are the advantage team coming into this, you know, sitting up there at the top of the group, tied with the rest of the members. TSM are the ones that are in a must-win situation. Freak, they're giving you a shout-out. They at least gave you the shout-out, you know?
I got so excited when we got that Kai'Sa hover. I don't know if it's a Whippo call it or not, but regardless, Jin gonna come through, and it's the other side of, hey, we want to dive and kill your backline. Jin is more set up for the hard engage, as opposed to being part of the engage.
And follow-up.
Of course it is follow-up. The assassination's not bad there.
Yep, definitely like it. Okay, so TSM, they are going back to the types of compositions that did really get them here. They're looking for aggressive plays. They want to be the aggressors. They want to be the ones forcing these decisions on Fnatic. Fnatic, though, have gotten some very nice matchups for themselves. Whippo, I think, will feel very comfortable on this Volibear. Nemesis has actually stepped up a lot for this team. I think that's one of the areas that people were initially looking at for Fnatic, being a little bit worried coming in summer, but he has performed really well so far at Worlds. And it's going to be about where will Selfmade go? Can he hard carry?
All right, quick fist bump. Excellently executed there between the two head coaches. Nicely done. We've seen, you know, flubs before, so well done.
What's your ranking system for fist bumps? Do you go with stars or thumbs up?
Ooh, thumbs up, because you got to keep the hand metaphor going.
Fair enough.
You know? So I think that's a double thumbs up for me. I'd like to see a thumbs up fist bump at some point. I think that'd be pretty exciting. But regardless, speaking of exciting, it is an incredible battle here. Fnatic have only failed getting out of groups at Worlds once back in 2014, which was one of the only times TSM actually did. Then they fought Samsung White, and it was a travesty in the quarterfinal. But the point being that Fnatic have time and time and time and time again played excellently. Their last two World Championships were only cut short by the World Champion. Fnatic have been good year over year over year with roster changes. Caps went to G2, Broxah went to Team Liquid, and they have continued to be excellent on the Rift. And Fnatic in 2020 are yet another version of this. Once again, back in the LEC Finals. Once again, tied for first place now in the group, poised to get out here. TSM, it's a 0-3 start for them. Team Liquid have already been eliminated on that 3-3 record. TSM must win every game today to make it into the top 8. Fnatic would be the first opponent in that chain. They've still got Gen.G and LGD afterwards, but we will get ourselves out of the Rift for the first game of the day, and TSM is hoping there's going to be at least 7.
This game has so much going for it right now, Freaks. So much extra pressure here, because as much as TSM's backs are against the wall and it's a must-win game for them, Fnatic also really, really, really want that first seed coming out of the group. that gives you so much more momentum moving on through the tournament. And considering the way that the tournament is organized, dodging the first seeds from the other groups will give you such a big chance at moving deep into the tournament.
And we already know 2 of the first seeds so far. Suning already topped the group with G2 in it, and we've already seen that Damwon, though they only went 5-1, topped Group B as well. Those are the teams that you would dodge by getting first place in this group. In a 4-way tie, which is theoretically possible, TSM could get first as well, though I'm not holding my breath for that one. I would probably asphyxiate. But we've still got ourselves an exciting battle. TSM fighting for survival. Fnatic fighting for topping the group here, 2-1 versus 0-3. The last time these two teams fought, it was close, but Fnatic made better plays throughout the game and came away with the victory. Now we get to watch the rematch.
All right, level 1 here from Fnatic going pretty well as they do get the deep ward down for themselves. I do want to highlight the jungle matchup specifically for these two teams. Spica has been just what TSM needed in the jungle. Rookie player has been outstanding for them. Meanwhile, he's going up against a star player in Selfmade who has been front and center leading Fnatic to victory after victory. And I actually think that it deserves a little bit of a deeper dive here. While we don't have any action, we also don't have any sweepers going on, so probably no late invades. And we can go into a deeper discussion on how the current jungle meta arose and why we're seeing so much of these power clears of Graves in Italy.
Yeah.
Because it comes down to kind of jungle theory at its most basic essence. The saying time is money is especially true for junglers, Freak.
Yeah.
Because, you know, laners, as a laner yourself, you get minion waves that come to you every 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Guaranteed golden experience that are going to come your way, whereas junglers... Yeah, exactly. Where junglers, you have to travel to your camps, to your objectives, and make these choices. So efficiency is your highest priority, and you're constantly being judged on that. The best junglers in the world, they'll create advantages for themselves, both by increasing their own efficiencies in these ways, by playing their paths for their camps, for their objectives, and reducing their opponent's possible options. That is through counter jungling and controlling the vision. Because if you counter jungle one of these camps, which both of them are currently clearing their own side camps, and you do it without the opponent being aware, they don't get a chance to alter their path and make up for that lost time. I think the biggest fallacy I've seen some of the weaker junglers fall into is excess travel time and losing out that way. Because if you try to explain the rise of Graves in Italy and the power clears in laner terms, it's kind of like if I give you the option, Freak, of increasing your minion spawn time to every 20 seconds instead of every 30 seconds.
Sounds good.
You take that every time.
Yeah.
You get guaranteed golden experience. That's basically what Graves and Italy actually get to do. And these champions are able to utilize the pressure of their laners to go then create those extra opportunities and take them away from their opponents. Selfmade now looking after the full clear level 4 double buff Graves towards bottom side.
All right, we'll get spotted out by the trinket ward put down about 40 seconds ago. TSM sussing out a likely full clear. And at the end of the day, it is going to be a 1 camp difference right now. I believe bottom scuttle should be a formality there for the Nidalee, but has left up her Gromp through her pathing so far through the jungle. Yeah, it's going to be a pretty easy claim, and we're back at 6-6. Selfmade walking through another trinket ward. And so it'll be easy for Bjergsen to know this is happening, and he will kite back. 5 CS lead right now for Nemesis, with 4 left to farm. Bjergsen will get close to this mark, but the casters can be difficult, but looks like Bjergsen's in a decent spot.
And again, looking at the travel time for these junglers, not wasting any for each of them. Both of them getting off the full clear, splitting scuttle crabs. This is kind of what you expect when you have fairly decently even lanes and a Graves Nidalee matchup. They get to choose their options. There's no hard commit from a Graves Nidalee seeing each other. It's usually a stare down unless one of them has a big brush advantage.
A small chance for some pressure on the top side. Broken Blade had a trinket ward that would see if there was a Graves gank, but the wave was in front of his turret. Want to credit Whippo for getting a pretty early recall off, teleportless, and getting 2 Doran's items. You can see the health bar still getting worn down. Broken Blade low on mana with a biscuit to give him another rotation of spells, but Whippo overall up in farm, catching up now at level 5 as well. Broken Blade might have a pretty hard time bullying him any further in this lane.
Yeah, and this is one of the reasons why we just expected the Volibear, right? Really good trading power here. Building up a slow push on a minion wave is an opportunity also to call your jungler. Broken Blade does go for the trade in the minion wave, is going to push Bwipo back. This is an opportunity. That's plenty of minions to try and keep in front of your tower, try and deny some of these minions to Bwipo and get a little bit back here. We'll probably see the teleport come out from Bwipo. He's going to only now have to worry about Nidalee's positioning. Because the junglers have been power clearing, there hasn't been any of that extra intelligence gathering, any of the extra information, and he's going to have to be very careful with his warding, which you can see on the minimap, places the control ward and the trinket ward. So even if Nidalee hopped over the back of that Baron pit, would be seen by the control ward and has the trinket ward in Tribrush, Bwipo covering all bases.
Yeah, so that was an interesting game between the two top laners here. Oh, this is a big play on the bottom side. A lot of CC coming back and forth. Reckless going to be okay. Now Biofrost with the W on is going to be stunned. And now, as all the durability drops off, he'll take some decent damage. End of the day, though, shield comes up for Hylissang. He's going to be pretty safe. And Selfmade, right in front of Spica, is trolling this Drake. Information not gathered. Good sneak, good play. Selfmade, not only do they have a 300 gold lead, but first Drake goes to Fnatic as well.
Yep, self-made dragon right there is able to do it all himself. Gets right in the back there. Spica has been waiting very patiently for another aggressive move, but the big minion wave pushing away from Double Lift and Biofrost here means that there's probably not going to be any more aggressive moves from Hylissang Reckless. Brahm's not going to randomly all in there. And so that is one of those discrepancies we talked about much earlier on in wasted time, wasted travel time, and efficiency of the junglers. Self-made with a big objective for Fnatic, and TSM starting to lose out in some of the gold.
Okay, so once again, look at the game state. 300 gold lead plus the Drake. Self-made still very clearly running through the jungle with no problems. Gets the top scuttle, gonna make Bwipo feel a little bit safer. TP finally comes through now for Broken Blade. I was gonna talk about how long can the top laner delay their recall. Yeah, it might mean there's a desync around a dragon at some point in time, but it also allows you to get a bigger item spike. So Tiamat comes through for Broken Blade, should allow a lot of pressure there. Hylissang will eventually match his own recall because the health bar is so low, but he's able to catch the wave and keep it in front of the turret so that Reckless is not denied everything.
And Bwipo with the more defensive of the two options for deep wards for top laners after moving up, or Broken Blade, excuse me. Now, you can try and put it over that wall to see blue buff and Gromp at the same time. It's a lot more likely that that one gets swept. This one behind in that little brush that was added to Summoner's Rift basically just sees if they're trying to pull off that tricky gank route towards you that's right through the river. It, however, does not protect you against lane ganks.
Nice little ward there. Good spot by the spectators. Yep, nice deep ward by Fnatic. He's going to spot some of Spica's movements as well. We'll almost always see him go towards Raptors. Depends on the pathing, but a lot of times it will still do so. Bjergsen wants to fight for a ward. Nemesis wants to fight him off of it. TSM nearby, though, could fight a 3v2 if this happens. And they're now going to spot Hylissang. He's going to put down a slow. A Javelin's not going to do too much to him. He can put up shield, no problem. So ward gets killed, but out they go as farm goes back and forth in the bottom side of the map. No one's going to be in that rush, and Self-made still efficiently. You can see right now, right, 11 CS up. That's a 2-3 camp lead. You talked about timing and efficiency. Not only does he have that Drake, but he's got more than normal camps as well.
And this is the time period where Fnatic want to focus on purely efficiency, on more defensive play, because Galio ult is ready, teleport's used.
Play. They're going for it right now with Bjergsen. Is it going to be enough now to re-engage? Looking at who they can fight, and Bjergsen, he's now surrounded. Flash the shockwave, gets right back out when he came in. TP's traded back and forth. The man loses his flash, and no play is made in the bottom side.
Yeah, flash is definitely an important summoner spell for Galio, but Bjergsen pretty happy to get out of that one as he was behind enemy lines without another way to escape. And the ultimate shockwave there being used by Nemesis does give a small cooldown back. However, now there are opportunities for Fnatic to attack mid lane Galio. No summoner spells on Bjergsen. So not only can you try and pressure this Galio, yes, maybe best situation you come up with a kill on the Galio, you can also just try and pressure him through his health bar, and he has no teleport to get back to lane and start to just build up this Orianna, who scales so nicely for your team fights, bringing that utility as well as damage later on.
Absolutely. So Predator boots, Mercury treads, the whole kit there for Bjergsen. We'll see if he can roam around any more, but as you're mentioning, yes, the Orianna scaling gonna be an important thing. Bwipo still winning his lane one-on-one, up 12 CS over Broken Blade in a fairly undisturbed matchup. He's grown himself an early lead. Still feels like it's going to eventually scale Camille's way. Though I will say Conqueror is a better scaling rune.
Yeah, definitely agree. Camille definitely has a lot of options as you move around, and a lot of the options come from your team play. We talked about in Champ Select, TSM, drafting, Leona, Galio, Camille. These are 3 champions built for these rotations, built for picks across the map. Problem for TSM is that Fnatic have been very good at not exposing themselves to some of these options. Now, as you see the game progress and we start to get more and more of tower damage and whittling down and opening up the map, those types of plays will be more prevalent. But thus far, I think Fnatic have actually played this early game extremely well, considering some of these options that TSM are looking for. Galio Ultimate is ready still for Bjergsen, and that's why you can see Spica and Biofrost linking up. You want to aggressively use Leona Nidalee combinations, especially in scenarios like this where you've got a Galio to back them up.
A little bit of bravery there from Biofrost. Flashless walked in the jungle to clear a ward that was swept, so there was no vision, but no one around to stop him. Gets to walk away, sweeps, sees everyone else, and pieces out. But now you talk about the laning phase. It's now a 1,000 gold lead to Fnatic. They are winning just in the laning phase. They're on the dragon as soon as it spawns. Selfmade is there, and the rest of his team, you can see how far up they are playing. They're pushing TSM back, and there is no way in for TSM right now. Fnatic absolutely in command of the first 12 minutes of this game. They are at 2 Drakes already. The Soul would be at 22 minutes. And if TSM cannot find the way into this game, this is going to be over pretty quickly.
Yeah, quite a nice pace here for Fnatic, taking advantage of that reset timer really, really well. Selfmade once again, no hesitation on these objectives, is able to push it right through for Fnatic. Some of this deep vision clearing could get dangerous for them as, again, TSM have the opportunity to try and close that trap. Leona Ultimate and Galio Ultimate are ready, but since they've started up the Rift Herald on the top side of the map, looks like they aren't going to go for the bottom play. Here comes a rotation from Fnatic.
Orianna Rome going to find a shockwave on a Biofrost. Keep walking away. Selfmade's here, flashes in, gets the first blood. Now a play on the top side. I've seen this before. This time it's going to work out, though. TSM get a kill back. More money over to Fnatic thanks to first blood, though.
All right, Selfmade looking to punish. We'll speak of face check him. Graves' burst damage is immense from a brush position. Good ward.
Ult, too. Selfmade didn't have to ult to get the kill on a Biofrost, so he has full power here. Look at the play. There's the first attack. Now, will there be reinforcements? It's Bjergsen over the top, finds the slam. Will look for Hylissang, flashes away, and can't find the taunt. The Q is going to be enough. Speaking gets the auto, and Dark Harvest finds him a kill.
Finally, TSM are able to use that Galio Ultimate, and Fnatic bite off a little bit more than they can chew on the top side. They'll still be pretty happy with getting that kill onto Biofrost, but TSM up 2-1 in kills now did get slightly more gold for themselves, considering they took down Bwipo first. And we'll see if they can try and stack on this play, because you start to count the flashes. Selfmade and Hylissang now, the 2 roaming players for Fnatic, are a little bit more vulnerable, don't have their flashes if they do get caught.
Spica's still clearing through right now, not a big problem onto him, as still the 800 gold difference remains, and 3 minutes are until the Ocean Drake spawns. Ocean Soul obviously going to be pretty good. TSM fairly bursty, but these type of team fights can be hard. We can watch that top lane 2v1 again.
And this is, even with missing the spear there, they're not able to chain stun into spear, still get the kill. Senna Ultimate came over through. Not able to finish that one off. There was the counter kill, though, that did go down.
Nice attempt by Rek to stealth the one out. No CDR yet, so waiting for the ult to still come back. It's a pretty long one at rank 1. Still a good attempt, and we'll see then if the TSM top lane pressure can go through. We, of course, have the Tiamat rush coming through for Camille, which does delay the 1v1 power, but it lets you play the lane, and it lets you roam away, right? You can fight for the wave more reliably, get down somewhere else, maybe try to gank an Orianna whenever she's flashless. Might see that one come through. The gold deficit shrinks to 500 from the TSM side off the 2 kills they've gotten. And Fnatic still have that Drake lead, which is a concern. And, of course, a great thing on the Fnatic side. First Herald was never taken this game. Plates have dropped, and very few were killed overall.
And you're seeing just why Broken Blade went for the Tiamat here. You know, he knows that after that kill, he's going to have priority over Bwipo, and he uses it to quickly clear this, this minion wave and look for the play.
Looking for it now, forces the flash out of Nemesis. He's not going to go for the shockwave. Bjergsen, his flash is back up, so can easily use that to get away from a play. Ultimately, nothing really going to happen aside from the flash burn, but now with it down, the repeat gank could happen. Of course, Leona, level 6 for Biofrost, could find that snipe, and the dive could happen. Camille would have to walk down, so would Bwipo. They have teleport, but they can both stop each other's if they're in vision.
Yep, everybody has teleports available, but because you see Braum here roaming down to the bottom side for Fnatic, looks like they're making the call to give up the Rift Herald and push heavily on that bottom turret. Since there's no more turret plates, they could actually push pretty quickly on that turret. You know, second Rift Herald isn't as big as a difference as number one.
Mid lane being cleared away now by Rekkles. We know the Drake is up in 115, and it means that it's now time for both teams to care about the bottom river. It's last call on recalls, and it's time to show up in the lanes, get priority, get ward control, and fight over this Drake. TSM cannot really afford to give Soul Point over at 16 minutes. Fnatic would, of course, love that, and you can see them setting up. Bot lane pushed in. You already have Selfmade walking around, waiting to fight Scuttle. That's going to guarantee vision around any Drake attempt for either side. And Fnatic are in control right now.
I think TSM need to be looking for a possible teleport ward there for Broken Blade so that they can set up looking for a team fight victory. Not necessarily going for, you know, a steal, on the Dragon and chancing a 50-50 or something like that. Much more, you need to coordinate your hard engage. Galio, Camille, Leona, we've been talking it up so much. It has to shine at this Dragon fight. 25 seconds left away, though. Bwipo trying to get some damage down onto Broken Blade.
Broken Blade finds himself stunned. Does have a level lead right now. Bwipo's shield going to be on cooldown if they go for the repeat fight. Nice little extra lightning damage coming through, and they're not going to trade too much. But now the bottom river goes to TSM's way. They've got most of the group stacked in. You've got the Fnatic duo lane coming now through the jungle, spotted by a ward. Good sweeper by Hylissang, get rid of that one. Is there now to be a re-engage? Looks like Predator was popped, won't find it, but TSM going to go for this play. Recall's coming through now, and the TP is first for Bwipo. Fnatic will outnumber TSM for about 5 seconds. When does Camille join? When does she show up? Right now, it's Selfmade attacking this Drake inside the pit, jumping back over. Camille TP comes through. Is there going to be an engage? When does TSM pull the trigger? When does Fnatic go for it? Speaking now inside the pit, going for this play. Fnatic waiting in the wings. Bwipo showing towards Broken Blade. Shockwave combo, going for the kill. They might pick him down. He's going to try to get away, and he cannot. Plus the steal for Selfmade. Fnatic get everything!
Oh my goodness, Freak! That is a sweep for Fnatic! Are you kidding me? They make the play onto Broken Blade, and Selfmade also finds the steal. What a huge mid-game victory here for Fnatic. Their pace for an Ocean Soul is so quick, and with the kill onto Broken Blade, they also got the bottom turret. Rift Herald going down in answer, not even taking the mid one for TSM. That is huge.
Erickson didn't even ult for the magic shield, just got the kill cleanly. Now the flash engage looking for Spica. This could be an easy kill. Flash away. It's not going to matter. Hylissang grabs his kill, and suddenly Bjergsen's alone, 1v3 out of the turret. Not gonna survive this one. Ghost of Knock gets away from the shockwave, but will not find the trade kill until Biofrost shows up. That is a fight you still take as Fnatic. It's 2-1. They are on Soul Point, and they have complete control of this game.
Holy moly. All right, Biofrost does find a Solar Flare pickup kill at the end, but it feels like an overwhelming wave of Fnatic victories right here in the past couple of minutes, Freak. Now they are free to also push these waves out. Bwipo, I'm pretty sure you could just stick around and finish off that turret. Let's take another look at this. TSM, they go for the 50-50, and he's able to get it. Selfmade with the steal. He has controlled every Dragon from extremely early on in this game.
And now Fnatic get their second turret to 0. You can see the gold lead 3,500 at 18.5 minutes. This is a massive lead for the Fnatic squad. One of the European sweethearts. So far, so good. Half their teams have gotten out of group. Fnatic rarely, if ever, fail. It's been pretty much 5 years running of getting out of groups, the ones they didn't attend notwithstanding. And now, looking poised to dash the North American hopes. Liquid failed at 3-3. TSM about to drop out. If they make 0-4, there is no way back in. Fnatic could deal the death blow to the second LCS team so far at Worlds.
And something really stuck with me with the interviews of the Team Liquid players after their kind of resurgence in Week 2, where they said, you know, at this point, we've got nothing left to lose. We need to play aggressive. We need to play proactively. We need to throw out these plays. And that's something that could come in really handy with the TSM team that they've drafted here. Their composition relies around aggressive Camille, Galio, Leona plays, and they just have not found those. They only found the one sort of reactive defensive Galio ultimate towards top side, and Fnatic now have been able to push themselves up to a nice, comfortable position in this game. You see TSM looking without a lot of extra vision control for possible side lane plays. At this point in the game, yes, you do have options. Maybe have somebody trail Broken Blade as a split pusher and pull off a surprise 2v1, try and get a quick kill there, and then transition it over to a roam.
And down goes the mid lane wave. Ruckus getting the pressure onto this one. There's a small farm lead to double lift, but that's a pretty small saving grace for TSM. They've got a lot of work to do to get back into this game, and it's going to happen in about a minute and a half. Ocean Soul is going to be pretty unlosable at 22 minutes. The regen's pretty front-loaded. The scaling's not so good overall, so that early game is going to really hamper TSM's chances at finding any kills for the rest of this game. They must be able to fight over this one. And Spico nearly caught out, will not be found. Hylissang's ultimate's not going to land. Flash is not burned on either side. Mid lane turret under fire, not quite going to fall. Hylissang still walking up. Turret finally drops. Will there be an engage? It's in for Biofrost, taking 1 million damage. Flash away, stays alive. Galio comes in, finds a knockup onto 3. Is there enough damage though? In the back lane goes Whippo, finds the first kill. The second goes to Nemesis. Bjergsen runs for the hills and is taken down. A 3-0 fight for Fnatic.
And they could take more than that as well, Freak. All right, it's going to be resets for Fnatic. They get Scuttle Crab. They can push it out. That was TSM's chance. They take down mid lane turret. They do get the objective, but Fnatic vengeance is swift. They cut down 3 members. There are stopwatches on the side of Fnatic, so they now have more options for defense for the hard engage that TSM are bringing. Originally, Biofrost goes right in, Hylissang instantly stopwatches, so the extra damage actually is felt by the TSM side as Biofrost is taken down. Whippo then goes in for the kill. He stopwatches as well while Broken Blade goes down, and those purchases, those mid-game stopwatches, those seconds of immunity, Freak, those mean so much for these team fights. Those are the deciding factors that mean Fnatic don't lose either of their frontline members. And if you look at Orianna, well, Nemesis has a stopwatch as well for this fight.
And here comes the attempt. Good flash for Double, keeps himself alive. He's saving it all those years for that moment, but is it going to be enough? Ocean Drake is alive, 4,000 health left. Whippo takes some damage. This is a fight TSM must find a way to win. Whippo takes the first few shots. Gonna lose some health here. Final shot comes through for Double, puts him at half. And the Smite fight is here yet again. Can he make it happen? Gotta get in there. Gonna be an Ocean Soul claimed by Fnatic. And now it's time for TSM to fight, but is it going to be enough? They haven't gotten a single kill yet. And already Bjergsen goes down. Broken Blade to follow. It's 3. It's time for 4. And it's time to fly home for TSM. Spica runs his way as fast as he can, but plane flights are faster. A triple kill for Nemesis. TSM basically out of worlds.
Yep, that is a soul for Fnatic. They can take Baron at their leisure. They can push bottom side at the same time. They have full control of Summoner's Rift.
Fnatic are looking to win this group, and so far they will be the first team to get to 3 wins. They'll have 2 more matches today. This one's almost unlosable. A 25-stack Magi's for Nemesis, reunited with Selfmade this year, and that's going to be a clean and easy Baron as well. Fnatic, heavy favorites now to close this game out.
Yep, you said it earlier, Freak. The only time Fnatic failed to get out of groups was 2014. Consider the times that they were at Worlds, and it looks like they are also going to get out in 2020. Let's take another look at that fight, though. TSM know this is the soul that you got to throw the Hail Mary. So Spica, he hits the spear and he jumps in. Maybe he could get it in range. Doesn't quite cover it, though. With Ocean Soul region now picked up, Whippo doesn't even go down in the thick of things. Heals right back up inside the team fight. Fnatic chasing down every last kill.
And ultimately for TSM, never got enough resources, it felt like, towards Broken Blade to play through topside. Mid, lost lane, bot went close, and over again, Fnatic got more done. Selfmade, to me, is the best jungler in this group. He is outstanding. 2 years the full pro, 1 year on SK, now here with Fnatic. Again, reunited with Nemesis from the underleagues, and so far so good. He has been exceptional, has done so much work for the squad. The first Drake sneak, the second Drake steal, and now the re-engage. Once again, TSM gonna try their hardest, but Reckless gets out. Galio dunk over the top, only gonna find the tank. He'll be rooted up, he'll be taken down. Selfmade, of course, again finds himself a kill, looking for win number 2 on Graves all time. As it's time to run away now from Whippo. He is on the chase. He has found the stun. He's going to find the follow-through on the double lift. And Whippo is on a rampage. 14-3 the kill score. Fnatic knocking on TSM's door.
Yep, and you know what? They're going to break the door in one knock, Freak. Punching right through that sucker. The inhibitor turret is down. The inhibitor short to follow, and they want to finish now.
All right, Fnatic, the fight is yours to look for the first seed out of the group and dodge the stronger teams at Worlds. It's time to knock down Nexus turret number 1. Will TSM even fight over number 2? A stopwatch for Broken Blade. He will still be stunned despite the ult. Gets back to the fountain. Stays alive for a second. Shockwave secures the kill regardless. Nemesis 9-0-6. Let's add a 10th for good measure. A stopwatch for Bjergsen. Pad the KDAs. Send them home with even more deaths for good measure. Fnatic eliminate TSM from the quarterfinals. They top the group so far in Group C. And with 2 more teams to get vengeance on, Fnatic hope to make as deep a run as they have before.
Fnatic opening up the day, coming out swinging. Look at Whippo.
Yeah.
Elated. Absolute control here from Fnatic.
And it's a sad, another page in the TSM chapter of disappointment in international competition. TSM have won the LCS so many times. Doublelift has 8 domestic trophies. Once again, fails to get out, but the story is more on Fnatic. Rekkles been on that team since 2014. One split notwithstanding on elements, and regardless, it is a team that has revolved through mid laners, revolved through junglers, and they have just been excellent for so long. Easily a top 2 European team in the history of League of Legends. 2011 World Champions, I will still claim that as true. And though they have lived somewhat in G2's shadow, they can very easily break that one here this year. See if they can make that 5-1 run in the group stage and get back to a world final, something like that.
And they're one of the teams that really early on this year fully embraced playing around and playing for the jungler, and they've been rewarded for it. They've played this strategy for a lot longer than some of the other teams that have arrived here at Worlds. And with Nemesis stepping up recently, mid lane being incredibly important, obviously, that does go a long way to bolstering the hopes here of Fnatic fans for a deep drive.
Yeah, I gotta say, Fnatic definitely stepping up at Worlds. Well played so far, and we'll see if they can hold on to that number 1 spot in the groups. They still have Gen.G and LGD to play throughout the day. Now let's check out Fnatic's Mercedes drive to victory. That fight around the 4th Ocean Drake.
And this one here is another look at it as Selfmade gets right in on the Dragon. They pick it up, and then they're able to turn the fight as well. We get a little restart as we're going to the correct drive. Took a little U-turn here, Freak. Another Dragon. I think it might be a Dragon compilation.
Yeah, it's just the same one again.
Okay. So we take another U-turn. And we're right back on track. Here's the initiation here. Broken Blade goes super deep into the backline onto Selfmade and Nemesis, trying to take down the carries of Fnatic. But they do peel effectively, with the extra sustain that we talked about, Ocean Soul being picked up. That is one of those situations where going for the smite fight, that smite actually means everything in this, because if you can deny that smite to Fnatic, then maybe you actually have a chance in that team fight, but not getting it, there's a huge boost in power for the Soul immediately in combat, in your hands right there.
Overall, well played the Fnatic. Of course, way better execution in team fights. For a lot of these, the gold was close, but clearly the fights never were. So Fnatic, by far the better team. 2-0-1 TSM the group stage. We'll see how much farther they can go here at Worlds 2020. Now, while we wait for Game 2, listen to Bring Home the Glory on the official League of Legends official playlist during the Spotify song break.
Don't cry for your vengeance. It's right there to take. Oh, if you want it, the world is watching. Here's your judgment. Here's your reckoning. I'll write your story down.
welcome back to Berlin in the interview studio. TSM will not get out of groups this year, but Wipo, you get to start the day on a very strong foot here. I want to talk about the draft first because you guys decided to last pick Volibear, even though they showed Camille really early and Ornn was still available before the second ban rotation. So could you explain the reasoning here and why you decided to let this pick go through?
Basically, it came down to the fact that when I saw Nidalee Camille, I counted the amount of champions I had that I was comfortable playing into this combination, and we ended up with like 7. So I was like, I have like 7 champions, so I really don't mind if we go 4-5 with top lane. If I have anything better to pick, we can just pick it right there. And it turned out that we quite liked taking the Senna, of course, Reckless. Incredibly skilled on the Senna, and it was a good secure for us in the end of the game.
Yeah, and it showed during the game. But what I found interesting mostly is that in the early game, you won through map movements mostly, not especially kills. So talk me through the micro decisions in the early game that led you to get this massive lead afterwards.
I think it came more down to TSM's fear. I feel like they were playing very aggressive early game champions like Nidalee, Galio, Leona. Camille obviously is a scaling champion, but she can have a lot of lane pressure as soon as she hits 6, thanks to her Hextech ultimatum. This in conjunction with Galio's ultimate is obviously a huge threat, but I never felt pressured at any point of the game, and I think my teammates felt the same way, right? There were some key moments where Nemesis lost his flash early on. It was not early on, but it was like around 12 minutes where we were like, oh, we need to be really careful for the next 5 minutes because they can Galio Camille ult us. But that never happened, and they never really found a way to put the pressure on us. So ultimately, I think we were just really comfortable in the game, and it was just, there was no real pressure, even though they picked a draft that really needed to pressure early.
I agree, and then you just steamrolled through the game. But now focusing on the 2 matchups you have left, Gen.G, LGD. What can you tell me about this, and how do you win against LGD this time?
I think not giving away Ornn for free. I mean, it wasn't free. I feel like my set wasn't the greatest, but it did provide something in team fights. But I think ultimately, like, our whole draft wasn't scaling all too well. And so far, this group has very much seemed like a group where the scaling team gets to have the edge, purely because the teams aren't, like, exceptional. I'm not saying that we have bad teams in our group by any means, bar maybe TSM. But ultimately, LGD and Gen.G are... they're pretty slow teams, and they like playing for the Ocean Soul, or sorry, not the Ocean, the Dragon Soul, which means that having some scaling and some backup just in case, you know that you're going to have a dragon fight at some point, so having some scaling champions in your draft is always going to make sense, and I think that that's the biggest take from our group so far.
Now talking about the dragon fights for Fnatic, we know that it's been an issue last week. Is this something you worked on so far? Because it looked really clean, this game.
Could you repeat that? I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry.
The drafting?
No, the dragon fights, actually. From last week
the dragon fights? I think that's just because TSM picked a composition that, again, required a lot of execution. Like, Galio Camille need to be really on point with their target selection, and, well, that's not what happened. So, dragon fights are obviously really easy to play when their Camille was a bit off on the side, and I was able to flash on her the first time. Like, the third dragon fight we took, I flashed on Camille, and we were able to take her out immediately with a nice shockwave. So as soon as Camille dies, their whole team fight composition falls apart, and ultimately Camille was never able to find a flank or any type of pressure to get a good ultimate. So thanks to our 4-5, locking in Volibear and Braum, we had a lot of point-and-click CC that was able to make the game much harder, and most of our champions were far more durable in a long, extended fight, and as soon as we locked in the Ocean Soul, we knew the game was over.
Well, Wipo, thank you very much for these insights, and good luck for the rest of the day. And now for more on the game, let's send it over to Shox. Take it away.
Thank you.
Well, welcome back, everyone, to the State Farm Analyst Desk. A closer look at TSM versus Fnatic. But I feel like Wipo just explained kind of everything, what we needed to know from his perspective then. But it is pretty aligned with, I think, what I'm going to hear from my analysts. Well, starting off with the draft, however, we were quite positive about the draft in the green room for TSM. A kind of a different look and really committing to putting resources into Broken Blade to set him up for success. So it was a good look, but it's all about the execution.
I think it comes down to, on TSM's side, the whole discussion about Galio. Like, Galio needs to play in a way where he makes the right sacrifices, and nothing was really happening for the first 10 minutes of the game. And then finally, when something happened for the Galio, it was a TP bottom where he just went for a jog, and then he just ran back to mid lane. And I think with their draft, as Wipo called out, you need to have action, you need to have creativity. But Fnatic, what they do so good is how they manage their waves. Because for the entire year, mostly Selfmade has been busy farming. And I feel like their lanes are so good at avoiding those pressure moments, very good at managing the waves. We saw the Volibear early base with the item advantage, which is huge. And then the freeze when Graves was around top. The same thing on bottom. Hylissang was freezing, surviving with 100 HP. That was absolutely wild. All those moves stack up, and TSM really never stood a chance.
We'll get back to the draft, but I do want to show this freezing because it is something that sometimes goes unnoticed.
This is so beautiful because here, like, these guys want to base. Senna's coming back. The base timer is so good. And after this, minions are going to be lost because they can just keep the freeze. This is going to be like a slow push, and Reckless missed nothing.
Yeah, and this is really big. And Hylissang does this all the time. And a lot of teams in EU are used to this and are ready for it and are ready to kind of throw down and try to lay out that kill threat. But one of the nice strengths of the Braum, obviously, is that that's very hard to do, even if he doesn't offer as many immediate hard engage options. But as you heard from Whippo, Fnatic knew that they could kind of play the back foot here, and it was on TSM to force plays early, to force aggression, and they weren't able to do that.
And I like that you called out this play specifically because in the previous game of TSM versus Fnatic, we also saw that it was a macro difference in a sense, right? Fnatic making certain decisions on the map to choke you out, and you don't even realize you're being choked out. And I think this is a great example, but we just saw that in the entire game. And TSM, on the other hand, they did try to make something happen. As you said, they TP'd bot looking for that kill. In the end, they get the kill top lane as well, but it didn't really convert into too much for TSM.
Yeah, it felt like almost too late because the first time something happened, I think already Fnatic had 2 dragons. They were like 1k gold ahead passively through just the sheer force of lane phase. It started out in this sequence where Bifrost is kind of on the wrong side of the map. Fnatic cut him off and killed him. And I wanted to highlight this replay alone because if Fnatic just back off and don't fight on the top side while this is happening, then this game is already in the coffin already, and this just gave a slight chance for TSM that they got the kill on Whippo here.
Yeah, because TSM's composition, as noted already, is very strong, but it's very fragile. If it finds a lead, it can be very good, but you can't afford to have individual members caught out like this, and playing around this vision, setting out these traps is so solid. And really here is where you start to feel a little bit of hope for TSM because Hylissang and Selfmade overforce a little bit on this play. Of course, Spica is 1 trap away from getting 1 tap by Graves in that bush. If he did not throw that trap down there, that most certainly would have been a kill. But at the end of the day, still a positive play for Fnatic because, again, it is TSM playing against the clock here. Any mistakes they make just make the game that much easier for Fnatic.
Yeah, for sure. Like, the continuation after this was just, there was no follow-up. Summoners were gone, as Whippo mentioned, in the mid lane and the top side, but there was just no real opportunity because I felt like Selfmade just read Spica like a book.
And this next one is just a straw that broke the camel's back. Selfmade is also our Oppo player of the game. And just, yeah, the decision-making here, you know that Broken Blade needs this flank. And if he gets that ult off, they can make something happen. But Fnatic reads them like a book.
Read them like a book. And as you said, Spica going to have to name change to Dr. Seuss after this one because Selfmade, oof, making it easy. And just no way that he can contest those smites. He gets away with way too much this game. It's already such a hard game for TSM to come back from, and then he gets so consistently everywhere he needs to be to shut down Spica, even when Spica finds a few early kills. It's brutal.
And if you're TSM, you're already, 0-3 down in the group. You finally have, you have a different draft that you're happy with. You just got a couple of kills top. You have actually the positioning on this dragon. You have Broken Blade who's coming in with the flank. And that moment for me just sealed the deal because that is so hard to come back from in terms of the stacking of the Drakes, the fact that the thing you identified as your win condition was just stopped in its tracks, and to then still steal the Drake and pick up Broken Blade as the kill. I thought that was very hard for TSM to come back from.
Yeah, for sure. It was hard in the first place. We all knew they needed a miracle, and the whole conversation about Fnatic Week 2, I think, is alive and well.
It's alive and kicking.
All things considered, because this was the best game Fnatic has played all tournament long, and that sparks an idea in my mind, is maybe Fnatic the best Western team at this tournament?
Now we have to move the goalposts. That's a nice discussion that we'll follow up on. Of course, Fnatic is fighting for that #1 spot, something that G2 failed to do, but TSM is out of the 2020 World Championship, and there's no way to put it other than it's disappointing. It's a disappointment to the fans, and it is a disappointment for the players once again.
Yeah, it is honestly really sad to see. There's so many individual underperformances that I think TSM are going to walk away unhappy with how things worked out. I think it was kind of a reality check coming here to see Bjergsen have so many rough games. And at the end of the day, you can only really feel for them because that's never the showing that you want to have. Like the condolences that they have is that they now exist in the Dream Crush bracket, right? This group is so close that any wins that they take can decide the future of this group. So they're not playing for nothing. TSM still have a huge influence over the results in this group, but it is not the showing that they wanted for themselves or for the LCS.
No, it isn't. means we'll say goodbye to TSM, and of course they can still play spoiler in this group. And after the break, we'll get a look at the other two teams in Group C as LGD and Gen.G hit the rift.
The group stage that was competitive. It was not clean, okay? It was not impressive. However, it does give us a lot to talk about, a lot to think about.
Moving too fast, life moving in slow-mo. I'm a god, but I actually don't know. I mean, better put your pride aside. I'm a Benz, get more like a Volvo. Your best stuff looks like my words. Synapses, fire, and burst. Got the whole crew with me, about to do damage. You know we ain't average. I ain't gonna say this again, but it's in my time. Better look in my eyes. I'm a genius in the skies with my heart on my sleeve. You force, you will block to a king in his prime. Everybody got a line. Sit back with the stars in line. I finesse like my life on the 9 was a diamond in the rough, and now I shine.
No one could stop us, they'll try, but they won't. Nada nos puede parar. Oh no, we're wide awake now. Our eyes are wide open. We're running this world. We're keeping it turning. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. Oh, sleeping giants. Sleeping giants.
Yeah. Shutting it down. Been in the ground and my people all up in this place. Spinning this thing. Go to my rank. Royalty up in my veins. I'm loco, think I'm so cold. I say something, ain't no going back. Now they ask where Kiki's at. I'm like, you can't hang with that. 쏟아져 빛이 멀게 된 눈이 멈추지 않아. Once we go, 내게 넣은 날로 모든 배 빨리 달려. 넌 못 따라와. True damage we do it. True damage 보여줄게. 뭐든 쉽게. 이기든 지든 my crew make the beat.
No one could stop us, they'll try, but they won't. Nada nos puede parar. Oh no, we're wide awake now. Our eyes are wide open. We're running this world. We're keeping it turning. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. It's not the way we're weak, but we coming right back. This time you're gonna see how we do it like that. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. Oh, sleeping giants. Sleeping giants.
I keep on shattering time. I might just leave you behind. Homie, you stuck on rewind. You should quit sleeping on mine. You got your back on recline. When I damage your delicate spine, please don't act out, shy and surprise. They be like, what you mean? What is your winning scheme? I got a giant team. Biggest my self-esteem. Run it back, man. They think they go hard, I'm like, come again. You run at a time and I'm busting in. While you stumbling, I got this blade in my hand for your punishment.
We're wide awake now. Our eyes are wide open. We're running this world. We're keeping it turning. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. It's not the way we're weak, but we coming right back.
Hello and welcome back to the group stage here as we figure out who's making it out of Group C. 3 teams are still alive, and 2 of those are fighting right now to keep pace with Fnatic in first. We don't know which 2 of these 3 are going to make it, but LGD and Gen.G are in the draft right now.
I do. I've seen it in the Crystal Ball Freak. I'm going to keep it a secret for, it's for suspense purposes to keep building here. But let's get into it for LGD versus Gen.G, the rematch right before you on your screen. Let's take a look here. Getting right into Champion Select. Renekton first pick, but it is an LPL team, so has more viability than your run-of-the-mill.
Only LPL, you're allowed to pick this champion. We'll see how well it does here. Of course, Gen.G beat LG the first time around, but that match was incredibly close. Dragon Soul is still to be claimed 40 minutes in. It went back and forth, but Gen.G did claim it. AP jungler, very common with topside. Even if Graves were up, you would probably still go Lilia here for Peanut. And now we get to see what she is going to pick.
And last time around, LGD also did first pick Renekton for Longsheng, and I like the adjustments that they've made though. While they do keep the confidence pick there, they ban out the Lucian this time. They're blue side, they have a little bit more flexibility with them. Now they lock in double AP for themselves. Lilia works super well with Renekton top lane because you can push up, allow her to continue on with some of those invades. We probably will get one of those level 1s as well. Gen.G, so quick to answer though. Immediate volley bear into the Renekton. Love the lane matchup as well as the Nidalee into Lilia.
Yeah.
Support focus on the hard engage. That's definitely something LGD will need, because one of the big things that people always point out for Renekton is the fall off later into the game. And that fall off is because he has a difficult time getting to priority targets. You have only a single target stun. So if you are unable to get that single target stun on an enemy carry, then your usefulness in the team fight is far below a standard tank from the top side. But if you had something like a Leona, like a Nautilus, you get some easy hard engage onto that back line, those can shore up some of the weaknesses that are always talked about for this champion and why a lot of people don't like the early picks.
Right now you're seeing a couple of bans to support Xie. The Syndra is gone away. I'm curious if they care about something like a Galio instead. There isn't really a hard diver. I mean, Volibear's not too bad at it with the ultimate, but no, Zoe, you're going to go for the second most played by VDD throughout the year. His Azir seemingly has been nerfed enough that even all the big Azir players from before Worlds are mostly shying away from the pick. Some of that could be metagame being less mid lane carry focused, but that said, people in shying away may still pick it up.
All right, see if he goes for the classic.
All right, and that suddenly now means there's a lot of persistent damage. Senna does honestly decent amounts of damage overall, despite being more supportive, but Azir
talk
really
to Jackie Love.
Yeah, oh yeah, Jackie Love's like a 950 damage per minute game at Worlds so far. Jhin gonna be the answer, which we just saw in the previous game. That, of course, went the Senna way pretty reliably, and now Mark needs support.
And again, the hard engage I'm talking about for LGD needs to come through to be able to push through the mid game here. Pantheon, I have absolutely loved this champion for supports. It is going to be really, really focused on early game for LGD though, with the Renekton pick on the top side, Pantheon on the bottom side with Jhin. There's a lot of crowd control that you can use to set up kills, to set up CC chains, bring the Lilia off of the efficient clears that she can bring into those lanes to actually try and get kills.
Okay, and it means that we are very low engaged in the Gen.G side. It's so much of a kite-back composition. Azir, Senna, in some ways Nidalee for the back line, and Tahm Kench to keep them safe, but there is not one good, reliable start a team fight tool. Nothing remotely close to even Swirl Seed Sleep, and obviously the Pantheon starting things off even better. So LGD have a lot more control over how the game takes place, but if Gen.G get a lane kingdom and they set up on objectives first, they have to come to you.
Two completely different directions here, Freak. Gen.G are going late. They are going defensive. They have the counter engaged. They have the defensive properties of Tahm Kench trying to avoid scenarios, whereas LGD, they want to bring the fight to you, get those kills, pressure with Renekton, pressure with the CC combinations of Jhin and Pantheon. See if they start anything out with the level 1s. Nidalee and Lilia kind of facing off on the top side of the map by the Raptor camp. I didn't quite see the inventories. We'll have to see once the runes drop to see if there are sweepers left for them. Pretty standard runes across the board though. No surprises. The only little caveat, sometimes Azir will go with a weaker scaling rune in favor of a better laning rune. I think lethal tempo, because of the wave control you can get by proccing it off the Orianna and then pushing the wave, is a really good choice. Plus the attack speed super useful for you later onto the game, which that's where Gen.G want to get to.
Of course. Now, one thing you said earlier, Kobe, is these teams are going in different directions. I think they're going in the same direction. They're both running towards Gen.G's base during every team fight.
Okay.
One's kiting back, one's diving in. So there's a little bit of that, but regardless, as you said, no early invades. We've got a heavy leash here for Peanut towards the red buff. Not doing, not just getting away, going towards the chickens and leashing that for extra life regen. Of course, doesn't need that much help considering he got a pretty heavy leash, 4 autos out of his Jhin down there, so he is optimizing for time instead of health, which I don't think is a problem, but it is a choice he's making to not touch the chickens early.
Interesting as well, double sweeper start for LGD, and honestly, I really like it with a Jhin Pantheon lane that relies on kill pressure, it brings up scenarios where you want to try and bluff a lot. And since he's got the early sweeper, he uses it right there coming through, and they have no early invade information on Peanut's whereabouts, it honestly changes your lane matchup a little bit because you are purposely denying this information.
Wow, he's in here. I mean, he's going to get level 2 in about 2 minions, right? Like that melee drops. Here's the available for the stun. He's got the red buff slow. That's a flash. Easy follow. Easy flash follow. Flash in for everything else. Watch out. Eep. Rascal's going to run out of health. You have to believe they get this kill. He's dead. He's dead. He's dead. What a gank.
Oh my god, I feel so bad for Peanut. You just clipped that last 10 seconds, and you have the blooper reel of all time. He flashes forward, but your watch out Eep moves you forward on Lilia, and so he overshoots it over the Volibear's head, then dies afterwards. Mark now.
They're going for bot more. Can't find the stun into Mark. Kramer going to trade back on a Rulu best he can. Has 1 shot left. Not going to get to land it. And they trade blows back and forth. Now Clid, he wants to add insult to injury. Peanut can't get his own jungle.
Holy. Yeah, Clid's like, after that sort of play, you don't even deserve your own jungle, Peanuts. Clid comes to town, chases him out, and this is going to be a brutal dive attempt.
Danger, how can they outplay it? Doesn't go for the empowered stun, does nothing at all. Easy tower aggro dropped, and this game has gone from bad to worse, and it's still happening. Life rooted into battle here against Mark. They get some autos, need a couple more shots to knock him down. Pantheon will live, but it's time for Kramer to run away. These guys are keeping going. A few more shots out to go.
Holy moly, Freak. You better already start handing out your tilt proofs to Longxing here. That happens in your lane, and you are freaking out. Okay, focus for LGD. You gotta stick to your game plan here. Peanut needs to reset. He's on the bottom side. You see him trying to scavenge. He knows that Clid already chased him out of the top quadrant of the map. He cannot return to this area, which is very unfortunate for Longxing, as he's incredibly far behind on the Renekton now after those early shenanigans. But it honestly does have to turn into everybody looking to fend for themselves to try and recover from that early game deficit.
Yep.
Clid is going to have a field day. He knows he's got full priority. You see the extra wards they are bringing. This is part of the jungling we talked about early on, keeping up the pressure. Peanut, though, wants to punish with Mark.
And this time it's an easy 2v1. This time he's going to land the skill shot, and Peanut gets a kill back.
All right, now the honors are all going to Mark. Thanks for the roam, buddy. You're able to clean up the top side of the map. And that, honestly, is such a lifesaver for both Peanut and Longxing. You know, the top side of the map here for LGD. It's still going to be a very difficult scenario, but Mark is able to find a perfect timing window to roam here on the Pantheon. Has an instant impact.
Peanut, I believe, sees Rascal's doing this and might get to go for the fight. Did burn Smite on the chickens, which means that's to be a steal. More difficult one. Auto Q could do it. Easy pickup there, but now 1v2. He's going to find himself the attempts for a heal in a few seconds. Still stunned up. Watch out. Eep's going to land, but here comes Italy. Finds a heal. Finds him to go right back in. Gets the heal from Rascal, and he finds the 2-on-2 kill. Now it's time for Peanut to run away yet again, then he will do so.
Uh-oh.
Last follow, no shockwave, gets the haste Q auto, and it's going to be 5 health remaining. And GA's got to watch out for the minions.
Oh, that was so close. Uses the W for the extra speed. Doesn't have any extra damage to finish off BDD after he moves the Q over to him. And BDD knows he can return to push the wave afterwards. So he gets the last lap in that little trade there. GA, decent attempt, but definitely going to come up short there. Wish he had the extra juice.
This game is getting pretty doomed pretty quickly for LGD. It's a 2,000 build difference at 6 minutes. That is rough, and that's going to take so much effort to come back from, as we get to see what happened in mid lane a second ago to start that entire trade out, and that's why the flash away and the flash follow came through.
Yeah, it was BDD that actually started that one out. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, this is the calm area of the map. Since Jin has gone with the new tech where I actually kind of like it, you know, you start your boots and your bunch of health potions for extra speed for Jin to be able to dodge out on some of the skill shots, the pass-through damage there, but mainly it's for the extra potions for the big sustain that you get for the lane. Meanwhile, Ruler able to farm up in time for the purchase of the tier, plus the extra long swords on his first back, and gets to head right back to lane.
I gotta say, Senna Tom Bench lane with no surprises. Everything is telegraphed and reasonably fair. Turret turns out. Speaking of unfair, he's got no help. Gets a heal, but damage still gonna come through. And they're gonna drop aggro in time. Gen.G find another kill topside. I was hoping to see more pressure, and we're gonna. Shockwave lands in a BDD. Not gonna do much damage though. Walks away and keeps health bar up.
Yeah, this is why there's gonna be so much focus on that early blooper reel from Peanut and the topside Freak. That was just the most devastating thing that can happen to your lane as a top laner. And, you know, you can see him right now. Longxing is just trying to keep it together. He's only level 5 to a level 7 Volibear, so they can go for those dives, and he doesn't have the extra health to come out. But they've pulled off a swap here. They're trying to get him out of the lane. They sent him to the bottom side of the map, bringing up Ruler.
Okay, so I want to see if this can still be pressure for Rascal. If they can use him to get a lead, or if he's stuck in a 1v2, no longer farming against Kramer and Mark. I want to see how it plays out right now. Gen.G have sent Flynn and Light to the mid lane. No fighting just yet. Tears stacking up for the Senna. Double longsword means it is going to be most likely a lethality opener. You can't use 2 longswords to build a Black Cleaver. Praise correct builds into this one as the top lane turret's going to be under fire. It may lose plate.
Yep, that's part of the bonus of getting the early swap off, being the first ones to the play. They get to push the minion wave first. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, you can see that Rascal has found Longxing once again. You're not getting away from the matchup, and it should be constant bullying. You know, he's gone Grasp into the Conqueror of Renekton, so there is actually no way that Renekton ever wins a trade. You know, for the rest of this game, honestly, as Volibear's got such an early lead on the Trinity Force, you go in, your short trade for Volibear just always trumps the Renekton because you don't get to stack up your Conqueror. Maybe if Longxing randomly was able to find a bunch of kills somewhere else and get to a play of the Ruin King super quickly somehow, he would be able to have an answer, but Rascal can just charge up his Grasp proc, go in for the Sheen trade, and there's really not a lot that Longxing gets to say about it. So meanwhile, Clid will spend his time topside to get that very important early Rift Trail. Love this move here where he can you know, guarantee themselves some extra turret plates and keep up the counter jungling.
Attention right now. Easy smite for that one. Rascal wants to fight Longxing, who again doesn't have much to do about this, but run away. Double longsword not strong. Ult forces a flash. That is a gigantic cooldown difference. And even denies part of the wave. There's like 3 casters that got denied away from Renekton. The XP gap grows, the gold gap grows. It's gonna look pretty good. It looks like turret plate number 3, 4, 5 can be under fire topside, almost dead to just the Herald itself.
All right, LGD, let's see what kind of miracle kind of recovery can we actually get up here, because top side of the map is a possibility. Kramer and Mark as Pantheon Jhin do have plenty of C to lock people down, but that's where Clid is going. It's just such a smart move from Clid. He knows that there's no way that Rascal actually gets taken advantage of on the bottom side of the map, so he uses the Rip Hail there.
That's the play. Jungle gank comes in. Mark is there for a little bit of peer pressure, a little bit of support. I'm here just in case. He's going to share a turret plate. You know, hey, I ganked for you. I want this 80 gold.
Yep, honestly, there we go. LGD make the play in the mid lane. They do get the kill on the BDD. No flash used by BDD to try and escape it there either. So Xie and Peanut do find some purchase for themselves.
Double ulti for that one, but you're going to take those when you can. LGD able to get the extra compensation of the Mountain Drake since everyone moved around the way it did. All the pressure was topside for Gen.G. Mid gank came through as a good counterpunch. Right cross map plays. If they strike top, you strike somewhere else. Because, hey, a 3v1 is unlosable, as we have seen so many times, and they knock down a kill. They keep the gold within 2,000. The gold lead, by the way, has not moved in about 4 minutes.
Here's another look at it. Shockwave did hit there for Xie. BDD was trying to trade back, thinking that he could have a 1v1, but once Peanut flashed in, really liked the secure there actually for LGD, and they're making another play.
Here comes the root in place. The flash not going to be enough. Light puts on the shield. Is going to be able to chase him down, though. Shield's not going to be in time, but it is a trade kill onto Mark. A couple of snipes come through. A little bit of damage done, but they will farm under the turret.
Longxing making some usefulness out of a bad situation. He can't lane versus Rascal, so he's going to lend his crowd control to the rest of the team, waiting with them in the brush. Honestly, LGD, it is a big hill to climb to get back out of this, but they are making the necessary steps, and you have to commend them for another big counterplay setup, this time on bottom side of the map, waiting in that brush and finding the kill onto life.
Perhaps going to do more to cement his lead, some more counter jungling, take away the crop, get it for yourself. Adds 4 CS, adds about 100 gold, not too bad there. We still sit 2,500. Gen.G are growing the lead a little bit. You can see 3 leaders here. Rascal, Ruler, and Klid for BDD. Not getting any attention, except from the opposing team. Yeah, he's down on gold a bit, but that's going to be fine. As long as you can win through top, you're going to be okay in this game.
All right, I think they actually need to get the deep wards replaced in that blue quadrant of the jungle too, and that's probably what Klid's priority is at the moment, because you need to isolate your biggest advantage, Rascal versus Longxing, and try and pry this matchup into a bigger advantage for yourself. And Rascal actually just going to hard push the wave instead, and give some minions back to Longxing.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately it's going to be way too hard to push top lane tier 2, and outer turrets you'd rather siege with a Senna. It's just easier to auto-attack from 625 range than it is in melee with the Volibear, so Rascal's going to have to kind of be a bit inventive, I suppose, in mid-game with how he's going to push his lead. It's, yeah, shove and then threaten mid, shove, threaten mid. Okay, Triforce Recall comes in, like now's the time to power fight, right? Super early Triforce, who's he gonna kill?
Yeah, I mean, honestly though, if you have a big minion wave pushing towards you, you can try and just bring it back to your area of the map with, if you have up to 4 range minions, then you can keep it towards your turret with the extra damage that they will do, and then you force Longxing to make those plays, right? You force him to go scavenge for other areas to try and make plays. To his credit, though, he did make that play with Kramer, with Mark, without the cost of losing out any extra. So LGD have been pretty proactive with their other players, not giving up after the early disaster that happened.
All right, down goes the wave. Going to be pushed in towards Mark. Piece of damage here. Grabs the soul, look for a javelin. Not going to land that, but they'll get more damage out of the Senna. Puts him at about 60%, and the wave is cleared as well as it could be. But they are invading in for ward control. They're cutting out to make sure, hey, no one's here for defense. We've got a jungler, 3vx. Let's push in. We see Renekton. We see Orianna. We're not outnumbered. Let's take the ward control. They're fighting for it yet again as the wards come back and forth and back and forth. Swirl Seed is dodged, and Gen.G now own the road to the turret.
Here comes the big bear, though. Rascal's headed down from the top side. That's a big chunk of this.
Ooh, yep. Puts on the shield in time. Wouldn't take damage even if he didn't dodge it. And the turret is getting lower and lower in health, though, as the plates drop. It's, of course, very, very frail. And in about a wave, Gen.G will knock on the second turret of the game.
All right, so looking for Gen.G, they want to create more areas where they can take advantage. Okay, dive.
Gonna flash dodge. Here comes the rest. Flash away for Xie. Shoves him backwards. And a read flash in. He wants the kill, and Longxing was 0-3, but still killed BDD. Looking for round 2, though. Rascal shows up on the board. 2-1 team fight so far, but Gen.G have to run away. Rascal is low, and a shutdown comes through for Mark, and Life is about to lose his. Snipe from downtown. Kramer gets another.
Kramer getting the money is big for LGD. They do get some extra counter kills here out of Gen.G, who are giving up extra pressure. Bottom side, this was a lot because Ruler stayed down there, pushed the extra wave, pushed on the turret, and Gen.G are opening up the map, which is according to gameplay, and you're trying to take away the safety nets that LGD have. But once again, here's another look at what happened on the bottom side. We got to see a little peek of this as Peanut came, with Ignite on him with 50 health left, burning through while Longxing was getting the kill. And Gen.G did get one for themselves, but big chase down on the outside. Nice spear there from Mark. He actually got the shutdown, so that was less than ideal. Volibear was the one with the big lead with the big shutdown. But he is a support that can build some damage, so, Pantheon funding some more lethality there.
Yeah, I mean, I'm always a huge fan of anyone who can get the Umbral Glaive on early game and just start winning the Vision game outright. His Vision score will skyrocket this game. The item is incredible. You one-shot in Viz Wards, you two-shot the control ones. It's going to be wonderful stuff. Klid, though, able to get back on the map. Bot lane wasn't exactly won by Gen.G, but now that they've got some control around the map, he's going to go ahead and grab a Drake for himself. LGD gets the second, less important, the ugly sister, I would say, of the Rift Heralds. It just is what it is, You don't get plates out of this one.
All right, well, Rascal now surrounded by 4 members of LGD. Reinforcements on the way here. Life going to give him an escape for himself. Devour would be at the ready. Meanwhile, again, bottom side, you see Ruler on the Senna. Solo pushing bottom side. Senna doesn't push the waves very quickly at all. But since Gen.G have gone with the, I think, better choice of not giving trades to LGD, since Gen.G are the leaders. They're the ones with the extra advantage. You don't need to give 50-50 trades. You don't have to handshake with this team. And they try and get the answer there.
Well, lane turret is going to fall, and LGD going to tie the turret score to this one, and the game is back to 1,500 gold difference. LGD fighting back from a deficit and clawing their way closer and closer into this game. Rascal's domination from early game has slowed down a little bit. Yes, the CS difference is 30, but Longxing got himself involved in a couple of kills on a tower dive not long ago from that 2,000 gold deficit individually. So far, it's okay for LGD. Now mid is under fire. Gen.G want to get a bit more done. Clid nearly found out. FLICKR could have saved them. Not going to be a huge problem. Kramer forced back. Knocks down what of the wave he can. Ruler not even going to step up to auto the turret.
Yeah, I mean, the tilt-proof mentality, yeah, it's kind of a meme, but he's showing how important it is. LGD's chances still very much alive as they're getting extra damage on the bottom side as well. Rift Trailed, as you said, starts to get the comeback rolling here for LGD. And now you start to look at the deep wards. Eyeballs are on Mark because he's got the safety of an Umbral Glaive. Double control wards, fully stacked up support item here with wards. So Mark is looking for deep wards to get possible teleport flanks for Longxing. We return to the Renekton conundrum of mid-game engage options. If you can get him teleport wards to work off of, Longxing can work some magic. He's definitely done it before. There's a reason that they first pick Renekton for him multiple games. They're looking for those flanks. You get the Pantheon over the top, Renekton teleport from the back, and LGD could still easily get this one, setting themselves up for big shockwaves from Xie.
700 right now, the gold difference. Getting closer and closer in this game. LGD working back. The tilt-proof mentality. The lead in mid lane, 1-0-3 on Xie. Not getting... he's getting pretty close now to his Banshee's Veil, and we're going to get second item pretty soon on Kramer as well, so that's going nicely. Youmu's in for Ruler, going for probably rapid fire third. Next big spawns in 2 minutes, and that's going to be the next big objective. I feel like it's way more likely to be contested than a Baron. Neither team... Actually, I should say the Azir team actually has pretty good Baron damage. You have an Azir on a full Nashor's Tooth. That's actually pretty solid.
Yeah, for sure they do. I think both teams will even have decent damage. Peanut, once he gets the Leandries completed, you get a nice burn there. So we shall see. I don't think there's going to be any sort of crazy sneaks or anything in this game. There should be plenty of vision as the game has evened out. And you can even see by the map right now, LGD's positioning pretty good. They've even got a fairly good shallow ward there up towards the ramp. As Mark has been really on the ball here.
Yeah.
This is a story of why you actually need to put so much emphasis on this mentality control here from LGD, dealing with that early disaster.
This is impressive stuff overall. I mean, their opening of Worlds in the play-ins was a disaster, to be clear. 1-3 in the play-in group stage. They had a tie-break V3 to make it in, and then, okay, they double 3-0 their play-in best of fives to make it to the group stage. And they show up in the group stage. One that people said, well, any team can get first, any team can get last. Their opener was a loss to Gen.G, and it didn't look very pretty. And then we go into week 2, and their opening to Gen.G is horrible. Peanut ints himself out of the turret, gives Rascal a red buff, and it's a 3-0 gold lead in the first 8 minutes, but they have brought it back within 500 now. They've completely brought it back here. They are clearly in a good enough spot to win this game. You talked about scaling force earlier on. That probably still lies with Gen.G, but the mid game is being played better by LGD.
Yeah, and I would turn the scrutiny towards Gen.G because we mentioned both sides of the opportunities that you have to try and further punish and push your lead. When you have Volibear Renekton matchup that far ahead, you can either send the Volibear to go dive towers because your ultimate is perfectly built for it, and you get your other side of the map ahead as well, or you try and freeze in the long lane and force the 1v1 for Longxing, force him to lose out on further resources. But LGD circumvented that plan very nicely, and now they're looking for the long-range engage. Lilia sleep possibilities are here. Peanut keeps throwing out these swirl seeds. He finds Ruler again. Very high value ones that are hitting here, considering his Leandries is now completed for the Dragon fight.
And here we go. The Dragon is alive. Split 1-1 so far. Will be a Cloud Soul game eventually, maybe in 10 minutes or so. Side's being attacked. Gen.G pops on the Shroud. Nice by Ruler. Can't find the way in. Longshing looking for the flank. And they're going to find the route on a BDD. Do they engage? They put the Gen ult in, but not going to find too much there. Shields come in, not a problem. Smite fight coming in soon. Big Sleep going to come across there as well. They get the stun and a clip. They burn the stopwatch. Easy pickup and an easy kill. Longshing doing it from a 0-3 Renekton. He is carrying the team fights. He is carrying the dives. One goes back on the mark though, and now Rascal forced to run away. BDD pops his stopwatch. Life is gone. Kramer looking for the next one. Gonna get away, but they are on the wrong side of the map. Rascal wants to find this fight in the 1v2. Not gonna have an easy time there. Revenge. Gonna find his revenge, as you say. They get the Drake. They get the team fight as well. LGD fighting back.
Longshing is the top laner I want in every single game, Freak. You can criticize Gen.G for not marking him. You can criticize Gen.G for not warding their flanks here on the Dragon that they started up, not looking behind. But I would say full credit over here to Longshing. He was so patient in his flank, watching, waiting for the perfect opportunity to flash in. He does not rush this. He waits for the Dragon to get low. Off screen right there. He's waiting for Clid right next to the wall. Then, as the Dragon gets low, flashes in for the stun, for the execution. Revenge is a dish best served cold, and he's also able to get the counter kill onto Volibear. Now we see Kramer and Chie, how they dealt with the other three members of Gen.G, kiting away. Kramer with the flash, with the dodge on the ultimate to survive a bit longer. They are, of course, in the opposite side of the map, so not a lot of outs that they possibly have to themselves for an escape. But honestly, big story was Peanut surviving barely, just out of range of Rascal, and then Longshing getting his long-deserved kill.
So, Flick's agility giving her that extra 20% crit chance on the soul marks as Rapid Fire Cannon comes through and completes the item overall. So, stacking up on that one so far. I do like the Youmu's early though. Lethality is a great stat. There's no real armor stacks in LGD. Great early item. Now we get to see what the next part of this fight is going to be. BDD, he's burned the Q, so he can't dodge as far. This turret's going to be 2 hours away from death, and She's going to make sure he just knocks the turret down with the minion wave. Don't take any unnecessary damage. She is at the 2 major item. There's a scoop back, though, and it's a one-shot on a Kramer. Mark going to be an easy one, but wait, that shockwave buys a lot of time. Is there going to be a re-engage, though? There is not. The turret will fall. 2 kills to 0 off a great play out of BDD.
And life saves the life of BDD. Rascal looking to come take some.
Can't find the stun. Will find a lot of damage on Shea, who cannot find his way out. Suddenly 3 kills unanswered. Come through for Gen.G, and Baron is on the table.
Gen.G alive. They have no reason not to rush towards this Baron. Ruler gonna give Peanut a little taste here. If you get any closer, he's going down. That should be secured Baron here for Gen.G, considering there's no teleport on Longshing, no crazy movement for anybody to get back there for a steal. Gen.G, wake back up. They don't want to let this comeback complete.
Well, you gotta say, a lot of big moments in this game. Longshing's flank flash in the Dragon Pit was exciting. BDD right there, probably the single biggest moment of that game. I want to see this replay, single-handedly giving this lead.
Huge sweep here onto both members of the bottom lane, and look at that, Kramer, he's dead before he hits the ground. The life is there for the Devour on BDD, saves him after the heroics, and allows Kramer as well to respawn.
And now it's time for the Baron power play, right? It's how much can Gen.G get. This game has been back and forth. It was last time those two fought. Honestly, this is going to be the fight. Now, Gen.G with the Red Bull Baron, what can they get? 1,500 gold is what you get just from killing Baron itself, by the way. So this so far is negative marks in the top right scoreboard. You got to get some actual turret pressure, some more setup on objectives. The Drake should be a freebie, which should tie up the score 2-2. What can Gen.G get?
Definitely developed into an incredibly interesting game here, as top side should be the target. Rascal going to be under attack very quickly, so LGD look like they're going to give up on that bottom side priority and go 4v1.
Launching, looking for the 4v1. Rascal trying to get away. They're going to find a couple of slows.
Still ult too.
He is on the way out. Going to ult, but he can't get over the wall. Had to dodge away from the stun. Couldn't get more clearance, but he's still running. Now Kramer trying to set it up. It's a 5v1 on a Rascal. Botlane still under fire. Finds himself the root. This should be the kill, and he will finally go down. Shut down. Crucially goes to Xie. But what do they lose? Bot lane tier 2 and inhibitor turret both drop.
Raid boss down, but the pushing power of Baron on the bottom side allows Gen.G big answers. Bottom side is open. Inhibitor down as well. They finish the job.
Is there going to be a re-engage? Because Rascal's dead for 30 seconds. Yes, teleport is up, but Drake is on the map. Gen.G cannot shop with all the gold they earned from those turrets. Will LGD try to contest the Drake? And if they do, you see Gen.G camping on wards. They say, nah, never mind, let's just go for it. But this now gave up some crucial seconds. They're delaying, I guess, now until Rascal shows back up so they can fight a real 5-on-5.
Yeah, his teleport is ready here for Rascal, so Gen.G are laying the trap. And they're kind of allowing LGD, if they were going to make that mistake, to walk through their own red quadrant, which is now under the control of Gen.G with all the time spent, extra wards that they've had in the last second. Here goes Ruler. Can he land it?
Kramer, he's trying to get away. Javelin won't land, but they find some slows out of Ruler. A little bit more, no flashes aggressively. They're not going to get anything more done, but mid is still under fire. Flicking a zero turret for safety. Dive in makes it easy. Mid lane inhibitor turret is now gone, and they are still pushing in for this. That's the kind of play I wanted to see out of this Baron. They got 2 inhibitors, they got 4 turrets, and Gen.G are well in the driver's seat.
Yep, right back on track for them. They had a decent lull there in the middle with LGD setting up very nice counterplay, but we're looking at Ruler once again. There's a reason this guy is the star of the team. With the Senna looking very, very powerful, even keeping the extra control wards here for the team. After this Baron, they can reset. That is 2 inhibitors down, so it makes it very easy. Even though normally you're looking up at that Dragon Timer thinking there will be a lull coming up to it, with double inhibitors secured, with that critical follow-up Baron play, Freak, that you like so much, Gen.G have opened the window to keep the pressure up. They can just go topside. Super minions will stream in during mid lane and on the bottom side of the map. So BDD pushing with confidence.
A quick call out I want to give is to items. It's not Worlds, not talking about items apparently in 2020. Infinity Edge is garbage on Senna. I know Jackie Love builds it, I know Ruler build it, and they are the best AD carries in the world. The item is about 1/3 as good on Senna as any other marksman. Just build Armor Pen or something. There are better stats than Infinity Edge crit. The math does not lie. This item is trash. Moving on, though, they're going to win almost certainly regardless. 5,300 gold lead, waiting to go for more sieging with 2 inhibs down. LGD can barely leave their base.
And again, with the extra 6-man of the super minions coming in, Gen.G can now just slowly whittle away at the last remaining inhibitor turret. Ruler using the extra range here that he's acquired for Senna nicely, getting that poke damage down. Peanut constantly having to dodge away from spears, from these extra skill shots. The range advantage from Nidalee and Senna now fully functional 30 minutes in.
He escaped and spit back. Ruler going to stay fine, and Mark couldn't quite find his way in, but did burn the Ignite, did burn his Flash, so now a Summonerless Pantheon make it harder to make it in. But now BDD under fire, goes on a half HP, but he can be healed back up. Ruler still feeling safe, gonna have to take a long way back around the wall, but still trying to siege through the mid lane. Get the team grouped up and go for the big play to close out the game. They are not content to wait for Baron. They want to win here, so mid is still the point of pressure. Rascal on the bottom side. His ult can turn off both Nexus turrets, and they can go for a winner pretty quickly here. Will they do it? Still sieging defensively. No one's going for the turrets just yet. Top lane can be pushed right back in, and BDD can start dealing the damage. No one around to stop him just yet. Turret's on a half HP. The flash in. Peanut got to find the double sleep. And what's the re-engage? A root in, and from downtown, Kramer trying to bomb like it's at the Apollo, and he finds the first one. It's time now for Xie to get back, but a 1-for-0. Launching is there. Life spits one out, but Ruler is still going to fall, and it's time for a new king. It's time to knock down Life. They will get 1 trade back from Rascal. But inside their base, LGD get 4-1.
20 seconds left on the Baron, and the death timers for Gen.G will be long enough, so LGD actually choose their timing very carefully there, waiting until the last second, waiting for a closer spawn, then going for the team fight victory. that decision right there, the timing of it really does mean a lot, as Gen.G were knocking on the door, but until they actually knock over the other inhibitor, it didn't really matter. And so the patience from LGD before they finally pull that engage was critical here. There are so few options left open, but Peanut found it. Flashing in, finding the sleep, teleport follow-up from Longxing. What a good job getting through such a narrow comeback possibility here from LGD, capitalizing on the teamfight victory with Baron.
BD looking for any stragglers, will not find one. The timing was close enough, but he couldn't find his way in and maybe catch Longxing with reinforcements. I gotta point out that Renekton now has higher kill participation and more XP than Rascal. 0-3-1 Renekton to a 3-0-1 Volibear, and Longxing has had more effect on this game from that point on.
Actually, so well played from Longxing, considering the early start to this game. But it has gotten so intense, Freak, here. Back to the current situation, we're basically split. And LGD, I can't re-emphasize enough how imperative it was that they got the timing right on their re-engage, because if you win that team fight instantly as Gen.G came into your base, you pulled that off 30 seconds beforehand, you wouldn't have been able to capitalize with a Baron after your team fight victory. So intelligent choice there by LG to get them right back into it, bring us to this critical dragon.
Will not find any more pokes just yet. The root comes through, he's at half, and now it's going to be the easy shot for Azir. No one's going to stop, they're going for mid lane instead. It's a trade, it's a cross-map play to go for a couple of turrets. LGD will claim mid lane tier 2 easily. Extra Cloud Drake not going to matter, but there's a big chunk of damage. Ruler nearly drops. So much damage coming through. GA finds a lot there with a shockwave from the Fog of War. And suddenly, mid lane is under even more fire. The inhibitor is laid bare. Mark coming back in, Longxing with the squad. Not gonna find that swirl seed, but LGD are going for the Nexus turrets. Gen.G must defend now. LGD get turret number 1. In goes Rascal. Will they fight or will they go for the base? The first turret's gonna fall. They can't find the scoop, but will it be enough for the kills? Yes, it will. LGD are crushed off the map. They get structures, but not a single champion remains.
Freak! They just crushed them on the Nexus like they were bugs. LGD pushing towards the Nexus with the Baron buff. They don't have enough to finish it off with any sort of timing there, and Gen.G sweep it right back. I thought for sure they were going to turn around at the end, but Gen.G arrive in time. They actually have the most comical ending to this game. I cannot believe it. What a delivery from start to finish.
Late game demolition versus get every Nexus. Gen.G looking to close it out here. Turret 1 will fall, and let them show you how to do it. They'll get the Nexus turrets. The Nexus itself still under fire. Rascal's got the Triforce. It deals tons of damage, and the Nexus falls for Gen.G.
Oh, hell yeah. That's what I come to Worlds for, Freak. Nexus to Nexus drives from both teams. LGD with that Baron. I really loved the push up the middle to get the inhibitor, but then you have to have the plan for what you do once you are pinned inside the base. And committing up to the double Nexus turret rush for themselves so heavily. Gen.G arriving in time, they're able to scrape them off the Nexus, and they're able to run it back in time as well.
Okay, this is exciting. Of course, we can still have LGD top the group with help, but we now have a tie at first. Again, 3-1 for Gen.G, 3-1 for Fnatic. They will play again today. Fnatic won last time around. They may well be poised to be the favorites of the group, but Gen.G want to challenge that. And the LCK resurgence has definitely been a story so far at Worlds. We already saw Damwon top their group. Gen.G could be the second LCK team to do so, and they have control of destiny to make that happen.
Whew, and that was a wild ride too. Yeah. Control is definitely something that is fleeting in this group, at least.
Yeah.
Really like the play though that came out in the very end as Gen.G were able to run it all the way back. Got a little bit worried as the spawn timers were coming up. Super exciting push back and forth from both teams. Honestly, considering how that game opened up, they had a lot more fight here from LGD. Regardless of the outcome, I still give my top honors for any player in that game to Longxing. You did it, buddy. Till proof it was an amazing comeback, even though they didn't get the victory.
They didn't get the victory, but they can still fight for it. Of course, they can still make it out of this group as well. They've got fights to have. So let's check out Gen.G's Mercedes drive to victory, the top lane fight that gave them the Baron.
All right, let's relive this one. BDD comes in with the big sweep. This was at the moment where LGD were making a lot of their comebacks come through. Life is there. He devours BDD, so he doesn't go down after making the hero play. It's not over either because Rascal there on the volley bear comes up. He picks up another kill for themselves, and he focuses right on Xie, able to get the smite down. They finish off the Orianna. Without that, there's no more threat left on the enemy team, and that was what led to the Baron pickup.
Yeah, a wild game, absolutely. I mean, there are probably 4 or 5 like game-deciding moments, and then it would just come back the other way, and then someone else would get a game-deciding moment, and then it would go back and forth over and over.
So are they really game-deciding moments?
In other games, they would be, is the thing. The level, the 3-0 Volibear would have been a game-deciding moment, and yet Longxing made the big play, and then he assassinates the entire Gen.G team.
I'm undecided.
Right, they're back. It's a game-deciding moment, and then back and forth again. BD had the scoop that we just saw. A great game, and I'm so glad there are more to play in this matchup. We're going to toss to a break. When we come back, though, we're going to have more exciting games and a breakdown of how that one went. The World's Anthem Takeover is on Spotify, so head over to League of Legends official playlist. You can stream Takeover and watch the full behind-the-scenes video on the making of the Takeover music video. That's available only on Spotify. We will hear more about LGD versus Gen.G after the break, so be sure to stick around.
Hey Mercedes, legends run wild, each one unique, with astonishing power. Unstoppable master warriors, ready to compete. Seeking glory. We live it, we breathe it. We have each other's back. Together, we become legends, icons of a new generation.
No one is promised tomorrow.
Playtime's over. They're mine now. Fear the assassin with no master.
Legends never die when the world is calling you. Can you hear them screaming out your name? Legends never die, they become a part of you. Every time you bleed for reaching greatness, relentless you survive.
Welcome back, everyone, to the State Farm Analyst Zone for a closer look at LGD versus Gen.G. Well, we promised you at the top of the day that this was going to be a crazy group with interesting games, and that is understating it. Now, my man Yamato said in the break that he had the perfect way to describe that game. The floor is yours.
Now you put a lot of pressure on me,
Yeah.
bro. The way I would describe it is, has anyone ever had a laptop where the battery is really bad and you have to really plug it in, the power cord, but then sometimes a position where it just dies? That's kind of how I felt about this game, because it was like moments of brilliance, your lovely laptop is working, and then the cable goes out, it's like, oh no, all my progress is gone. That's how I felt about this game.
Okay, that did work.
In this metaphor, Gen.G are your potentially...
My lovely laptop.
Lovely laptop, bad battery. The cord here in this case, LGD Gaming. Where are they going to go? Are they going to plug in like they're supposed to? Or are they just going to randomly come out and change the entire
And all I can gather from the reactions of the LPL experts on Twitter is this is classic LGD. Like, this happens all the time. And actually, they often get wins off the back of crazy plays like this, but it wasn't to be.
I think the thing that you have to recognize, and we recognize this a bit domestically in the LEC with G2 as well, but when teams want to throw wild punches or want to drag you down, you know, wrestle in the mud, you just have to go with them. You don't really have a choice. And so anytime LGD are playing this way, no matter what Gen.G want to do, it's not going to look clean because they have to respond to the punches that LGD are throwing.
Yeah, for sure.
Let's look at the draft, Yamato. A different look, I think. They went against what we said about Gen.G at the top of the day. I believe the win conditions you guys said, play towards your bottom lane, BDD to bot, and make that happen. But it was a lot about Rascal in this game.
Yeah, I think it just comes down to this Nidalee pick. Klid is a great Nidalee, but the moment you lock in Nidalee, Set is banned, Lucian is out, you kind of force yourself into a position where you're going to pick that Volibear into Renekton. It's all about that Nidalee pick. It shapes your draft around it. And on paper, the draft looks fine because they have the Volibear-Nidalee synergy, but in terms of what we expect from Gen.G, it looks very, very different. Barring in this game, Rascal had a good performance together in that 2v2 top lane, and as Freak said in the cast, after all those things happened, I kind of felt like the game was over, but in the end it kind of wasn't. It was just a wild look for Gen.G.
Yeah, and this is one of the moments where specifically the game felt like it was over, where so many resources were burned topside. And it makes a lot of sense that LGD want to play around topside. They have the Renekton for the setup, and historically, Rascal has not always been the strongest point for this team. But that said, if anyone's ever going to bite off more than they can chew, it is certainly Peanut in the jungle. That was dramatic. Oh my God.
The mustache, Jesus. And then the dive to follow it up. Renekton is a sad crocodile. The man was 9 CS here. And then the continuation, really nice W here on Renekton to line up for the second W to heal him up. There's no healing reduction, and then boom, there goes the first heal, and then there's no damage from Lilia. She's just trying to pet him, but it doesn't really kill him.
Well, of course, that turnaround in the top lane on the first gank notwithstanding, we are starting to see a little bit more appreciation for what Volibear can bring, especially in things like this, where you're getting dove or when you have to out 1v1 someone.
Yeah, I think this matchup is just very much can go either way, and whoever gets any kind of early advantage is really set up for success, because level 6 is huge for both these champions. And in the case of Volibear, while on paper it's not stronger than what Renekton can bring to the table with Dominus, when you're specifically trying to set up dives on the tower against an underleveled opponent, that's like the perfect, ideal situation for Volibear, and Gen.G made good on that. They made it work.
Yeah, and just to add to how that matchup works, like Renekton needs to stack his Rage to be able to trade with Volibear, and Volibear needs to stack his passive. So the nature is whoever is allowed through the sheer force of jungle presence is allowed to hit the wave is going to win it out, and Volibear just has an easier time to achieve that.
Fast forwarding then to kind of everything that happened in the mid game, all of a sudden LGD win a team fight when they're pushed into their own base and then try and cut Gen.G off and go for the finish. Okay, so one, do you agree with trying to go for the finish? And two, did something go wrong in the execution?
So I actually love running down mid lane as a response to them taking that objective. It's just how far they ran down mid lane that I start to draw issue with. Because at some point, maybe the call is, let's turn, let's fight here. Let's take one last shot in a big fight. Instead, the call is, no, we lose the fight. Let's just race the Nexus. Like, we're trapped here. We have to go with this. So I think
what's the alternative?
I mean, the second that they take mid lane tower, they can walk up, they can try to force a fight in the jungle, or they can try to get out, depending on how determined Gen.G are to chase. But I don't think they had to bet it all right there. I think they could have gone for 1 or 2 turrets and settled for a smaller advantage.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Like, the moment that situation was playing out, my Azir bone was like, oh my goodness, this is the dream situation for him. But to summarize the game, I felt like both games that Gen.G played against LGD, we saw a Gen.G that I don't recognize, and I was in the LCK. Very strange that LGD managed to pull them down there, and I think in a scenario where LGD maybe scaled better within their draft, maybe they could have taken that game away.
Yeah, I completely agree. And it's always shocking to me to see how quickly like a team that we look at as very controlled and cool-headed. That was the big strength of Gen.G. In their series versus DRX, the second they got a lead, it was like systematic. It was surgical the way they closed out these games. But today, they got a lead and then, well, they threw it away, they got it back, they threw it away again, they got it back. At the end of the day, LGD threw harder, and Gen.G were definitely ahead for the entirety of that game, but it felt like a close game when it absolutely should not have.
And it was a very entertaining one. That's always the case when teams make wrong decisions. Usually it's kind of fun to watch, and this group is delivering so far, especially in the second one in terms of implications. Gen.G is up versus TSM next, and if they win that game versus TSM, Gen.G would be guaranteed at least a tiebreaker game for a spot in quarters. And if Fnatic beat LGD, both Fnatic and Gen.G would then be through, but we will clear that out when we get to that next game and past that next game, because it gets a bit complicated with possible tiebreakers. Hey, the group's delivering so far. I mean, I got flashbacks of an Elise not getting an auto attack off on a Nexus when LGD ran down the mid lane. That was also an LPL team, but they won that then. So this is what we like to see at Worlds, though, Yamato.
Yeah, for sure. Just you know, the fact that 2 games are played and everything is still wide open. Like even all the way to the end when Gen.G and TSM, I mean, Gen.G and Fnatic are going to play each other. That might be for the first place, and that means so much in this tournament.
I'm nervous for Fnatic, if I'm honest. We were talking a little bit backstage. Like, I still have full faith that they're going to go through, but at the end of the day, that LGD matchup is going to be important unless LGD just start throwing games left and right, Because Gen.G got pulled into the dirt, but Fnatic liked the dirt. They want to be down. They want to be fighting dirty. They want to be there, and that's what scares me. It worries me a little bit. They've been clean so far. They've been controlled so far. If they can keep it together, I think they'll be fine, but that's not necessarily their strong suit.
So much left to be decided today, and we'll see if Gen.G, again after the break, can pick up another win as they face TSM.
Gen.G are just taking everything they can in a heartbeat.
TSM now find themselves in a 0-3 situation and a massive uphill battle to climb if they still want to get out of this group.
I'm feeling like it's pulling me under. You tell me take my hand and trust me if you can. I know I'll be okay if I hold you, and I'm not letting go. You've woken up this feeling inside me. It's opened up my eyes, this thing I cannot hide. Do anything to keep it around me, and I'm not letting go.
Hello and welcome back. It's game 3 of Group C here. TSM versus Gen.G is the battle. TSM at this point, all they have left to do is play spoiler or try to finish up in 3rd, which may still be possible based on the results so far, at least tying LGD at that point. Gen.G are fighting for, of course, a spot in the quarterfinals. There are 16 permutations of results left. In one of those 16, Gen.G gets 3rd, mostly if they lose out. In one of those, they are in a 3-way tiebreaker. In all other 14 permutations, they are simply in to the top 8. If they beat TSM, they are at worst in a tiebreaker. And this is what they're hoping for, of course, is at least top 2 in the group, but they would love to top it with that date with Fnatic later on in the day. TSM looking to get some of that egg off their face, hoping to get themselves 2 wins overall to close out their Worlds run.
Exactly. TSM right now playing for honor. And I don't even need any differences in champion select from them. I'm looking for corrections on the field, in the play, from the players. More proactive, that killer instinct. Don't let the opponents run the game. Let's take a look here, though. Final ban from Gen.G is the Camille, taking it away from the hands of Broken Blade.
Okay, it will be a different win condition then for TSM, but they do get Lucian picked up here. Certainly a highly prized mid laner. The most contested mid of Worlds, banned almost every single game, and last I checked was 4-0 in the group stage. It's banned that often. It's only been played 4 times.
Yep, has not lost yet. Very powerful right now in the solo lanes. TSM themselves used this in North America in the LCS playoffs. It was a big pickup for them, consistently banned after they found their victories where it's a high pressure lane. Broken Blade was able to successfully use it. They can flex it to Bjergsen as well, so really like the first pickup here for TSM, and I wonder what Gen.G were thinking as far as their counter is going to be. And with an Ornn reveal, I'd say that their counter, their thinking, where their thoughts are is we are going to outscale TSM's early aggression. We don't think that they are going to bring it to us as they saw earlier in the day, and they think that they can just get to those extra Ornn items. Senna can stack up her souls and play through that way.
Now looking to find some magic damage in the jungle. Not going to go for Nidalee, instead a champion with a bit more crowd control down in the jungle for Spica there on the Lilia. Now, across TSM, Broken Blade actually has the most Lucian games this split. Bjergsen yet to play it. We know, of course, he can. Doublelift has won on the split so far, and now it's time for their 3rd pick. We know what's going on the other side. You've got the Senna coming down there. Has never been flexed as a sort of real support pick. It's always been Ruler taking it as a farmer down there. We know Ornn is going to be up in the top lane. BDD does play tank some, but likely up there. Volibear going to be the answer against this one, which means Lucian is mid or bot.
Yeah, I honestly think Senna's support kind of sucks. I'm definitely not a big fan, so I'm hoping that they do put it in Ruler's hands. And they do draft the Graves, so looking for a high damage control mage. Highly probable there for BDD. That's probably what TSM will have to focus their bans out. Meanwhile, Gen.G looking across at the Volibear Lucian solo lanes. Trying to figure out what they're going to do about support, take away some of the engage opportunities. Again, a big part of if you are trying to go for a better scaling composition is taking away long-range engage and crowd control supports from your opponents so that they can't force on you early. They don't get to put the extra pressure on your lanes and on your dragon stacking.
Right now, a couple of mid lane bans coming through to protect most likely Bjergsen's pick on this Lucian. That's where everyone else puts the champion, but we'll have to see. It is flexible for a while. Braum comes in as a 2nd support ban, a good answer to Ornn. You put up the shield, you break Ornn's ulti, makes that champ pretty weak overall, and you have enough marksmen to kill him in a long-scale team fight without the crowd control. So it's a protection ban on that side, not necessarily for the 2-on-2, but the team fights overall. TSM need one final ban. Will it also be aimed at mid lane, or is it maybe you know, support ban or something to set up for a good matchup?
Probably another, well, there you go. Leona is taken out, not going to allow any sort of roam around there from life. Let's see with the early one. They can actually save BDD's pick for guaranteed counter pick for themselves. They already are seeing the Lucian and Volibear though, so I'd say you know, go for it. Hit him with the control mage's pick right now. I think Orianna, Azir, both decent options. The Lucian is going to have pressure into you regardless, because you know you do need that AP damage for your team given the setup that you have right now. So just go for it and play a little bit defensive early on.
Helio, so it's gonna be TSM looking much more around bot side. They played 4 games more or less of trying to have Broken Blade carry, and that had not turned to anything fruitful instead. So it's now the Bjergsen and Doublelift show. Double marksman, lane bully on one side, late game team fighting on the other, and everyone else is there to support that initiative. Hard engage, a little weak. Thresh Hook isn't amazing. Volibear ulti isn't amazing. Swirl Seed is mediocre. We get Tahm Kench to make the bot lane a little bit safer. Honestly, Senna TK gonna have no problems in the early 2-on-2. You don't have any real kill pressure there. We'll see now if the Orianna team fighting can be what wins for Gen.G.
Yeah, and you know, some big individual picks here for TSM. Lucian and Thresh have been some of the most banned champions at the entire tournament. Biofrost, there's a big magnifying glass on him for creating plays for this team, you know, trying to work with Spica's Lilia for these you know, invades, trying to get some camps taken away, some control there, and we shall see. Can TSM get on the board, fighting for honor here in the group, but also could be a big spoiler to Gen.G. Gen.G's hopes are high for first seed coming off that previous victory versus LGD.
The only way Gen.G could be denied a at least tiebreaker for getting out of groups, the only way they can be dropped to just straight up third is if TSM win this game. There would have to be more going on. Of course, it's not the only scenario, but that would be TSM allowing an LCK team to fall out in groups. We'll see if that comes through here. Again, TSM really only fighting for honor. They can do at best a tie for third. If LGD drop all their games and TSM win theirs, it's a little bit of saving face, but they can never make quarterfinals with the 0-4 record. Just the way the groups have shaken out so far. Gen.G, though, looking for dominance. A little bit of early pressure top side as Spica fights Clid. Trying to push him out of the jungle, will do so. And as they knock down the ward, they get the gold, they get the XP, but now it's another 3-on-3, and Spica's going to be in a weird spot. Now you can see Clid, of course, they're fighting over the chickens, and you get a ton of regen from Lilia. With your Q lands and these things, you get all your health bar back entirely, and it is another trend of LCS teams with a good level 1 putting out a really good start to the game. Up a full camp. Clid just now starting on his blue buff.
This is the signs of life that LCS fans are looking for from TSM. You know, some proactive play, starting to get off on the right foot. This does section the map, so Biofrost and Doublelift will have to be cognizant. Clid has to be bottom side of the map. Be careful with your trading. Be careful with pushing for early level 2. BDD getting chased down into the river by Clid.
Clid is here. They're going to go for the re-engage with Ghost. Spica may have to flash. When's he going to burn the Summoner? Has to go for the flash follow. Not going to get any more. Puts the thumbs up. And it's 2 flashes for Gen.G plus the Ghost for the flash of Spica.
Meanwhile, Devour.
Big damage on a Thresh. Immediate flash away. But Biofrost, once again, this is TSM caught in level 2 versus level 1, 2-on-2, and losing Summoners for that play.
And it's a Hell of Blades Tahm Kench, or no, it's not the Hell of Blades Tahm Kench, and he still got it stacked up in time to get it off. Because of the mid play, though, where they chase out Spica, it is going to be Clid stealing this away while Spica can come find him. There's no smite for Spica, so Clid should be able to get it regardless.
Healing up, they're going for the fight at least. Watch out, Eep could be some damage. There's a smite take, but it's level 2 for each. Clid will get over the wall with the jump, and Doublelift is on the chase. He's got the shots coming through, bit of a slow, a chop for life, but Clid could still be the target. Jump's going to be down for a few more seconds, and first blood comes through for Bjergsen, the kind of game NA fans wanted to see, but now the re-engage on Doublelift could be good. He's rooted in places at 50 health, and life takes a bite out of crime. Time to get away. Does have the flash, can do so. Does he need it? And he is going to burn the flash, gets away from piercing light. Now a fight on the top side. Spica in a battle with BDD. The flashless Orianna. The red buff is on. Watch out! Eve North America finally showed up in Group C.
Broken Blade trying to go for a trade under the tower is going to get pushed off with the extra tower shots, but this is also double buffs on mid lane Lucian. Bjergsen getting that kill is huge, and since Spica also with the 1v1 on his lane opponent, because BDD did not have either summoner spell from the last time they chased him down, is very good signs there for TSM. Spica going to be able to get the crab afterwards, replenishing his mana critically as he goes for the second Raptor steal. 2 minutes is the respawn on smaller camps. He's going to get scouted out here, but shouldn't be too dangerous for him.
Really not fightable overall. He knows he has smite for the big chicken, and honestly, Orianna doesn't exactly one-shot those things. And again, Lilia is so good at fighting for Raptors because you get something like 3 health per second regen on anything you tag with a spell. And there's, what, 6 pieces of that camp? So you're like out-regenning auto-attack DPS from any early to mid-game scenario. You are always safe taking that camp, and yeah, no problem at all. Spica walks right out.
Yeah, it's similar things for Hecarim, for Kayn, anybody that can apply Talisman to, you know, all the multiple targets. Evelynn as well. All these AoE early level junglers. It is very easy too, once you pull off a level 1 invade, to keep up the timer on the Raptors. 2 minutes is really easy for a return, since Raptors are centered at the mid lane. It's really easy to make your jungle path very flexible around that area, especially since you have a Lucian.
You know, right now it's still a close game. 400 gold difference is going to keep it close. The smite goes through. Clid gets bottom scuttle. As Spica finish Krugs, they're going to fight over this ward, and the Drake could well be attacked, but it was leashed by Double. If they didn't want to take the fight, loses some health, gets lengthened out. Not going to mean too much overall. We stay at the 400 gold difference. Top lane, small farm lead to the Volibear. You kind of expect to win lane against Doran somewhere early on. And an uninterrupted lane. So far, so good for Broken Blade. Again, it means more to look at the bottom side of the map. Early recall came through for Double for a Cole. Very similar here for Ruler on the Senna. So far, lane lead for Gen.G's duo.
And both junglers have not been seen in quite a while, so you can see the hesitation here. BDD slowly moving up. Doesn't want to expose himself too much to the Lilia. His Ghost has now come back off cooldown, so that plus calling Clid over does give him the confidence to push in.
Decent damage. Couldn't quite hit the turret with the ulti, so still takes a lot of damage back from turret shots. Broken Blade still going to maybe look for pressure. He's going to bring Spica nearby as well as they knock down the ward. But Clid is here as well. They spot each other. Junglers know what's going on. Level lead for Spica, though, means he's going to feel pretty safe. And they get the route into the turret, so Life going to lose most of the gray health healing he got. And he's at about 2/3 walking away from that play. Top lane control still seems to go TSM's way. Clid cannot fight for the control ward, and that will regen. Now it's time to heal up off of these Krugs, and Clid cannot face check. It will be another camp stolen away, and Spica already up 14 CS with the Krug steal as well, going to be even farther ahead. Clid can really now step into his own jungle. TSM owning a lot of these lanes. Clid at half. This is the kind of performance people wanted to see out of TSM, and we only get it in Game 5.
And we touched on jungle theory early on in the first game, where the rise of these power clearers is greatly accelerated by strong lanes for yourself. During that entire scenario where you're talking, Lucian, Bjergsen was moving up into the jungle too. So there is no possible answer from Gen.G. TSM playing around their jungler, trying to lift Spica up, but Life as well now has got a reset and roamed out as a support to have something to say about it.
All right, trading blows now, fighting for the red buff. This is dangerous for Spica. Gets the double sleep. He's not going to get much more. Red will be taken by Clid level 4 to level 6, but Smite was down, so Spica couldn't get any more done, but it's still 44-29 in the jungle right now, and still momentarily a 2-level lead. Want to point one thing out about these Cole recalls, getting a lot out of AD carries. It's great on pickaxe champions like Ruler Senna, because that's the recall he wants. Doublelift cannot afford BF Sword at a normal BF Sword timing, and has to get the smaller piece of Infinity Edge. I'm not a huge fan of the Cole recall on BF Sword champions.
All right, but it does give a little bit of time there for the roam too. We saw a very impactful move from Life, Biofrost mirroring a little bit, but no extra vision played behind in the jungle there. So after the reset, they're still going to have to try and contest towards the river. And right now, Ruler and Life with the slow push accruing here on these minions. He's not trying to push it very quickly. He's building it up, waiting for the extra pressure and control wards to come down.
Flash follow, stun top side. Rascal's ulti, it's not gonna matter though. Culling comes through, and TSM find their 3rd kill of the game. 600 gold lead now to the North American LCS champions.
Oh, and this minion wave is all in Broken Blade's control. He actually looks like he's hard pushing it because they want to accelerate their objective take. Bjergsen leashes this Riftchild for Spica to come right over. They don't go for the freeze on it. Bottom side, though, under harassment. We talked about that big minion wave that was slowly building up for Ruler and Life, and they're trying to punish Doublelift under the tower, make him miss some of the CS.
Find the root and a soul taken away from Doublelift now. Clid taking away Krugs. Sorry, and maybe for the dive here as well. Starting to walk backwards now as the TSM duo. Heal is used. Great flash lantern.
Separation.
Brings him to safety. Yeah, that's a good play right there. Spica, though, off the burn of a flash and a heal. Gets top side scuttle and can look to get even more done. I should say Rift Herald gets another Raptor Camp steal. 21 CSD now in the jungle. This is going to be one of the biggest jungle differences we have seen. Yes, the level 1 is certainly relevant, but he's kept the pressure up. Bot still under fire. 2 turret plates already taken. It's just TSM so far on the back foot here. And I mean, bot lane is kind of one of their win conditions, and so far it's really not gotten off the ground.
Yeah, these are the ramifications of splitting the map. You have top side, big CS difference for Lilia, pressure on this Ornn, consistent top triangle focus. Guess what? That means Doublelift and Biofrost, Gen.G know that you have no extra resources, and you're forced to kind of fend for yourselves down here. So good punishment continuing to come out from Ruler and Life, but Doublelift decided in his darkest hour he would turn to the 200 years of experience to rely upon for TSM's first victory at Worlds. And he will be scaling up the coals that you talked about, fairly decently close on pace, as Doublelift's going to have to do a couple more waves for himself to be able to cash in on his.
So far, we're going to see a still close game. 800 difference, certainly winnable from Gen.G, though they are fighting in from behind. They're kind of in the LGD boat. All right, early game is a bit rough, it's a bit tough, but can we find ourselves in a team fights? That's certainly a possibility here. Broken Blade still trading in. Will be clapped back almost, but he walks away in time. And despite no boots of speed, still managed to build the distance. Shoves in the wave for the most part, and we'll put him under turret yet again. Temporarily 19 CS lead, but Rascal has an extra wave to clear.
Yeah, and Gen.G knew this, going for the draft. We talked about their first 2 picks, picking up that Ornn, trying to scale up for later. He wants to clear out this minion wave because the dive is a-coming.
Dive is coming, but Broken Blade can ult and do it anyway. Minion wave doesn't really have to matter here. They can knock down the plate. Here comes the ulti in, and now here comes the rest of the dive. Sentinel comes in to buy some extra time. Nice knockup, but it's not going to matter. Broken Blade drops the aggro. Spica does the same. A nice kill on the top side, and it is TSM, still to the old habits, playing around that side of the lane. Nice ulti in for Light's going to bring in the squad. Biofrost has no way out. He can flay, but he's going to run out of health pretty quickly. There's the kill coming through. Life claims kill credit, and you don't want to see it. Gen.G's only kills are on the Tahm Kench. Anyone else would be better here. Regardless, TSM will knock down the entire top side turret, so even when they draft for an Aphelios Lucian comp, it is still top side they play around.
Yeah, I mean, this is them trying to pry open their advantage. You have choices of trying to play around your strengths or your opponent's strengths. And TSM, very much more proactive this game than the first one of the day that we saw around them, sticking to that game plan. 3 kills now on Bjergsen on that Lucian mid, and he is going the crit build. The Essence Reaver early here, do like this from him. Yeah. We'll see it actually have a very nice power curve. Even though Gen.G do have an Ornn, very useful for those team fights with the CC. I actually think Aphelios, there we go, Spica actually does get the Ghost out of BDD, playing very cautiously on his side. I do think that, crit build Lucian and Aphelios will have answers. It isn't going to be an unkillable tank later on.
For sure. I want to believe part of why Bjergsen went for the build he did is because of the early kills. He had BF Sword money on the first recall and is like, I could do Pickaxe Sapphire Crystal, or I could just go BF Sword and have more lane pressure. And even though Manamune is obviously very, very good, it gives you, infinite mana and really good damage, he's like, you know what, let's Power Spike, let's get some more pressure, and he's been able to roam around the map as a result, right? The finished Essence Reaver is all the CDR you need to shove waves forever, and getting the top side is part of the reason TSM have this 2,000 gold lead. Early armor stacking for BDD, right? The arm guard is in, he's still going towards the Seraphs. Manamune completed for Ruler, and it's an armor stacking team. Ninja Tabby are in on 2 members already.
Yep, definitely expected there. Good value purchases for themselves. Lots of auto attacks coming in too, so you actually do get good value out of the passive. Definitely is key. Bottom side, attracting junglers here as we see Clid roaming down. It could be a possible lane gank there. They do have control wards through the river too, so TSM, I don't see them getting overly aggressive. Doublelift and Biofrost have been playing cautiously on weak side this entire time. It's more up to, will Spica come down to cover this one? Because they've already accomplished their goal on the top side. Problem is that Deep Ward saw him.
Here comes the dive. Okay, it is a full 3-on-2 down here. Gonna try to get the lantern, but no, the control boards are placed too well. Beautifully played by Gen.G. Lantern did not matter. Spica is here too late, but that is a nice hook. Even better Devour, no problem at all. Clid completely safe. Mid lane loses 2 turret plates. But bot lane is gigantic here. 30 CS deficit now for Doublelift, 30 CS lead for Ruler, other way to say it. Now top lane, fighting back and forth, level 10 for both, but Rascal can't fight this one. Clid, the culling comes through, and Bjergsen lands him even when he's nearsighted. Here's a stun under the turret. Rascal will not find the ulti. Broken Blade gets behind him, puts in the emote, and gets the solo kill.
That's why they focused topside there, Freak. Broken Blade walks him down on the Volibear. Bjergsen as well finds Clid in the river. So while their bottom lane continues to take a beating, the solo lanes, the two that TSM spent more resources on building up in this game, they are finding value for it. They're being rewarded for that game plan.
And blue buff stealing on the end of the day as well. You can see turret plates pretty close between the teams, but overall gold still TSM favor 2,300 up. That is a substantial lead in the first 15. And the only way Gen.G is denied even a tiebreaker is with a TSM win and then other help down the line. But with how close LGD played them, this is going to have Gen.G sweating a little bit. And honestly, it does Fnatic some favors here. If Fnatic had dropped to LGD, with them losing, they could just, take first cleanly and could thank TSM for some of the help down there. We'll see if this game still plays out. We still have to decide how the rest of this group is going to end. Only game 3 of the day. We have at least 6 to play.
And if you're trying to look for the way that Gen.G do retake control in this game, honestly, it becomes a little bit difficult for the next 5 minutes, but it could smooth out later on. If you get a good team fight with Rascal coming down on the Ornn, finding that knockup onto Bjergsen specifically, and you're able to take down the Lucian, that is the majority of the TSM damage right now. Because bottom lane was sacrificed by TSM, Doublelift will take a very long time, to build up and scale on this Aphelios. Aphelios is a champion that, now even more so than ever, does rely on those items stacking. And the main threat that Gen.G are worried about right now is the Lucian. So that is going to be the big target, and you have to find purchase with your Ornn ultimate, your Shockwave, and your possible Ruler snares.
Bjergsen fighting for a ward. Ruler seeing him though. They trade blows. Ward will not be killed. Nice defense there by Ruler. I love that play. The control ward Q trying to find more to do. Can't quite get it though. Spica not going to take the lantern. He's going to walk away. He tried to hit the Drake to get some healing. Has to sidestep. Nice play there. Flashes what he thought would have been a Shockwave, but it wasn't overall. Damage towards Ruler. Nice hook in. Flay's going to catch 2. Re-engage comes in. Ruler's going to drop. Life's in the front line. No easy way out. Shockwave catches 1, and a flash to safety for Life. But Bjergsen over the wall. Goes in. Nearly finds the kill in a BDD. 2 for 0 in the team fight, and Gen.G are routed. But a re-engage comes through all the same. Is it going to be enough there as Broken Blade rejoins the squad? Will he turn off the turret? Will he go for the dive? Goes in for the first stun. Ult's going to come in. Going to turn it off. Go for the rest of the play. Find the hook. Find the kill on a Rascal. And that is a sleeping Orianna. Is there a re-engage? Spica can't go for it. He would die to the turret, but it's 3 unanswered kills for TSM.
TSM bait him right in there. Spica leading them down through the river. Flashes the Cloud9 emote right before they pull the trap shut. Bao hits the hook.
That's a nice one there as the turret is still alive. They hit for Clid. They finally knock the turret down. Life saves him, and the re-engage towards Broken Blade knocking him out. The lantern brings him back to safety. TSM again playing the way they wish they could have last week. A 5,000 gold lead over Gen.G.
5 of those kills, too, on Bjergsen's Lucian. That is Essence Reaver Infinity Edge ripping through their team. The setup is definitely there. Crowd control nicely avoided by TSM. That one scenario we built out for Gen.G, looking for the ideal Rascal ultimate, getting the knockup onto Bjergsen. TSM already had such a big lead because they were able to bait the 2 carries of Gen.G through the river. Well done by Spica there. He pulls them through, and Bilefrost is waiting to pull off that engage. He also has the stopwatch for himself, so he knows that he's safe. He doesn't go down. Bjergsen then aggressively following over the wall allows TSM to push them off the objectives. This is going nicely for TSM. They are checking off their list of objectives at the moment. All 3 outer towers down now for them. They evened out the dragons, picking that up for themselves so they can start stacking their own.
Ruler on a bunch of missing components right now. Early healing reduction is in this game already when you're really only relying on Volibear, W, and Aphelios Red Gun. That feels a little premature, but I'll wait to see what comes out of it all the same. Still, it's a decent stat. I mean, there is Summoner Heal, but it's a hard case to make.
I'm not buying the case either. You could try and lawyer me on it, but
Not sure I agree. That said, again, Senna doesn't, you know, scale up things like crit, so, you know, just get other useful components maybe. Who knows? Whatever.
I can tell your heart is just not in this
heart is not in it. My heart is really, really
You're looking
not
at
in
him, your eyes are like, ah.
I'm also, by the way, not about Ninja Tabbing on ranged champions. It's just not going to matter. Like, if Senna's getting auto by Lucian, she's probably dead anyway. Whatever. Item talk is not the important part of this game. I will move on. I'm done with it here. TSM is starting to split the map up, though. All 3 outer turrets already gone. Gen.G yet to find one themselves. Now looking for the play on a Broken Blade, though. Ult's to get away from the knockup. He's going to find a stun and some decent damage on Neclid and finds a slow. He finds a Bjergsen. He finds a culling to the face. Bjergsen 6-0, dominating.
Bjergsen arrives and death follows, Freak. Teleports in for the kill. 600 gold bounty on him. Now, Gen.G trying to attack again the bottom lane.
Good shockwave. Box comes down. Biofrost needs to find a way to get his teammate to safety. Cannot get the 1v1. I have seen Bjergsen dueling mid lane as before, and it's not gone well. Goodbye to Biofrost. A nice play. Life brings in reinforcements. BDD with a great shockwave, and 2 kills go back to Gen.G.
Gen.G continue to pressure the weak point of TSM, the point that has not received resources that they've been pushing on all game long. But TSM are actually reaping more rewards off of their investments. And this is why we return to the philosophy of, do you want to shore up the weaknesses that you have on the map or continue to play off your strengths? And especially you're being rewarded by playing off your strengths, building that lead further and further, as Bjergsen was able to take the secondary turret in mid lane during the death and the demise of the bottom lane again.
Smite comes through because, like, I couldn't steal it away. The man's emote game, by the way, is on point. This is some of the most emotes I've seen from a 0 and 4 team. But
good variety, you know. What are the different aspects of emote game that we give points for? Yeah. I think variety, initial style choice itself, and timing. Those are my 3 categories.
I want to put in callbacks, right? The Cloud9 flare,
history,
right? Last time Gen.G were at Worlds, they were the defending world champions and failed in groups, and Cloud9 was in that group. Speaka's like, hey, remember the Cloud9 one? Remember that year? Remember that one, buddy? Ruler, where you failed to make it out after being the world champion? Let's do that again.
Take me back, Freak. 2018 was such an exciting.
We got to World Semifinals. Next year around, we made MSI Finals, beating the World Champions. All right. TSM not in either of those, but they are in this game looking to put a win in the column. Now a knockup for Rascal, but reinforcements are here, and they want this kill. They are hungry, and they will knock down Spica. Broken Blade is on the way out, but reinforcements from TSM have shown up here as well, and Lucian is here before Orianna. Culling comes in. Life is going to drop yet again, and it's time for the re-engage. BDD's here, wants the shockwave, wants to find it. Bjergsen, nice. Side steps to the right, goes for autos, gets BDD on the half, but he's running out of health. Flash follow, easy auto attack, easy kill for BDD, but traded back off a hook from Biofrost. Double lift now on the board, and it's time to run away. It's a 3v3 on the map. The fight ended up going close. A Lantern brings his jungler to safety, and now Doublet's gonna fight off Rascal, pushed him away yet again.
Gen.G not gonna give up. You know, coming out of the victory versus LGD, how topsy-turvy that game was, how crazy it was back and forth. Gen.G, no, still very much in this one. Yeah, fight over Raptors, always exciting, but Gen.G, no, still very much in this one. You know, anything can still happen in this game. They do have very good combinations, as we said, with the Ornn ultimate. They don't have a great delivery system for the Orianna ball, so that's why we are seeing BDD attempt to deliver it himself. And it kind of going a little bit wide there. Here's another look at the initiation, though. Big ultimates do come through over the top. Senna plus Graves ultimates, long-range execution there to find the kill onto Spica initially. Once Bjergsen arrives, again, death does follow. However, he finds himself in the middle of 4 members of Gen.G, even though he dodges away from the shockwave. Orianna combination does get it. And him not flashing early, Bjergsen could have flashed a little earlier there, not allow BDD to get that auto attack off. Once the auto attack is in the air, you can only break it by going into Fog of War with your flash. He does not find that, so still ends up going down, but TSM still get the Dragon.
You get the Dragon. There's 2-1 in that scoreboard, so we are 10 minutes away from potential Dragon Soul. It would be Mountain Soul, Anti-Burst. Honestly, pretty good considering Gen.G's team composition. You survive a shockwave, you get a lot of a better chance to make this one happen. The one man going Sork Shoes is BDD. He is going to be the bursty guy. I love double flat pen builds, by the way. We do not see enough Oblivion Orb Orianna. She is really good at killing these squishies who are building 0 magic resist. As the item spikes come through, none of them are defensive on the squishies of TSM.
Especially considering, Freak, BDD just got the big shutdown. That was the big shutdown in this game. The bounty on Bjergsen's head and not flashing early does mean large influx of gold to BDD. He spends it on killing potential. So Gen.G faithful still looking for their fight at the top of the group. Getting this victory is essential for them to try and get that #1 seed. TSM, we'll see what they can do with this control. Control ward's already out around the Baron pit leading up to it. This is step #1. You have the Lilia and the Thresh. Very good big potential for themselves, trying to catch people and set them up for Bjergsen to knock down.
Okay, they're going to find a double slow. This could be an easy sleep, easy engage. How's it going to work for TSM? In goes Clid. Can't get much more. He knew he was going to die. So re-engage in a 5v4. What are they going to find? No knockups out of Rascal. A small slow, not going to be much more. Just a 1 for 0. TSM kite back. Ulti engage is burned, but with Ruler and BDD still having ults, TSM going to kite back. They're going to go for this Baron instead.
What an ideal situation for TSM now. They've taken down the jungler and the Ornn ultimate is gone. Those are the two biggest things that Gen.G could possibly have going for them in this Baron fight. The other thing you have to watch is the shockwave. Yep. Watch that ball. Eye on the ball, eye on the prize.
They get a TP in for Broken Blade. He wants this one. He's not going to burn the ulti except to go away, but they're still burning down the Baron. Can get the easy pickup. Should be an easy smite, and he's going to try. You gotta be kidding me. He smited to heal, as you said, Kobe, and Ruler finds the kill. Oh, for double gets nothing. It's an easy couple of kills. Thank you for the leash, and Gen.G are right back in it.
Holy moly, I don't know whether to laugh or cry.
Cry, Kobe. This always happens.
Holy moly. Did you see that split? Half of TSM leaves Spica. He's on the Baron. He smites it for health, and Gen.G then come in, push them off. No smite left to secure it. TSM at the Baron. This one goes through their fingers, and the Gen.G fans are smiling ear to ear now.
I'm sure there's all kinds of chat online, but now let's focus on the game itself. Your Axe replay. Spica, I have no help. I need help, and it's too late.
They chased out into the teleport. They're from Broken Blade, trying to chase down Gen.G. They don't have anyone else helping Spica tank the Baron, and then, man, Gen.G, they just arrived to the Baron pit. It's the opposite of that House on Fire gif with the pizza coming up. There's, oh wow, what a present. Find the Baron low health, find a low health Lilia in there, but here we go. TSM trying to fight back.
Looking for the play right now against the Baron. Both looking at life right here. He does have flash. Here's a sleep onto 3. What's the re-engage looking like? Stopwatch burn for the front line. Clid still here. Rascal. When does he go for the Ornhorn? Looking at patience for now. TSM shoving up mid. They have a wave. They can fight the inhibitor turret. TSM still cutting around. They know they are against Baron. They can at least knock down the wave. Spica going to gain some golden XP. Still holds a level lead over Clid. As they knock down the camp and walk away, BDD gets the wave clear. And Orianna going to stay with the squad. Gen.G can still send 5 together. TSM have to find their way through this one as Ruler shows up. Gets some good damage from double lift. Lantern brings him to safety. When does Rascal come in? They've got Orianna nearby. Gen.G still waiting. Scrollsy hits 2. That's some decent poke, though. And here comes the engage attempt. Who are they going to find? It's going to go on to nobody. It's far enough away that they all get the sidestep, and TSM walks away.
Ooh, and you gotta believe, after the last couple of minutes with the changes that have gone on here, Gen.G now with the power to chase TSM around the map. 35 seconds left on Dragon number 2. They have the Baron buff still on here for Gen.G. It will last until the Dragon spawns, and they're going for the TK play.
Is it going to be enough, though? Life and Ruler under the turret. Bjergsen trying to kite with the culling. Tries to get away. It's going to be a kill. Ruler grabs it. Life tanks the turret beautifully. A well-played 2-on-1. Reinforcements not going to show up in time. And Bjergsen is dead for the Drake spawn.
That is huge for Gen.G. Baron buff is going to time out, but they've taken down the biggest DPS threat on the side of TSM. They will be able to secure this Drake. TSM have some interesting plans here for the Ornn.
Can they even catch Rascal? He flashes, and no, they can't.
Yeah, I guess we found the answer to that question very quickly. Dragon picked up here by Gen.G. They can easily rotate towards mid too, since TSM invested all of their resources towards the bottom side to try and find a pick for themselves. Gen.G now open mid lane. They will take a tower in payment.
We are almost to the biggest power spike for double of 3 items. This is really when I feel like Aphelios turns on. Phantom Dancer is more about defensive stat than offensive ones, but it does allow you to position a little bit more aggressively and get all the damage. Turn 200 years takes about 30 minutes, to be clear, when you can farm for a while. And Broken Blade is going to scrap with Rascal and walk away.
Gen.G bet in Champion Select that TSM would not be able to push through the mid game and end on them. And they have been rewarded thus far at the 29-minute mark. The crit scaling that you're talking about coming through, these multipliers are being built up for TSM. But Gen.G, after the last roller coaster game and now this one, their day has definitely had some happy endings to their games.
We got some more healing reduction. Got to point out, Merlinomicon comes through for BDD. Again, not sure about that one, but regardless, we do have Orin upgrades coming through for everyone else here. Upgraded Yomu's Ghostblade is solid, upgraded Cleaver is going to feel nice, so decent physical damage, sure, for the roster. As Baron times out, we can take stock of the game again. The gold lead, within 100. The Drakes, identical, basically, here. We have a tied game into the mid game now. Okay, we are into mid to late game shot calling. Can TSM out macro Gen.G or vice versa?
And I think that's the key that you're pointing out, because you can't just straight up front to back play versus this Ornn TK team. They're so beefy, even with a double marksman having a lot of DPS. You really have to find yourself some good macro to finagle some numbers advantages or to get an objective upper hand.
Right now, Gen.G have pushed on the top side. They're still down in turrets 3-4, but Clid has shown up here as well. TSM staffed mid to get nothing but some wave clear, and BDD and Clid gonna knock down 2 full turrets unanswered, tying up the scoreboard in turrets, getting 1,000 gold ahead for the first time pretty much the entire game. Gen.G are now in a gold lead in this one, poised to take the victory over TSM.
And with combat effectiveness, Freak, you know, taking into account Ornn upgraded items, we are talking about scaling from Gen.G for their composition. Rascal now level 16, starting to hand out to everybody an Ornn upgrade. Look at that cliff. Guess what that was?
That was the Baron at 2520, where
exactly
the communication was off. You know, Broken Blade kind of marked the team, and if the squad said, look, just stick on Baron, it would have been fine, but only Speaka did. Everyone else who could tank for him pieced out, and they flubbed the Baron play. So now Gen.G are in the driver's seat. Maybe it was a little bit of a gift, sure, but they applied the pressure. TSM cracked under it, and Gen.G looking at a 4-1 record. Temporarily in control of first place if that happens. Swirl Seed comes in, finds BDD. They will not go for the play. With life nearby, it's never going to work. They got to find at least 2 priority targets, and then they can go for the sleep.
Yep, unless you're going to get some sort of sneaky angle over here, it's going to be really difficult. So TSM, put in a tough spot. You know, bottom lane has already pushed to their side of the map, just grouping up on the Baron, hoping for some sort of awkward face check from one of these key members. Not going to actually be the case. Swirl Seed does get through to Ruler, but again, the sustain from Senna is one of the things that is often overlooked towards the later stages of the game. That's why people refer to her as scaling really well, even though she's not really a DPS marksman. The range and the healing are so effective, such good stats and tools to have at these later stages.
Life for a moment has started the ulti channel there. Flash engage for Broken Blade. They want in. Life's going to save one. Will it be enough, though? Horn comes out. Will not find the knockup. An ulti backwards now for Broken Blade. 5-on-5 still happening. Rascal gets hooked in. Stoneplate will time out. Can TSM find the first kill? Speaker's going to get in. That is a 5-man sweep. If TSM can't win this, what will they? 1-for-0. The burn on Rascal, just not enough. A single kill on only a support. Can't believe they couldn't get more.
Well, they are trying to stop the backs right now while the rest of the members push up mid lane. It is only 1 kill for TSM. They get the inhibitor tower as well for themselves in the aftermath.
Inhibitor turret still goes down, and that still means that TSM get the gold a bit closer. It was 1,300 behind, now only 300. Next Drake spawns in 20 seconds. Life can ult in about when it spawns, so it is not easy map control right now. And that is a recall in vision. They know Speak is back in base, and most of the team is gone. So Gen.G can pretty reliably walk back in and take the river over.
Yeah, I mean, there are definitely some key aspects to that team fight as Gen.G are going to slip in, pick up the dragon for themselves. That were huge for TSM. Them getting an ideal initiation onto BDD, you know, that very, very scary level 16 Orianna, starting out with that stun, then kiting out Ornn ultimate as well, and getting Biofrost to hook back in on the front line. Speak of flashing in for a Hero Sleep. Them only being rewarded with a single kill and a single tower kind of shows you the state of the game.
It does. And right now, Gen.G looking to keep their lead going. TSM have slinked around the top side of the jungle. And I think that's the actual conjugation of it. But now we have another play in the mid lane. Broken Blade running for his life. Puts the Q, puts in the R. There could still be enough chasing, though. Ruler, can he find the root? So far, no. The Storm comes in for the slow, and the root will be too late. Broken Blade is fine. That is the ulti burn, but it's a distraction because Baron's under fire. Careful. TSM have lost at this before. Look for some poke, look for the kite away, nothing gonna be found there. Top lane can still be attacked, and they're gonna send Bjergsen over that way.
Yeah, it looks like they're sending multiple members up there. Meanwhile, Life and Ruler prepping this mid wave for a hard push right down.
Making the call, hey, there's 4 here. Someone's got to defend this one. TSM about to get unawares. Their inhibitor turret's going to drop in a second, and they're killing Krugs in the top lane. TSM will lose the middle inhibitor off of refusing to take a stance on any objective. Inhibitor's going to drop, and Gen.G could find a bit more. Broken Blade ultiless, flashless, could just die. Gonna walk away enough. Will there be a re-engage? TSM bring in the teleports, they bring in the attempted play. Is it gonna be enough now? 5-on-5 in our eyes. But no fight to be had. Gen.G walk away. They trade middle inhibitor for top lane tier 2.
And Gen.G want more. Look at this Fog of War play. Who's going to get close?
Biofrost gonna be the root. No, Bjergsen flashed the way to safety. Ornn comes in, finds a knockup on towards Dope, but they will not find the kill. Cutting away so far. Rascal so tanky, doesn't matter what he does. Gets healed back up anyway. Broken Blade needs to go back in, has the ulti, but they have to respect the shockwave. They can't walk in without losing all of their health.
Shockwave's still down from the play in mid lane. It's a very quick cooldown though, blue buff on BDD, so it's gonna come up for another attempt.
Spica gets down to 1100 HP though, that's gonna be dangerous. A little bit of Fog of War play, Broken Blade spots it, but how many are there? Enough. Broken Blade has to be careful. Goes in for the play, ulti's in, decent damage, finds a stun, look for the sleep, and it's now a front-lining Rascal. He is gonna be tanky for a while. Shockwave is gonna find Doublift, and he's gonna drop a 2-for-0. TSM had 4,000 gold, and it wasn't enough. Gen.G have turned the corner.
Yep, and they're gonna keep looking to stop the backs. BDD.
He will be hooked, he will be flayed. You did not need to flay that. 800 gold is stolen out of Bjergsen's pockets. Biofrost finds more ways to sabotage TSM as now the top river is under fire. Rascal TP's in, and it's time to go for the Baron.
All right, Gen.G trying to burn this one down. TSM, they've got to get out there quick. 2 members down, but Spica is alive. He's got no flash, so it's going to be hard to get into the pit, and it looks like they are actually calling off the possible Baron contest from TSM. No attempt at the steal. Gen.G picked that one up.
Alrighty, Baron is in their pockets, and it's gonna be there. This Red Bull Baron's gonna make Gen.G able to easily play for Dragon Soul. And if it was hard for TSM to team fight before, the Baron buff on, the gold lead on, and Mountain Soul gonna make bursting almost impossible. It's gonna get worse.
All right, so initiation from TSM. Broken Blade has a stopwatch, so it actually buys time, during the attempted kill on the Rascal. But Doublift, as you said, gets hit with the Shockwave. BDD finishes him up, and that is 2 kills for Gen.G. They have so much power when they are grouped together. They can try and bully TSM off of these objectives. 1 minute and 15 seconds left on Mountain Soul to arrive, but Gen.G don't even need that one yet. They've got Baron buff, and they can go pressure TSM inside their base.
All right, here comes the siege. Can this be the game winner? Gen.G still fighting for #1 in the group, and they'd be 2-0 on the day with just Fnatic left to battle, and that would decide it. 5-1 for sure. They would be first place. They would take the top spot out of the group and get a bit of vengeance from a couple years ago when they completely fell apart. Ruler was a world champion and then out in groups, and now he's back to make it go a bit better here. 2,000 gold lead. TSM, though, a counterpunch in the mid lane. They got the inhibitor turret a while ago. The inhibit self may well be free. Is it going to be enough, though? Ornn comes out. What are they going to find? It's Speak Up running a stopwatch. The re-engage could be good, though. How do you get out? He's going to flash, but he's going to find himself still attacked. Ruler finds the first kill. Broken Blade's going to find himself dead, not even using his ultimate. And the re-engage now in the 5v3. The front line is just too tanky. Finally, they pull Devil back to safety. Gonna look for the root, but it's not gonna be enough. A triple kill in for Ruler to lead his team to victory. Looking for another one. A shutdown comes through for Clint. The Marksmen are just better on the Gen.G side. A Flay on 4 is too little, too late. There is the ace, and Gen.G will crush TSM. It's a comeback, but a win's a win. A 4-1 record with only Fnatic standing in their way to top this group.
The power of those Baron-empowered recalls freak Gen.G get right back to that inhibitor, and they slap away TSM. Straight back to the Nexus here for Gen.G. They are looking at the top of this group. These last 2 wins for Gen.G, critical in putting them into this position, though not on the most stable of grounds.
Yeah.
So I'm sure that Fnatic, with the solid way that they opened up today, are actually filled with confidence, seeing what this group is unfolding like.
And TSM, when the pressure was off, they played their best. For the first 20 minutes, they had complete control of this game. The Lucian was incredible from the mid lane. It finds its first loss. They got a lot done on the top side. They stumbled at Baron, then Gen.G never looked back. So now poised to top the group, Gen.G can do no worse than a tiebreaker. At worst, a 3-way tie for first, and then they'll figure that one out from there, but they can just cleanly get through in most scenarios here. Gen.G, can they top the group? They will play Fnatic shortly, and that'll be the one that we really figure out what's going to happen there. Of course, Fnatic LGD is up next. That's going to be an important part of that as well.
And I want to see the changes in strategy here based on your opponent for Gen.G, because the different looks that you're going to have in the setup here for Champion Select should take a big turn when they do match up versus Fnatic, and you have to show that versatility. But yeah, they're definitely in position. The top of this group is going to get spicy.
It's going to be a lot of fun. LGD, of course, are still in it. As we mentioned, a 3-way tie for first is possible. We're going to see them next. We're going to see Fnatic next as well. I mean, I am happy that the group is still alive for most of these teams. Yes, TSM are 0-5. Yes, they're done. In fact, they're 4th no matter what. Of course, LGD with 42 wins cannot fall below 3rd at worst. So
I'm hoping the replay is not the Baron.
Yeah, there's a pretty good chance that the replay is going to be the Baron. When it scrolls, we'll read it, and then we'll watch it all play out.
I know it to be true.
Yeah, but hey, it's 2 games in a row. That tilt proof is the name of the game. You know, Gen.G played the game well, and they said, okay, we have to contest at this Baron. And TSM stumbled. It was an unforced error. If the squad just stayed there and Broken Blade, just look, I'll mark the team and ult out, let's just make this happen, it would have been a different story. But again, TSM crumbled. They played the first 20 minutes well, and then it fell apart from there, and Gen.G never looked back. So let's check out Gen.G's Mercedes drive to victory. Kobe,
guess
it's
what?
The Baron steal.
Yeah, guess what? Okay, so I saw this on the screen as it was happening, and Spica there on the top left. You see he gets solo versus Baron. Everybody left. No one could tank it, as everybody went with Broken Blade to try and contest here off the teleport and look for the turn. But being split on a turn or burn call is the worst thing that can happen to a team on the world stage in one of these high-pressure games. You have to all be on the same page. Turn or burn is the most critical choice in League of Legends, and it comes at a cost here. It costs them the entire game, and that is a big win for Gen.G. Props to them for calling their shot versus TSM.
Yeah, well done. Again, the contest played out pretty well. They went for a team fight composition. They weathered the early game storm, and they came out playing it better in the mid game. So we'll see if Gen.G can clinch first in the last 3 games, and if there's going to be any tiebreakers afterwards. Now it's time to go for a quick break. But as we go, let's check out the comms from JDG versus Damwon yesterday in our Sounds the Game presented by Bose.
别开太多了，我去推上，我再推上。他们来，慢点。OK。
要看，我们卡拍了他们。
啊，没事。
我再来。
没事，可以打。在我在。慢点，就打牛。可以追吗？稍微追一点。我要不踢后面，我踢后面。可以。丢牌。杀谁？打蓝枪，要杀蓝枪。
别急。哦，可以。
我进上。追！来，跟我，卡牌跟我。哎，人呢？推下吧，推下。
推下吧。
推下。哎，蓝枪在这儿，去追他吧，杀了。一个人追就行了。
consider it gear. It's an extension of who I am. It blurs the line between fantasy and reality. Sometimes, I can't tell myself from my machine. I think that's by design.
Born free as the wind blows, as free as the grass grows, born free to follow your heart. Live free and beauty surrounds you.
Axe. Smell ready.
Again, I would happy lay the crown, but count us higher than a mountain, and we be up here for the long run, strap in for a long one. We got everybody on one. Now you coming at the king, so you better not miss. And we only get stronger with everything I carry up on my back. You should paint it up with a target. Why would you dare me? Bodies lining up, think you're dreaming of greatness. Send you back home, let you wake up. Why would you dare me to do it again? Come and get your spoil up ahead. We're taking over. We're taking over. Hey, look at you loving my name. You ought to know by now. We're taking over. We're taking over. Hey, maybe you wonder what your future's gonna be, but I got it all locked up.在以后，除了是傻子，还有其他吗？我左右，键盘琵琶在时间滴答着，还不够。你的固执让我来守候，哪怕太迟也不想以后。就在这时放肆的打斗。I got the heart of a lion, I know the harder you climb, the harder you fall. I'm at the top of the mountain, too many bodies to count. I've been through it all, I had to weather the storm to get to the
Welcome back, everyone, to the State Farm Analyst Zone for Fnatic versus LGD.
Yeah, and a refreshing change of pace for the TSM fans that just endured 30 minutes of hell.
Yeah, I want to say this was like Game of Thrones, you know, good all the way, and then just the last season, disaster.
But we're moving on, and Group C is heating up with 3 games left. And the big story here is the fight between Gen.G, Fnatic, and LGD to get out of the group and get that first seed. And our next matchup is between Fnatic and LGD. And if Fnatic win, it means that both them and Gen.G are locked in the quarterfinals, and LGD would be eliminated. So last time around, we saw that LGD walked away with the victory. This time around, it is do or die, and think both teams would be very happy with going through in the first place, especially LGD coming from those plains and possibly also contesting for first. There is so much on the line.
There absolutely is, and of course, for LGD, I think this is a team that we can never 100% count out, even if we feel like Gen.G and Fnatic are two teams that are maybe performing a notch above. It seems that LGD are always keeping these games within touching distance, and it is an incredible thing to see so consistently when every single stage of their tournament so far has been all over the place. It has ups and downs, and yet they always seem to be in the race.
It's perfect for this group.
Yeah, for sure. It's just such a weird team to prepare for, because you know kind of what they want to pick, but every game we've seen is putting the light on the opposing team, and they kind of look strange. We had the Fnatic with the weird draft. We have Gen.G with the very dirty games. It's a tough team to prepare for.
Yeah, of course, only a little bit ago, we had LGD versus Gen.G where they tried to walk down the mid lane and in the end lost that game. On the other side, Fnatic had a good first game here today over TSM. They did not really have any troubles in that game. They got ahead early, and it's not going to be anything for them to stress about, I think, coming into this second game, but this is a different beast.
I think today, based off of that game alone, I feel like Fnatic has had the best performance out of all the teams in this group. This game was super one-sided. It was clean all the way through, besides that little tussle in the top lane. But other than that, they saw their win conditions, drafted properly, and it's looking like one of those week 2 Fnatic power spikes.
Yeah, up until the previous Gen.G game, I would have been inclined to say that Gen.G were contesting there, but if Fnatic win here, I think they will look like the strongest team, without a doubt, coming out of this group. And overall, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. It just feels like Fnatic have figured out what they need to do to succeed. We said it at the start of the day, and we can say it again here. But when Whippo's saying things like, yeah, of my 7 options to deal with this champion, you know, there's no way they could ban them all out, you got to be feeling pretty good as Fnatic.
And that's particularly interesting because let's pull up the draft from the last time Fnatic faced LGD. It was the famous let's pick set as a counter pick to the Ornn. And what we saw there is, yes, it does work, but not if the set goes in and then the rest of your team just gets killed. And that's always the issue with these counter picks in team fight situations.
You know, the set kind of worked. I felt like some of the fights that they actually won were kind of steals. Like set kind of threw in the Ornn, got the good E going, but I feel like the rest of the pieces make the game so hard to execute. We're looking at the full AD composition into an Ornn, the Kindred that could deny any potential combinations that rely on one-shotting the enemy. I think Fnatic looked good in the early game, but then just that transition into those team fights, I think it just looked too hard, and you just can't succeed with this draft.
Off the information we have of the previous draft of this game, but also what we've seen of the teams, what are the win conditions for both of them, Dracos?
I mean, I think ultimately for Fnatic, running back a lot of the drafts that we've seen earlier today with a little bit more stable damage profile, especially, this is one of the games where we were kind of baited by the Syndra. I think having something like an Orianna for Nemesis, I expect it to be taken away, but if it's not, picking these safe, reliable picks like the Orianna and the Senna, and giving the freedom, especially to Hylissang and Whippo, to last pick to adjust your draft in the final moments, I think is massive given the depths of their champion pools and how much their champions affect the way the team plays.
I think also the key thing about this game is that Fnatic is on the blue side. We've seen a trend that blue side gives you a lot more options in terms of what you want to first pick. And I think there are some key champions that always tie Fnatic's team compositions together. Red side mean they can't ban Orianna, they can't ban Evelynn, they can't ban Lucian. Some things are going to flow through, might be an Ornn, and these are the picks that usually make it so easy for Fnatic to dominate later parts of the game.
And as a final note, featured matchup in the jungle, Peanut up versus Self-Made. We talked a lot about legacy and experience, but this is new blood versus old school experienced player, and it might be so important when we load onto the Rift.
And despite Peanut's blunders early in the day, I think this is a player that you can't afford to underestimate. He obviously has had fantastic moments historically and still does have his pop-off moments in this tournament. So if we get a full performance from Peanut, I think he actually can match Self-Made, but Self-Made should still feel like the relative favorite after that blunder reel on the top side earlier today.
Battle in Group C still continuing. That race for first, that race for quarterfinals. Everything is on the line for LGD in Game 4 as they look to take down Fnatic.
And what a group this is gonna be. LGD pick up their first win in groups. And Fnatic bounce back after a disappointing performance against LGD to topple the undefeated Gen.G.
To hold our heads up high. do what we love. Risk the follow, we have felt it all come crashing down from far above. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding, only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies, the champions of a world that we defy. A solar ray of the few who rise up high, and we all fight at the last strike. Hearing voices from afar, join the madness when the curtain falls. Risk it all, hold nothing back. Seize the day, we must attack. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding, only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies, the champions of a world that we defy. A solar ray of the few who rise up high, and we all fight at the last strike. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we bring to fall the
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LoL Park for Worlds 2020's continuation here. We are going to find out who is going to be progressing in this group. One tiebreaker scenario remains. I'm Atlas, this is LS, and we're very prepared to take you through what could be tumultuous in one scenario.
Yeah. Well, we have a scenario where we might end up playing 2 tiebreakers. And
the dream is still alive.
Is definitely still alive, thanks to the way that some of these games so far have been unfolding here tonight.
Yep.
But it's all going to start with this one.
Exactly. We are into the draft here for our 4th match of the day. Fnatic taking on LGD. Fnatic, I think, have looked like the best team playing today, despite the 2-0 start of the day by Gen.G. I think many people would probably share that sentiment. The old losing until you win isn't necessarily the best way to do it, but let's not focus on them. Let's have a look at this game, where we do see the Kindred banned away and the Nidalee left available. Orianna snapped up first, no Orns, no Twisted Fates, and that is the Evelynn ban taken away from Selfmade. Makes a lot of sense, as Syndra going to be the follow-up ban, and of course Lucian has to be banned. He suffered his first loss, I believe, in the hands of Bjergsen in our last game. And Senna going to be locked away here by LGD. So at least his wife gets in.
Yeah, I mean, the wife coming in, very important. Fnatic with the B1 Orianna is very interesting. So Nemesis going to be the one who's walking in blind. And that's going to be fine. Now, Senna and Graves both picked up. This is an angle that I know that Whippo has spoken about publicly on a few occasions. In regards to, this is a very heavy commitment to physical damage, and obviously it opens up possibilities for certain tanks to come in, but looks like we're having a Volibear just being hovered. It's most likely just going top lane.
Yeah, we haven't really seen too much of the old jungle electric bear, as Nemesis, for our friend LS's benefit, is of course going to hover the Annie. Most likely not going to lock that in. But if you are looking for gold in the season, definitely do that when you are at home. Take the man's advice. Drop bears on people. I definitely love drop bears myself. But to go back to some seriousness, Leona going to be locked in here for Hylissang. Which is interesting because, of course, his Thresh is left available. He showed us exactly why so many teams have been banning it away from him in the first round of groups. Now, Xie, wondering what he wants to take away here. Graves already locked in, not looking for any junglers. He could take away a pick into the Orianna. And the Zoe is going to be the consideration. Zoe Graves has been something that we've seen get a lot of success. Yeah. Even if it doesn't necessarily make us super happy when it comes to the draft phase, it does just mean a whole lot of mid-game damage.
And well, it also means a whole lot of potential early game control, depending on what the jungler matchup is also going to be, how Zoe manages to RNG some of her drops in the early phases. And now we're going to move into the second ban phase here. And this one is where things get a little bit interesting because, in theory, LGD can just answer top pick on R4 and then counter pick bot lane on R5 and look to get a pretty big edge with Senna down there in bottom. Lilia is going to bite the dust.
Interesting that we haven't really seen too much attention given over to Mark. I guess his Leona has been taken away, something that he's definitely been defaulting to a lot. But otherwise, not too many bans away from him. We'll see whether that is the decision Fnatic are going to make, and it is. As Sir Thomas or Timothy Kenshins, depending on where your mindset is going to be banned away for the first one in the second round for Fnatic. Second jungler could come in here to really make Selfmade have to dig deep into the champion pool. Or maybe take away something on the top side of the map if they're assuming the Volibear might be making his first jaunt into the jungle.
I actually really wonder what Selfmade's going to go for here because there's so much magic damage on the side of Fnatic right now, and Graves has already been taken away. So this is where things are really interesting because with Volibear, Orianna, Leona all being there already, Merc Treads are already incentivized, so other magic resistance items, when you're thinking about them, champions like Karthus even begin to get removed. Kindred's banned away, so is Evelynn. Lilia also removed from the table. This is a pretty awkward angle where even champions like Nidalee, who's going to be very supportive and things of that nature, begin to look a little bit questionable unless they're intending to try to hyper Reckless.
Yeah, could be a possibility here. As the Nautilus is going to be a pretty standard one here for Mark towards the bottom side. We'll give him some of that that engage potential, and is something that we've seen a lot paired alongside the Senna. So that's the bottom lane locked in. Let's see what the answer is going to be from Fnatic. Reckless still with so many champions left in that champion pool, and up his sleeve, Twitch theoretically is available, but doesn't necessarily pair as well with the Leona. And Ashe, of course, being the more default choice, as LS next to me throws his pen on the table. As Nara's being considered as Hecarim is once again going to be locked in after a lot of the junglers have been removed. We saw this happen relatively recently. I believe Broxah did this, and didn't necessarily work out as a last pick. Oh no, the R5 Renekton back to bite us once again.
No. I'm casting.
You are, and this is also Longshing. Remember, you know, earlier today, he had a 0-4 Renekton experience where he was still able to win team fights.
That is
somehow in a coin flip, Gen.G won that game at the end. So,
because well, Atlas.
I think Renekton's a late game champion. That's all I'm saying. When it comes to Longshing and what he's able to do with it, that is definitely how I'm feeling. And look, we'll see whether it is going to work out. I personally hate Renekton Graves. I don't think it really is the way that you want to play the top side. Does mean that Bwipo can just build a whole lot of armor and probably be okay, especially considering the Volibear likes the matchup.
This is where I'm wondering if Bwipo's going to do the full tank Volibear here, because he has the best setup for it. Bramble Vast, Ninja Tab Eyes, they're super effective as early purchases here against the Renekton. Now, the other thing, though, is there's still so much magic damage on the side of Fnatic's team composition. With the Ashe coming in as well, Merc Treads, QSSs in later stages, they gain even more value, which becomes very scary. So I am mostly interested to see what is going to happen here, because it feels like Fnatic, even though there's a Renekton on the enemy team, they're the ones that are likely on the timer here. Senna and Zoe, if they go the distance, Graves gonna have a very good time scaling up as well this game. Things get very scary. It's gonna all come down to the Hecarim and Orianna combo and what they're gonna be able to find in the later stages.
I think a lot of it's gonna come down to hawk shots as well, because if this map gets dark for Fnatic, then LGD theoretically have a great opportunity to throw around those bubbles and really get those picks when we get to mid to late game, and Hawkshot is going to be absolutely pivotal in making sure that Fnatic can stick to their game plan. Fnatic have looked good so far today. LGD a little bit shaky. Did manage to get a bit of a fight back against Gen.G before ultimately falling down. Still very, very interested to see whether this one's going to work. And to go back to those tiebreakers, if you are not necessarily a fan of either of these teams and you're just a fan of watching as much League of Legends as possible, you're a fan of LGD. In this one, they need to win back-to-back games, and then I believe Fnatic needs to take the last one.
Yes.
And then we get that three-way tie, where we are going to be playing a lot more video games towards the end of the day. And we'll see whether LGD is going to be able to do it. I think as far as power level displayed today, it has looked like Fnatic has been far more well-oiled. But LGD, they just sometimes win games, you know?
Yeah.
They're one of those teams.
It looks like they are very capable of swinging up and down. The stakes are very high, obviously, in this game. This group has been so neck and neck, pretty much, between the top three.
And this must personally be a bit of a heart terror for you, LS. You know, you're quite close to a lot of the Fnatic players. And, you know, there are some LCK players on the side of LGD. And also, you like League of Legends, so we want the tiebreaker. So, like, I mean, where is your heart in this one, you know?
Nemesis is one of my greatest friends in life, but we'll see what ends up happening. I did predict them to lose like that. But the way I view it, Atlas, is that I get the best of both. If he wins, then one of my friends wins. But if he loses, my pick'ems.
Yeah, there we go. Covering both of your bases. I just went all in. I did my predictions today based on my pick'ems, so I'm either going to win a lot or lose a lot. And we'll just have to see how it is going to go as this day commences. So far, not too much early action, but you can see a bit of a grouping formed on this bottom side as LGD going for this late invade. They will be able to get in there. No kills are going to eventuate, but Peanut is going to be able to comfortably steal away this red buff to start things off, as I believe some vertical jungling could ensue unless Peanut goes for a little bit more of the aggressive route. Bit of Biffo here towards the bottom side, piercing darkness. Mark getting taken down very low, though, has to flash as the aftershock comes out. Double flashes from Fnatic. They desperately want this first blood, and they will take it. Now Kramer's in trouble. Does have to cleanse. Still has flash, is going to use it. Last auto shot comes out, and there are some real happy bees on the side of Fnatic.
And this is a very explosive opening for the bot lane of Fnatic once again in one of their games here as an enormous lead. Granted over to the bot lane, and things are looking real good for them. It has to be very tilting as well for LGD, the manner in which this unfolds.
Yeah. Maybe just slow and steady here as Whippo's going to hold on to a few minions. Oh, the lane management.
I think Whippo is going to go for the full tank. Volibear has the Conqueror instead of the Grasp of the Undying. So we might indeed go for Bramble Vest into Ninja Tab Eyes and then pivot Sunfire with Gunblade or something.
Well, he's actually fighting Longxing at the moment. Does get his Conqueror, but Whippo's going to win out in the trade for now. Selfmade looking for some camps to take. Didn't actually head towards the top side to grab a red buff of his own, and will now discover a Graves in the jungle. Level 3 to level 3. Quick draw to get Peanut out of there. Selfmade will just take the Wolf camp. Whippo down to 200. Longxing doing well with the Cull the Meek.
Yeah, he's looking for a cheater recall, you can tell. Just going to crash this wave in. Back up. Yep, get the reset.
Gonna go home now, currently a little bit in the lead, but you can see Longxing's gonna come back after picking up that minion wave. Selfmade gets himself a crab towards the bottom side, but that will be a trade between him and Peanut. As often we've seen the way to get around a Hecarim team composition is to just make sure that there aren't too many camps for Hecarim to have. And so far Peanut's taken a red buff, and we'll see whether he can get more in this game. with the extra priority that he will have. Of course, Longxing able to push out his wave now. Whippo making his way back up towards the top side, and LGD definitely wanting to keep up the tempo here. Longxing teleporting immediately back to get a complete shove of this minion wave. Meets in the middle. Now it's looking like it's stacking up.
I mean,
this is top side.
Beautiful coordination right now. They're threatening a freeze.
That is going to be the pushback onto Mark. Remember, he doesn't have a flash. He's got an ignite, but he's not going to be able to do anything, and that is 2 kills. Bottom side for Fnatic to start this one off.
Yeah. And the reason this is so good is because they're threatening a freeze. There's no teleport or something on the side of Kramer. Peanut on the opposite side of the map. So because Hecarim's pathing lines up with him being at golems, they're able to basically say to Senna and Nautilus, hey, if you don't unlock this, you're going to lose the equivalency of several kills anyway. But if you walk up, Hecarim's here, you're going to die. And so LGD just forced to walk up to the wave. They end up getting killed. The kill went over to Selfmade as well, which is basically the best that you could hope for.
Yeah. Oh, Selfmade is going to find Peanut once again. The bubble. Oh, it connects onto the ground. That is not what you want, and he loses the smite fight. Now Nemesis is coming around. Only level 5, no shockwaves to be had as Xie. A lot of extra movement speed, finds a paddle star, but otherwise not too much more. But LGD in the end get absolutely nothing for spending some time in the enemy jungle.
And I think Selfmade feeling in pretty high spirits. He won the smite fight as well. On the Gromp, he's up in EXP right now. Peanut really just struggling to do anything, and Graves in this situation not really having the best of times. He knows that it's going to become increasingly more difficult to start ganking some of these lanes.
And also, this is the time where the Graves is supposed to be strong in this matchup as well. Selfmade is only going to ramp up further and further as he gets closer to the Trinity Force and afterwards. As Longxing doing pretty well here. If you guys remember back to play-ins, Longxing's Renekton's pretty damn good, guys. Even if it did lose today. Looking forward to seeing how he's going to go as another fight breaks out here towards the bottom side. Mark taking a lot of damage again as Hylissang, he wants to find it and he will pick up that kill. Now Kramer just trying to trade back, but the damage has already been done. This bottom lane has exploded for LGD. Fnatic absolutely dominant.
And it really feels like Fnatic have found the mark of weakness on the side of LGD, because the bot lane is falling apart. And if you remember, the way that Fnatic dominated against Gen.G.
Oh, there's the shockwave. It lands onto Peanut. Oh no, Nemesis is going to finish off that kill while the rest of the team is looking for Kramer. Peanut, though, is actually going to escape. Xie finds a bubble, but now there are 4 members that are looking for the Zoe. Peanut, you need to get out of there, mate. You're not going to be able to do anything with a health bar that low, and Selfmade should probably take the same advice. The horse is so low. Xie turns around with a swift auto attack. No kills just yet. Portal jump comes in and Reckless eventually grabs that kill, but he is going to bite the dust for it. And now Peanut continuing to bait. Hylissang flashes forward the smoke screens there. One more auto as Kramer grabs the double kill, and Longxing somehow turns up from the top lane. He walked all the way down.
Renekton's long adventure ends up helping out a little bit. He's also going to be in mid lane. He's going to catch the wave. Zoe up in top lane now going to run there. There's a cannon wave, so it's going to absorb a lot of time, but Whippo not able to be there in the end. And LGD, just like that, the gold lead is all but gone.
Yeah, all of that early power that Fnatic had just rewritten in a moment, as we are going to have a look at the replay here. As it looked like Peanut was just utterly caught out. The shockwave was great to try and grab him.
Shockwave was really good, and then Nemesis right here. The heal from Zoe, wasn't anticipating it. He had the flash. He could have followed up with the flash auto onto Peanut, but I think he thought Peanut was going to die, so he held onto his flash. It ended up coming back to bite him. Kramer on the right-hand side. Nemesis completely out of mana. Xie, the paddle star from another universe, comes back, collides with Reckless, and then Hylissang, he gets his flash back up. Now, they don't know about Renekton coming, so maybe this was a little bit better in their eyes, but it doesn't matter.
Yep.
Senna is so big now.
She's huge, and Senna has been a pretty extraordinary pick so far at Worlds. We've seen what Rule has been able to do with it today, but I think Jackie Love has probably set the standard for how amazing Senna can be. And let's see whether Kramer can do so as well. As he does have his Manamune completed. Kramer has been performing very, very well for LGD. He certainly wasn't a standout. Definitely was good in the awesome dude meta, being able to play a lot of different things towards the bottom side of the map, but he wasn't necessarily a star player when he was on the FLICKR Freaks over here in the LCK. But since moving to the LPL, he really has become a carry for LGD. So let's see whether he can demonstrate it here today, now set up to do just that. In theory, still 1,000 gold lead for Fnatic. They are still in the lead. But LGD making plays like that certainly going to help them out as this game goes on.
Well, as the game does currently stand, Hecarim is quite a big boy. Fnatic, they are still 1k gold ahead right now. Cloud Dragon being the first one of the game, not very high priority.
No.
For either.
Well, Hecarim will find the Graves in the jungle. Self-made and Peanut, gentleman's agreement. They are just going to back away from one another for now. Top lane looks to be the destination for the horse as he's cantering up there at the minute. Longxing knows exactly what's going on, has Dominus available. No flash up, but will have a lot of health bar to get through here for Fnatic. Bramble Vest is completed, like you were talking about. The tank Volley Bear, certainly a good option. And Whippo's going to do exactly that. Boris be damned.
Buy his book.
No, don't do that. By the Lost Shopkeeper's book is in goes Xie, but immediately the Zenith Blade comes out from Hylissang. That's a great dredge line to immediately eradicate the Rift of Rekkles. Now Hylissang, he does have an orb circulating around him, but no teammates as Selfmade was taking down the Rift Herald. So Rift Herald in trade for Rekkles' life. It's probably okay here for Fnatic, depending on what they do with it. Slice comes in, dice available, but used defensively. Xie is going to go golden. He picked up his stopwatch. Oh, a little bit mistimed there. The Dawning Shadow will try and keep Xie alive, but he's lit on fire and taken down. That's going to be the kill going over to Nemesis. Now Longxing brought away from his turret, and he'll be taken down as well. Fnatic bite back quickly.
Yeah, and Fnatic are really keeping the pressure up right now. They have the Rift Herald. They're going to... Selfmade dancing on his corpse.
That's
what's going on there.
Beautiful.
Kramer and Mark, they are getting a lot of damage down here onto the bottom turret, but yeah, they're going to summon the Rift Herald here up in top lane. Let's see if they actually want to raise the entire turret. This gives Renekton the ability to comfortably farm, and it means that Whippo's now going to be pressured to do something. Okay, it's actually not going to get the entire turret, so this is still very good because it means that the laning phase will be extended so that Renekton's still forced to walk up inside of the lane against Whippo.
Yep. See whether it is going to be the Bane of Longxing here, who still hasn't got towards his Blade of the Ruined King just yet. Now Sheen has been completed here for Whippo. He's got definitely a eclectic collection of items at this point in time.
A little bit of a build bear.
It is, well, we're building a bear, that's absolutely true. Whippo taking it a little bit too literally, but that's okay. Certainly benefits from all of the stats of the items that are in his inventory, the 20% CDR being mainly what you're after. As the lead has extended for Fnatic.
Yeah. And the other thing is the Seraph's Embrace already on Nemesis. I mean, he's very big in this game right now. He's up 15 CS. He's almost able to get that turret plate. We'll see if he ends up managing to get it before the turret plates do fall.
Yep, still got a minute and a half on that one, so chances are he will be lucky on that front. Having a look at the Hecarim himself, mate's gone for the Warrior Enchant very early here. Often we do see the rush towards the Trinity Force, not happening here in this game. Selfmade wants power a lot earlier in this game by the looks of things, and you can understand, looking down the lineup of LGD, why he'd make that decision. Hylissang once again going in. This is 1 versus 2 at the moment, but Rekkles over the wall, flashing in after the arrow lands, and that may have been a waste of a summoner spell unless they can get this dive onto Mark. Autos onto the turret as there's the depth charge to lock down the Ashe. Hylissang going down very low, but Eclipse will keep him up. Now Kramer looking for the Piercing Darkness just for some health back as Selfmade is going to back away. Now Peanut flashing. Collateral damage misses due to the flash. Now he's found Rekkles, is going down very, very quickly as Xie doesn't find the paddle stop, and there's a lot of sparkles there, and he'll pick up a double kill, utilizing them. This is the power of the Zoe in these scrappy fights, and Selfmade, he gets 1 back, but now he's behind enemy lines. It's Owen Selfmade Wilson here, who's looking to try and get himself out of trouble. Xie, he picked up a flash. He's going to use that to shut down the horse. So unfortunately, not the happy ending that that movie does in fact have. is going to occur in this game. But towards the top side of the map, Whippo will be able to answer with a turret. Gets the last plate there as well, as we do have 10 seconds before those plates fall down.
Yeah, and I mean, the action's just never starting. Now, Longsheng here, he's got a little bit of a hot date, gonna immediately shove back the wave. Collateral damage comes out, whiffs onto Hylissang, but Fnatic, they were going a little bit too hard in this. Now, the patience on a Selfmade to hold his ultimate. He goes back in onto Kramer. Kramer flashed north rather than back into his teammate. Almost actually let Selfmade get away.
Yeah.
Rather than pulling him back in. Also held his ultimate throughout all of that. Nemesis not able to be there or do anything during that time. He does extend his CS advantage. He's going to move over here. He's going to pick up the blue buff. And the game will continue to develop. It's a 2,000 gold lead. Mountain in 1 minute, though. Super big dragon for both of these teams.
Yeah, it's crazy that the gold lead is 2,000 in favor of Fnatic, but the man with the most gold is, in fact, Xie in that mid lane after picking up all of those kills. Does have 7 kill participation, as there's the flash in from Hylissang. I believe that was a Hex flash. You may as well just press that button whenever it's available, but isn't actually able to find the Zenith Blade afterwards. And it'll be the disengage, but, you know, Hylissang can just go for that whenever he feels like. Solar Flare going to be up in a couple of seconds' time. That will mean full power for the bottom lane of Fnatic, despite Reckless not having any summoner spells. Piercing Darkness comes in. Another Zenith Blade is going to land, as that's going to be the cleanse. With a follow-up arrow is going to be good. And Whippo comes through and gets rid of the center ulti. It's going to follow up there as Mark. He's going to go down. Double kill for the Volley Bear on the bottom lane of LGD. And they do not have an answer for the Fnatic aggression.
No, they don't. And, I mean, this is going to be Mountain Dragon going over to Fnatic. They're up 3,500 gold, roughly. This is a pretty good situation. Peanut.
Onslaught of Shadows comes in. The pushback is Xie over the wall. Peanut lasting for quite a long time, as that is a decent time for a sleep there for Whippo. He'd done all he needed to do by taking down the jungler, and now this Mountain Drake should be available for Fnatic. That will equal out the Dragons, but highest value definitely in the hands of the Europeans.
And, okay, Fnatic.
Oh, Infernal as well. We got an exciting one.
This is definitely a spicy soul.
Oh, yeah.
As Black Cleaver is being built towards by Graves, or is he trying to build Phage twice? You know, I mean... Boris does work in mysterious ways.
He certainly does. I think that might be a Serrated Dirk and a Kindle Gem to be coming through there for Peanut. You just wanted the Pahage to have it there for the extra movement speed. Sometimes that's a thing that you want, especially with Phase Rush. Now Whippo's going to turn back up towards the top side, and we're going to have a look at this one from Whippo's perspective as he grabs that double kill.
Well, we see he just comes in here, gets on to everyone, uses the ultimate to just launch right on top of Nautilus. There's not a whole lot that LGD were able to do there. Now, Fnatic, 4,500 gold lead. They did have 2 turrets, so the turrets that are still standing, once they do fall, that will help to reduce that a little bit. Selfmade now going to pick up the second Rift Herald of the game. Almost has his Trinity Force completed, and also important to note, he didn't actually skip his jungle item.
Talking about that before, it was quite interesting, that decision. It seems to have worked out.
And just going to finally get this. Nemesis now looks like he's moving towards Zhonya's as his second item. I'm curious where this game is actually going to head in about 3 minutes, because that fight around the Infernal Dragon is going to likely decide everything. Yeah. If Fnatic gets it, they're probably going to be able to carry through to the game, but if LGD get it, it gives them so much stabilizing power and it buys so much time.
True, Longsheng going to be fighting Whippo here. Conqueror's going to proc as they're just fighting over the Krogs. Relatively even, but in the end, I guess a slight advantage there for Longsheng. 4,000 gold is going to be the lead. LGD, they do have a 2-item comp. You know, they do want to fight, like you were saying, around this next Infernal. They made it a little bit difficult for themselves, or at least Fnatic have, in this early game. So Fnatic's comp is going to be devastating in the late game teamfights. Feels like teamfights will sort of work themselves with this FLICKR and Bear diving on in. Shockwaves being available as there's center play time beautifully onto Xie. He's trying to get out. A lot of movement speed, but it's not going to be enough. Hillsong is eventually able to lock him down. Shockwave's going to come through. That picks up 2 kills. And Hillsong's not done. He's underneath an inner turret. Has a stopwatch to keep himself alive as there goes the turret from the fight. Bippo continuing forward. Longshing's going to go down and Kramer's like, what the heck am I supposed to do? Triple kill for Nemesis. And Fnatic are smashing this game.
And Fnatic, I mean, with this kind of a gold advantage, it is unfathomable to assume that they would lose that next dragon now. Their chance to win this game must be so close to 100% almost at this point. LGD blowing that fight right there, botching it, it sets them so much further back, and they already were behind outside of this game. So we'll take a look at how this all transpires. Xie just getting caught and collapsed on, everyone grouping up. Solarflare with the enchanted crystal arrow, Webo there as well. Kramer, he can't do anything on Senna in this situation. Renekton comes in, not able to really add anything of value, and this is the mid-game of this Fnatic team composition. It has so much cohesiveness in just grouping and stomping onto opponents' team compositions, and LGD, they didn't really go the distance yet.
Nope. They haven't been able to get too much work done whatsoever. And this is the time where LGD's comp's supposed to work as well. It's just Fnatic have been able to so ingeniously play out this early game. Peanut does get the smite on the big raptor. That is a very small silver lining on quite a dark cloud. 5-1-1 for Nemesis. He's absolutely gigantic. Most CS in the game. The Orianna is only going to get more and more scary. Has his Zhonya's as well for a lot of extra safety. And so much defensive vision. You can see LGD just playing on the back foot entirely as we crest the 20-minute mark. You've got 25 seconds on the Infernal Drake that we said was going to be a pivotal fight. And I have a feeling that it may not necessarily be as much, as Fnatic do just have such a gigantic lead. Double Trinity Forces already completed here. Self-Made already had that warrior enchant. I mean, his horse is extraordinarily strong. Not to mention the bear as well.
Well, does seem like Fnatic now, they're just gonna play it super safe and steady. They're gonna have Self-Made pick up the Infernal Dragon.
Yep, here's that dragon fight that we were talking about, ladies and gentlemen. Horse versus dragon. Self-Made showing us that horses win absolutely every time. Ignore all of those dragon-related movies that you've watched. This is how it works. As Peanut's going to come through, see whether man with a shotgun's going to be able to also do it. As Self-Made says, absolutely not. And he's just going to be able to steal that one away. So cheeky out of the European jungler, as Bwipo was there just in case things went wrong.
Self-Made, he is just having a very good time. Well, Peanut might be a little bit tilted. I don't even know what he's looking for right now.
He was wandering casually into a tri-brush with absolutely nothing to look for. However, his camps weren't available just yet, so now he's going to head towards his raptors as they did just spawn. Mid laners have relocated towards the top side of the map. As Xie will just try and defend this inner turret, but this is not the position in the game as Zoe wants to be. You want to make the map dark and large for your opponent, not for yourself. That's not how it necessarily works. Also, got the worst rift for this game as well. If you are a Zoe, taking away terrain, not great when you have so many terrain-related abilities.
And Zoe, I mean, she picks up the Banshee's Veil second. And that is going to be good against Enchanted Crystal Arrow and Solar Flare.
Yep.
As well as giving her some magic resistance against all of Fnatic, some magic damage, obviously. But it's going to mean that she's not going to hit as hard as she could. And sustained, prolonged fights, I mean, it's not what LGD really wants right now.
Blast Cone comes in. Xemethblade not going to connect. Self-Made, he's running real fast, but doesn't really have a destination just yet. Now he's just going to be able to take down this Rift Scuttler pretty comfortably. Longsheng and Whippo are going to be fighting. Stormstrike comes down. As you can see, the Conqueror comes on in there as Longsheng. He's decided he's not going to be able to win this one. He's going to flash away, but Whippo, he has a flash button as well, and he's looking for the Crocodile. Gets it. One more auto should be enough, as the Dawning Shadow is way too late from Kramer, and Whippo easily picks up the solo kill.
And I mean, just right there, Whippo getting the solo kill on Longsheng really, I think, just cements
Peanut is turning up a little bit late yet again.
Shia, I don't know what. Okay, he's gonna lose half of his life right there.
Yep.
Death Cap gonna be the next item for the Orianna. The gold lead just so massive. Also factor in that they have two of the best dragons in the game. Mountain and Infernal are there, bolstering all the stats as well. Looks like Death Stand's gonna be the next item for the Hecarim. And Fnatic look like they're content to just allow the game to keep going at this slow pace and just lean on dragons.
They also just have a better late game composition when it comes to team fighting, absolutely. More consistent DPS with the Ashe, as well as the two burly boys in the Hecarim and the Volibear, not to mention Orianna, who has been accelerated so much in this game. Nemesis just gigantic. 700 gold bounty at the moment. 9,000 gold is the lead for Fnatic. And they have been so decisive here today. After this game, if Fnatic are able to take the victory, then it'll say a 2-0 in the wins column for both them and Gen.G, but they'll go into a rematch against the Korean squad looking so much more powerful.
And Fnatic are, I mean, this is quite a showing that they've had here today.
Yeah.
They are looking very in shape. Magi's also now completed onto Nemesis. And I think this just really builds up to that final game between those two later on today.
Yeah, the choice of the Holy Book as well is going to be absolutely beautiful. Make us feel fantastic here. Sitting on this desk, as back is going to come through. LGD looking for one final reset before this Infernal Drake does come up. Fnatic will be getting to Soul Point there, but because the first Drake was taken so late, it is going to mean that the Soul itself will definitely be a little bit belated. 31-minute Soul, theoretically, if they're going to grab it on the spawn after this one. As Vision has been acquired by LGD on the Baron. As Nemesis turns up towards the top lane, does have his teleport available, so just going to add that extra pressure. As LGD, they poke their heads out, and they're looking for a potential fight around this Infernal Drake. It's Nemesis. Wonder whether he's going to stick around here, as Longsheng is looking for the wraparound. Peanut is on his way up here as well. There's the Dominus, immediately going to get popped. Nemesis is going to use the Shockwave, beautifully timed there as the dice comes out, and Dissonance going to be there as well. Looks like Nemesis might be free and clear, but is going to have to avoid the Dawning Shadow. Does so, Slice Dice comes in, Bubble a little bit short. But that is going to be the Cold Meat coming out from Longsheng, and Nemesis is in an alcove of death as a shutdown does come through. In the meantime, however, Whippo is taking an inhibitor in the bottom lane. So I'd probably just be typing a Worth in all chat there if I was Nemesis, as all of the backs going to come down for Gen.G. Kramer here just looking to try and stop this Nexus turret from falling down as a result.
Okay, well,
this is looking a little bit dicey here. Yep, 4 versus 4 is going to come in as Selfmade, going to go down very, very low, but did a lot of AoE damage. That's going to be Whippo interrupted as the ultimate does come out eventually. Longsheng culling absolutely nothing. Mark is going to fall down. The stuns come through, and behind this huge bear in the front line, Fnatic are just going to tear LGD apart. It's a double kill for Rekkles and make it the same for Whippo. And yeah, Fnatic are not slowing down anytime soon.
Yeah, they're calling for the end of the game, and these new blast cones gonna help Fnatic get into the base. Nemesis is there with the TP. The big question, did he buy Sork Elixir? That's the one on my mind, but I don't think it's gonna matter.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to be taking points off for that one in this particular exam. The second Nexus turret is going to go down. Fnatic say no to tiebreakers, and their performance today has been second to none. Looking out for Gen.G at the end of this one. If I was Gen.G, I'd be sweating. after seeing what Fnatic was capable of in their first 2 games.
And I mean, it's just really building up now to that final match between them two. Can Fnatic just really close out today with pure cleanliness? I think that would be quite a statement.
Absolutely.
The conclusion of Group C, as this was yet another dominating and clean game, and also the manner in which these games have just been exploding against these Eastern teams via the bot lane.
And it is also going to confirm our top 2 as well. Out of this group, it will be Gen.G and Fnatic that will be progressing, but it's first and second seeds that are yet to be decided. And you might be thinking, oh, just seeding, is that what we're playing for now? But that means you get to avoid teams like Damwon and teams like Top Esports, theoretically, if they are able to come out on top of their group, like it looks like they're going to be able to do based on the first half of the group stage. Yeah, I'd say seeding is going to be worth it, ladies and gentlemen.
Indeed. I think seeding is pretty important for both of these teams. Like you just mentioned, those are teams that you want to avoid so that you can have a greater chance of progressing, obviously, in the tournament. So it's going to be an important match, and Fnatic is definitely wanting to win it.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm very much looking forward to seeing what they're going to be able to do up against Gen.G. Our next match, not going to be meaning so much the rematch between LGD and TSM, but certainly going to be an exciting one. We've got some trips down memory lane for some of the players on the teams as well, but that's going to do it for us for this particular game. We are going to go to a short break, and we'll see you afterwards for more Worlds 2020.
Hey Mercedes, legends run wild, each one unique, with astonishing power, unstoppable, master warriors, ready to compete, seeking glory. We live it, we breathe it, we have each other's back. Together, we become legends, icons of a new generation.
Welcome to the world, no heroes and villains. Welcome to the war, we've only begun. So pick up your weapon and face it. There's blood on the ground, go and take it. You get one shot to make it out alive. So higher and higher you chase it. It's deep in your bones, go and take it. This is your moment. Now is your time, so prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Rise, push to heaven. Rise, rise. They will remember you. Rise. Welcome to the climb up, reach for the summit. Visions pray the one falls, steadily the end. So higher and higher you chase it. It's deep in your blood, go and take it. This is your moment. Take to the skies, go. Prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Rise, push through heaven. They will remember you. Get
welcome back everyone to the State Farm Analyst Desk for a look at Fnatic versus LGD and some Bwipo reaction cam and some self-made reaction cam. I thought the man never saw. We even get a cheeky tongue there.
Yeah, put that tongue back in your mouth.
What is that? But yeah, usually he is actually not that emotive, but I guess he was really happy with his Hecarim gameplay. A quick update then in terms of the stakes and the standings. LGD and TSM are now both eliminated from Worlds 2020. I'm sure we'll talk a bit about that more at the end of the day for LGD, the LPL representative being out as well. But that does mean that Fnatic and Gen.G are locked in quarters, and the winner of Game 6 between those two will directly decide who will be the #1 seed. There will be no tiebreaker games at the end of the day, and you have Fnatic to thank for that. So, a very interesting game once again. Let's look at the draft. As a reminder, last time we saw the set into the Ornn, actually, trying to kind of disrupt what Ornn would bring. So I was definitely looking at the top lane for these two, and we see some usual suspects.
Yeah, for sure. I think here on the red side, if it was a different team that could really utilize Zoe, Graves, Pryor in the 2v2 to use Graves to pressure the Hecarim, then I would be like, oh, might be a little bit dangerous. Hecarim is a bit greedy. That's why most teams aren't picking Hecarim. But last time, most games that LGD wins are when it comes down to those scrappy fights around Dragon at the end of the game. And I feel like Fnatic drafted a composition for exactly that. And it was just champions that they usually play.
And we also know that from the side of LGD, they do play to kind of in the mid-game play around Kramer and make sure that they don't fall behind. In fact, that they are ahead or that they are in a good position. It kind of happened, but not in the way we thought it happened. Because in the early laning phase, Reckless and Hylissang are racking up the 2v2 kills this World Championship, and I don't know what's going on there.
Yo, we said this before off air, I gotta say again, that's Legolas and Gimli. And it's finally coming together, because you know for the longest time, Hilly was like, let's go in, let's go in, let's go in. And Reckless was like, no, not this time, not this time. And this time was Reckless was like, screw it, let's go. And now, to be fair, it didn't always work out cleanly, but I love what we're seeing.
And I think this was a good example of you saying earlier, Dracos, LGD get down and dirty in the Rift, let's put it that way, to play. But Fnatic like to do that as well. But I think in this one, they overstayed their welcome.
I feel like this is just Fnatic showing that they're feeling really, really good. They just kind of bit off more than they could chew. Probably should have just killed the Graves and walked out with the Hecarim ult, but instead they're like, we want it all. And the great thing about this, in what Fnatic showed coming into future matches and maybe the quarters too, is that even though this happened, it didn't really seem to phase them. They just continued. They kept that confidence, and this is the deadly and very, very active Fnatic that we've seen in the past.
Yeah, and I think Fnatic had a clear plan, and I think you're right. I think usually we've seen the Hecarim exposed early on, but the priority, they were able to win bottom lane by both playing one so aggressively and two utilizing the Ashe, allowed Selfmade to have a pretty clear, pretty easy path to victory. And they knew if the game goes long enough, Hecarim's going to kill people. Like, Hecarim is inevitability in this game, and LGD didn't really have a lot of options. This was probably the cleanest victory we've seen over LGD, even including all of the fumbles in the early game that we've seen from any team in groups, and I'm happy to see it come from Fnatic.
And also looking at Fnatic, like exactly as you say, they were rallying around the same idea, and the conversation was always Fnatic, they're not playing as a team, they're disoriented, they're all over the place. But that conversation is completely gone. Fnatic have proven time and time again in this group stage that they are consistently playing as 5. They're on the same page, and that's great to see as a Fnatic fan.
I think this next replay, which is also the Oppo player of the game role for Bwipo, shows that. Because here you see Hylissang just going in, no fear. He's going to go over the wall, he's going to pop the ultimate from Leono and follow up because he knows the TP is coming in.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember what happened here, honestly.
They fought so many times in this one area.
He just slammed. Yeah, there were so many fights in this area, honestly. TP'd in. I think in the beginning it looked kind of rough in the top lane matchup, but then after those TPs and Bwipo got a lead, he definitely delivered. He's making Volibear look damn good in comparison to some of the other Volibears that we saw in this tournament. And look at that slam.
Ooh.
Boom.
Michael Jordan is proud.
Wow.
Flash to go through. Yeah, and of course, like, early on in the match, if he played very respectively, Longsting was able to get small advantages just in terms of individual trades, but he kept it together, and then mid to late game in these fights, he was an absolute terror, and you can see that these fights are pretty unplayable for literally anyone because Xie can't hit priority targets, he can only hit Bwipo or Hylissang, and that means Reckless just gets to pop off.
It's just so easy for them to itemize as well against that composition. Their champions are just naturally very bad against tanks, and you could see the Fnatic knew so. Hylissang ran in, Bwipo ran in, and then, of course, the AD jungle item Hecarim also ran in.
He did indeed, and I think in terms of when you're playing an LPL team in general, but also LGD, you do know that they're still going to fight you, right? Even if they're at a small or a bigger disadvantage, because they don't give up games. They actually keep fighting. So what I like from Fnatic's answer is the fact that they made the proactive decisions to go looking for the kills to make sure that they could push through. And this is the most glaring example of that. They're just going to push straight through 2 towers.
It's such a beautiful sequence because you can clearly see that everyone's on the same page. We're going to dive. Hylissang has
so
that
good.
backup.
This is the best play of the game.
Ooh, look at that volley bro ultimate, seizing the tower. Hylissang baiting in with the hourglass, and it was one of the cleanest dives we've seen all tournament long.
Really utilizing every aspect of the Volibear kit there, and you can see LGD for a brief moment thinking they got that free Leona kill, baited in, forgetting about the Volibear ultimate as a path to restart the fight and take that tower offline. So just flawless play there from Fnatic.
So final thoughts there. First up for the side of LGD, who had a rough road. 4th seed from the LPL, started janky in the plains, but then worked their way up and were actually finding their groove more and more, but it wasn't enough. They just lost it again on this day. That super close game versus Gen.G was probably the straw that broke the camel's back for LGD, because if you win that, it's a different story. And for the side of Fnatic, now they have to look forward to possibly getting that 1st seed in the last game versus Gen.G. I'm already excited for it, but it's not time yet, so we're going to talk about it later. We're going to step away for just a second, but we'll be back with Atlas NLS for LGD versus TSM.
TSM now find themselves in a 0-3 situation and a massive uphill battle to climb if they still want to get out of this group.
LGD will tie up with Gen.G and Fnatic at 2-1 in this group.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Worlds 2020 here at LoL Park as we have our second last game of the evening. I'm Atlas, this is LS, and this game doesn't really mean a whole lot when it comes to the standings. However, both of these teams not wanting to go out without a bit of a bang, and both of these teams also needing to prove a lot to their home regions. I know that LGD was certainly copping it back in China, and TSM as well as you know, the first seed out of North America definitely had a lot more expectations on their shoulders than a fourth place finish in this group. So looking forward to seeing whether, you know, some respect is going to be gained back from either of these two teams.
Yep.
As we do get into the draft for this particular game, I want to cast your minds back to a very long time ago where a gentleman called Shie made his debut on Team WE. That was in IEM Katowice, where somehow the 9th place team that was WE at the time from the LPL managed to get to the grand final. And that grand final was against Bjergsen's TSM. He had a lot of very different players around him at that particular time. And at that particular point, TSM 3-0'd them pretty considerably easily. So looking forward to seeing what this second rematch between these two squads is going to show for us. As we do already have the bans coming through. Caitlyn, the Syndra, and the Ornn all banned away by LGD. And TSM taking away a couple of the power picks here in Shie's Twisted Fate, which has always been very good, and the must-ban Lucian that should never get through a draft.
And well, Caitlyn, Syndra, Ornn by LGD is a bit interesting, given that they are on blue side. Renekton, we did just finally see it lose, and it was taken away. So I'm curious what LGD are actually going to go for. Also, given the nature of the match, are we going to see anything a little bit more for fun?
Yeah, Camille wouldn't necessarily be a for fun pick, neither would the Orianna, which is going to be locked away. So LGD looking like business at this particular point in time, as we'll see what TSM have in mind. Nidalee's still available, definitely going to be a priority pick for both of these teams. The jungle is feeling pretty wide open at this point in time. So, you know, Graves there as a response, Lilia also available. Last time these two teams met, it was the Longxing and Peanut show when it comes to that particular game, and it was, in fact, the Lilia that was what Peanut was piloting, as there's the Zilean lock-in. Spica thinking about an Amumu, as that might be a shout-out to our friend Cloud Templar, who is currently commentating the Korean broadcast of the World Championships as we speak. I spoke to him backstage, and I was like, are you worried about Gen.G? And he's like, no, I'm worried about LCS. As Graves going to be the lock-in here, so it doesn't look like for fun is really happening, but TSM wanting to go out with their playstyle intact. And of course, Bjergsen, a pretty standout Zilean player, even if it didn't necessarily work out against Gen.G in their first outing. As Peanuts, Nidalee likely to be picked up. That will be locked away as we're looking for an AD top laner. Could, of course, just be a Camille, theoretically, out of Longxing right here, or they could take away a priority AD carry or support or something like that. And it is going to be Mark's Pantheon locked away here for LGD.
And I feel like the LGD draft right now with Nidalee and Orianna. Now, the Orianna is going up against Zilean, so she should be able to actually get control over the early stages of the laning phase, and so we'll see what Peanut's going to be able to do with that kind of freedom. Pantheon likely is going to be in the support role, probably not going to see any sort of flex shenanigans. Now Camille is being locked in for TSM, and so the bot laners still a little bit unknown. I'm curious where they're going to end up going.
Curious about what the bans are that LGD are going to throw out at them, as well as there's the Jax ban away from Longxing. Not going to want to see any of those Jax into Camille matchups that we've seen be pretty Jax favored, actually, in the couple of matches that we have seen, although nameplates do certainly play a part in that one. Tahm Kench going to be taken off the board here, as LGD do target Bifrost just a little bit. Senna still available, could likely be somewhere that TSM want to go. Senna has been very, very strong despite her loss in the previous game, as Electric Bear hits the bench. Not going to be seeing him out of Longxing.
And, well, let's see what the final ban is going to be here. It's going to be the Leona.
Okay, Mark's like, I've locked in my champion, and my opponent is not allowed to play any of theirs. Could make some sense. Could see Double F just take away the center here, but the Ashe is also available. Looks like that is going to be the route that they're looking to take. It's now Kramer. What is he going to be playing? As I think might just be the center.
I think that they take the Ashe because it's a vacuum answer to the most common remaining marksman down in the bot lane, both the Senna and the Jhin. And Aurelia,
as it turns out,
is being hovered right now. Oh, now moving over to Jace. Now Shen.
Okay, Shen getting locked in towards the top side. That is going to be Longxing's answer to this Camille.
Taric isn't even bad here. I know that's a very uncommon support that we don't see a lot.
Yeah.
Thresh, though, is another answer to the Pantheon.
Flay can be very strong when he's trying to get in there with his stun, especially if it's used onto his lane partner, so don't mind it, but it is going to be the Freljordian bottom lane instead, as Ashe Braum to be locked away by TSM. And we've got double shields on the bottom side of the map. We'll see who's going to be able to keep their teammates alive the best. As these are going to be your compositions. LS, how are you feeling about both LGD and TSM coming out of this one?
I think it's no doubt in anyone's mind that TSM has a lot more scaling than LGD. My big worry is that TSM's their own greatest enemy in a lot of cases. And there definitely is a lot of explosiveness that can happen on the bottom side of the map that I think would offset the top side scaling. So things get a little bit scary. I don't feel that confident that TSM's going to manage to juggle the level 6.
Could certainly be dangerous. Also, LGD with the access to the double man drop. If Stand United is going to be used with the Grand Skyfall, means that they will have a lot of global flexibility with those two champions. Looking forward to seeing whether LGD can get things done in the earlier stages, because it was a very disappointing performance that they put up last time around. Now wanting to try and bounce back. However, the North American faithful will be behind TSM, who certainly don't want to be heading home with the record sitting as it is right now. An extra victory would certainly help as far as keeping their eyes on the prize moving into 2021. You could imagine that both of these teams not necessarily in the greatest spirits, so I think that psychologically a lot's going to be going on in this particular game between these two, and it's who's able to keep their heads in it rather than letting results get to them. So we're doing these final checks to try and get into our 5th game of the day. Of course, groups haven't been sorted just yet. Still waiting to see whether it's going to be Fnatic or Gen.G that are going to come out in that first place. But at the moment, it's looking a little bit like Fnatic.
Now,
we do have 3rd and 4th confirmed.
Yes,
LGD and TSM.
3rd and 4th are indeed confirmed. Now, the important thing here for TSM is that they don't go winless. That is basically what they are trying to fight back against right now.
Yeah.
And so there is that on the line. As far as North America is concerned now, it all does come down to FlyQuest in Group D.
Yep.
To try to get out.
We're going to need as many trees planted as possible moving into our next group. A group that will be very, very difficult for North America, considering the other combatants. Top esports have looked absolutely dominant. Even though a lot of people are talking about Damwon, I think that at least equally as dangerous is a team like Top. Derek's going to be in there as well. But let's focus back onto this match, as we already have 40 seconds elapsed. So we hop into it. Some backs to come down. Checking the summoner spells to see whether anything has actually occurred. And the answer is no. So we do have a bit of a ward on the enemy Brambleback put down by Longxing. The Surgeon Shen, going back to some old favorites there when it comes to Shen skins. One of my personal favorites as well. The way that you used to be able to just throw scalpels at people when it was old Shen just felt right to me.
True.
I liked it.
Did feel a lot better. TSM now, they're going to start off with clearing the vision inside of their own jungle. Bjergsen does get the ward, so he's already at 1 CS. Amazing.
There we go.
Before the lane's even started. Now, he also does hit level 2 now off the first wave.
Ooh, true.
So that is pretty nice. Xie, understanding that Zilean has a really hard time farming underneath the turret, so I think he's going to try to just shove in really fast while the minions are at different layered HP values. and make things really hard.
Yep, picks up that bomb as well just to deny its damage onto the minion wave and allow his shove to continue as Longxing throws out some empowered autos onto Broken Blade. See, they're just sort of testing the waters here in this lane for the time being. Broken Blade probably happy to not have to deal with Longxing's Renekton yet again. Last time around, it certainly wasn't an easy lane, and you can see right now things going much better for the TSM top laner.
Yeah, Broken Blade definitely has control over this lane so far. And Longxing now finally gonna ding level 2 himself. Peanut, meanwhile, down here, clearing the Wolf Camp, not gonna use any of the patience on it, which is a little bit surprising. It's one of the mini games that I know China is very critical of.
Oh yeah.
Like Ning's clear speed inside of the jungle. So Peanut with almost a full patience clear on the Wolves right there.
That's a virtue, is what I've heard said, so I don't mind it whatsoever. Hawkshot flies through, just trying to scout out Peanut, and he will be spotted. Great aim out of double lift there. Not going to deter Peanut for the minute, as Bjergsen down to about 100 actually, as the clockwork wind-up is working the flash forward, and there it is, first blood for Xie's solo kill in the mid lane at 3 minutes.
And that is a very big solo kill. So many minions in front of the turret. Now Bjergsen is going to TP back, but now the wave is going to bounce back in. He has more than enough time. Xie is going to be able to just come off the reset now with such an item advantage. It's going to be really hard now for Zilean to play.
Well, Longxing getting shoved in here towards the top side. You can see FLICKR is in the area to try and put some pressure in, looking for a potential dive maybe. But it is difficult to lock down a Shen without something catastrophic going on. That taunt can be a big problem.
Yeah, it's not even just the turret that's the problem here for Spica. It's also that Shen's W is so effective against Graves. Oh!
Good hookshot time.
Really close call, yeah.
That's something that you certainly have to be wary of, and he absolutely played that well. And now the back going to come through from Longxing. So far, early game advantage for LGD is Xie, continuing to put pressure onto Bjergsen. See that health bar really not very high for Bjergsen at the moment. He's getting a lot of pressure on him, landing the bombs, but Command Protect and the orb circulating Xie is certainly going to help out. That extra armor and MR is actually a big deal in the early game.
Yeah.
For the Orianna. Try not to leave your ball in the lane when you're taking damage, guys. That's the PSA. As Peanut, he's going to hop out. Speaker making his way around.
Ooh, the cannon. Yeah.
Oh man, this is so much pressure. Xie almost dirty farming between mid lane turrets. That's not something I thought was possible. Of course, this is a difficult lane for the Zilean, but after that solo kill, it is almost impossible.
And I think this is one of the highlights, actually, of Worlds, is when Bjergsen has picked a Zilean, unlike in North America, where he was winning lanes or almost going even in hard counter matchups. On the World stage, Orianna is getting the better end of him. Hold on.
Yeah, this is looking a little bit better. Shockwave comes through, the flash into it there as the exhaust comes down. The bomb is going to go on top of Xie, and it is going to explode, but Xie takes a while to die, and Speaker is going to be the one that picks up the kill. So, 1-1 now in the earlier stages, and that is going to close the gold gap, regardless of how small it is.
A little bit of a freeze up here by Broken Blade.
Thought I felt a little bit chilly. As Mark's looking to try and hold this wave for Xie the best he can. Has himself the shield, but Speaker comes down. End of the line might just be that, but no, Mark is going to survive for the minute.
Tried to hold as much as he possible. Oh, he's going to be able to give it over.
Wow, that's actually really important. The experience being the biggest part, but also being able to get the gold for it as well. Xie doesn't actually lose as much as he possibly could have. As Longxing in there, Spirit's Refuge actually to deny any sort of answer from Broken Blade, and that's going to win a trade for the LGD top lane. A flash forward, that's going to be the stun Speaker, nailed by the spear, and Peanut gonna help the support lock down the kill. Sometimes when you see supports getting kills, you feel bad, but when it's Pantheon, you don't feel as bad.
And also now they're able to exert a little bit of pressure onto Broken Blade in the top lane, who had been doing such a good job on his own accord in this Camille versus Shen matchup. And so currently as the game does stand, there's a small gold advantage for LGD. The bot lane, we haven't really been getting too many glimpses of it, and as I say that, we do finally pan down here. Kramer, a little ahead in the CS department, but it's definitely not the end of the world.
I mean, Kramer hasn't had a lane partner for the last 2.5 minutes, so you'd probably say having a slight CS advantage is not what you would expect from the LGD AD carry. Mark is finally going to turn back up here towards the bottom lane as the dancing grenade looks to try and even out the lane state. Volleys even being avoided. As captive audience comes through to try and get a bit of extra damage down. Not going to be able to do anything there as the minions were the ones that procced it. There's now TSM slink off into the river and look for this first Cloud Drake of the game at 7.5 minutes. Looks like they should be able to grab this uncontested.
And LGD right now are aware of this, but yeah, there's no way they're going to be able to move over here. Ooh! Oh!
Arrow connects. Great shield timing, but I don't think it's going to be enough as Mark is going to go down by Frost. Grabbing that kill. They get the flash out of Kramer as well. That's going to be the lockdown. Spear almost connects, and the curtains have been called. Scoping out Biofrost, who I don't believe had the Unbreakable, and now just going to hold it for the minute. I do like the music, so I like it when our Jin players do hold onto the curtain call.
It was really important that they get the kill at the time that they did, and Shen did not end up appearing down in bottom. And so I feel like TSM, they've really weathered the storm so far.
Longxing looking for a little bit more of a battle here towards the top side. Guessed wrong for when Broken Blade was going to be answering back. Of course, precision protocol is a little bit more difficult when there's a Spirit's Refuge, and the mini-game in this matchup is timing both of those abilities.
And everything that's happening right now, 4 minutes until the next Ocean Dragon, it's not another high-priority dragon necessarily that either team wants to go out of their way to get. And so we'll see what the map state ends up looking like as we do near that. LGD, they are still ahead by about 1,000 gold. Now remember, TSM, it's assumed that they should be down in the gold department. It's the way that the lanes are supposed to basically be going. They're supposed to be bleeding some CS, some EXP, likely some turret plates. So the gold score is not totally indicative of what's really happening in the game. TSM are really in a pretty fine spot, all things considered.
Yep, it's not the end of the world. Over LGD, if they continue on their current course, it's certainly looking good for them as the game goes on. But I'm glad you bring that up, because of course, scaling is something that can make the gold at the top of the screen feel a little bit misleading, and is of course the case here. Bjergsen hasn't been pushed out of too much CS. I believe even BDD's set caused more of a CS discrepancy than Xie's Orianna has in this particular game. So not absolutely terrible. And that TSM versus Gen.G game was pretty competitive, to be perfectly honest. Biofrost down here, just clearing out vision where he can. Doublelift taking care of the minion wave. TSM have somewhat stabilized. It's Peanuts making another pass through his jungle, probably heading towards his Grump next to make sure he's taken as many of the camps as possible. And Kramer has been zoned entirely away from this outer turret.
Not a whole lot able to really go on unless LGD consent to it. Kramer coming in. Does land that deadly flourish.
Yeah, exactly. Stun comes down onto Biofrost, but that is a pretty good unbreakable. The shields are going to come down. Arrow connects there from Doublelift as collateral damage and a bomb onto Mark. Flash forward and Doublelift grabs the kill with a volley. He did the calculation and got there in the end. Single man shockwave, but that is going to net them a kill. Peanut grabs that one, and now Doublelift is going to be taken down as well. Xie going to get rewarded in the end.
Ooh.
Some extra experience going over to the speaker, but that is just on the way out. As Peanut spots out the Graves, collects himself a bomb as well, and LGD continue with pressure after that.
The unfortunate thing about Doublelift flashing forward for the kill, yes, they get a kill and an assist, but obviously comes at the cost of his flash, which he's not going to have now for the dragon fight, if that even takes place. They immediately die shortly thereafter, and now Doublelift misses out on all of these waves of EXP. So it's not just the kill gold that ends up being lost out on. Herald goes out into mid lane, does a ton of damage to it. Zillion's tier 1 turret being almost gone before plates have even really dissipated is not a good sign for TSM. It's going to be very difficult to stabilize the mid part of the game because you would assume that that tier 1 turret would still be up in a control mage versus control mage matchup.
Definitely should be, and the matchup is a lot more important in this particular game. The Zilean can certainly decide a lot as this game goes on. Gaunt lands here towards the top side. It's Broken Blade, slightly caught out of position, looks for the stun, doesn't quite get it there onto Longxing. However, it doesn't really matter. It's just looking to try and get trades where he can. Both of these top laners not feeling under too much threat at this particular point in time. As this one continues. Bottom side of the map, Storm Razor completed by Kramer. 107 to 109 as Doublelift has brought back the CS. And only 002 here for Kramer so far, so a bit of a quiet game for him. And a turret plate going over to Doublelift is certainly good news for TSM. Sheer clearing out the mid lane, and they're not going to look for any extra pressure. So the game's certainly slowing down.
Yeah, the game is absolutely slowing down quite a bit right now. LGD, they are up about 2,000 gold. And when you look at the levels across the board, they're up 1 in top lane, 1 in mid lane. And I'm not really quite sure exactly how close both the junglers are, but do remember that Bjergsen has given over some EXP to speak of. So...
Dark Wave, okay, Bjergsen might have to throw out the Chrono Shift as he's going to hold it until the very last second, and in fact, that second doesn't actually come. So, second Drake taken by TSM in the meantime, and it is going to be a Mountain Rift here today as Peanut almost gets caught out by the little rock coming up there, and Speaker is going to have to use his flash to get out of the way of the pincer move between Pantheon and Nidalee.
And he goes back into...
Oh, Frost. Unbreakable to deny that particular pick as Peanut not quite able to get the smite. So that's good news for TSM. Small victories. They're small, but not insignificant as Longxing looks for some cheeky autos there onto Broken Blade, who's going to get slowed down. Tactical sweep coming on in. But yeah, I mean, the more I commentate these top lane skirmishes, the less I realize, the more I realize that it's not all that important.
I'm really curious what the grass stacks are on both of these two parties right now, because they have really been hitting each other.
Yeah, that's like the true deciding factor of this matchup. How many have been denied by the Spirit's Refuge? Maybe that's a question we could ask. But even then, it's not very important. Ladies and gentlemen, I think elsewhere on the map is going to be the best thing to watch out for, as both of these top laners are going to be aiming for very different things as these games go on. I mean, Shen is a split pusher, but only because he can get to his team at a moment's notice. Camille's a split pusher because she can murder turrets very, very comfortably. So if you leave her alone, she's going to be very, very scary. And let's see how both TSM and LGD are going to utilize their top-side solo laners as the game progresses. A couple of dragons going over to TSM is definitely good news. Mountain Soul in about, you know, theoretically 8 minutes time, or very close to. Spear going to go a little bit wide there. Aimed out by Peanut as LGD are wanting to take down this outer turret. And like you illustrated before, this is a big deal.
Yes. And the problem with it now is that the vision play around mid is going to be a little bit more difficult for TSM, because normally you would assume, again, well, hold on.
Well,
hold that thought.
This is a lot of people moving towards the top side as Longxing realizes it. Spirit's Refuge actually does mitigate a lot of damage, but the double bomb comes down. Broken Blade is going to grab that kill, and it looks like TSM had enough of this gentleman's agreement on the top side of the map.
Yeah, I'm not totally sure why he flashed there, given that Broken Blade had Hextech Ultimatum. So no matter what, he would get locked up regardless and just end up being brought down. But anyways, LGD, at the end of it all, Kramer now, he's going to get the solo turret proximity gold as well as the turret capture for his team there on the bottom side. Spica is starting the second Rift Herald.
Ooh, turret also going to go down here, 4 members. And Doublelift off to the side for TSM. Broken Blade lying in wait. Seeing whether he can start something off here as the arrow is going to connect towards the backside. Double taunt is huge by Longxing though as Speaker gets himself out of the way with the collateral damage. Meanwhile, Broken Blade dives into the backline. The shockwave used just to try and get rid of the Camille as the curtains have been called. First two shots are going to miss, but the third one's good onto Dolph. Broken Blade sniped as well as Peanut has to get the heck out of there. Looks for another spear, but the Unbreakable is good. No! Kramer locking down the second one for himself. And LGD now have TSM cornered underneath their turret. Chrono Shift still on cooldown. And Peanut still stalking his prey. Yerksen just locking up what he can. Spicker didn't quite know where to walk, but is going to be safe in the end. And LGD are going to win a fight and look for their third turret of the game.
And what looked like was going to be the start of some good news for TSM just turns around so quickly. And LGD now, they raise yet another turret, and they extend their lead to just over 4,000 gold here at 17 minutes. And this is very problematic for TSM, because also Mountain Dragons are coming up. So we take a look at this. Stand United in on Pantheon. He goes in onto Bifrost, lines up perfectly for the Shen taunt. Broken Blade with some really good execution over the ledge. Hextech Ultimatum, they didn't quite have the ability to kill Xie. Everyone from TSM was thinking that they were going to disengage. Some of the curtain call bullets ended up whipping. Peanut tries to go in. Little bit of mechanical footsies going on between these two teams, and Kramer with just a beautiful deadly flourish yet again.
And I actually, like, oftentimes you see a lot of value coming out of a Zilean when a team is very all-in with their team fights, right? When they've got a lot of abilities to land you on top of your opponent, not quite as many to get out, as I might have to hold my thought as Broken Blade looking for a bit of a fight here, finds the hook shot, dives on top of Peanut, but misses the stun. And the Chrono Shift is going to get there at the very last instance, but it's not going to be enough. Pull back with the Shockwave, and a little bit overly aggressive there by Broken Blade as LS looks very, very confused as to why that just happened.
And the thing that's so bizarre about it is that Mountain Dragon is up, and they're randomly going for something like that. Now, Xie as well.
Yeah, Flash does come through to get himself out of the way of the arrow, but he still takes a lot of damage. Kramer looks for another deadly flourish, but misses it. Gets 6 points in my particular country when he's playing football, but however, not going to get anything when it comes to League of Legends. Peanut, he's looking for this Mountain Drake, the first dragon for LGD of the game. Mark's going to be there to play goalie, and Shen's pushing out the bottom lane. This is going to go over to LGD very comfortably and head us towards a 5,000 gold lead for the LPL team in their final game at Worlds.
And this is just very, very unfortunate for TSM, because had TSM gotten a Mountain instead of the Cloud, and then LGD just got a Cloud Dragon, it's not as painful. But now that LGD are the ones that they were fortunately in control of the game at the spawn of the Mountain Dragons, now they capture it. It's very brutal, because they're getting very, very good combat stats for their team. And then in addition to this, I mean, Graves, he's going the lethality build. Every little point of armor that the enemy gets is that much more painful for you.
Yeah. Oh, man. LGD now pushing into TSM's jungle, trying to deny everything that they can. It's a suffocating playstyle that you have the luxury of doing when you're this far ahead. And Peanut looking to try and grab the Bramble back away from Speaker as well. See whether Speaker's going to be able to grab it. And he does. End of the line Smite going to be able to lock that one down. As Broken Blade finds himself a control ward. LGD know that he's slightly out of position looking for that flank. As Shirley going to pop her head up out of the river and just march towards this inner turret. As TSM look to defend, looks like they are going to be able to now, as the spear not going to find double lift. Deadly flourish as well going to be avoided. And Shirley, like we say, is not going to be able to find too much. Smark looking for some poke. LGD's dash in, dash out comp just makes it so comfortable playing around even the frustrations of the Zilean Chrono Shift, meaning that, you know, if you pick someone out, but then you're just in a team fight, does mean that things can be difficult, as there's the curtains. They have been called. Looking for Bifrost there in the back line. That's a bit of some wanted bullet bending there from Kramer, but not able to lock down the kill onto Bifrost.
Things are going very well right now for LGD. TSM are just trying to buy themselves more and more time to continue to scale up. Camille still ways away from getting to the point where she's going to become a very scary menace. Bjergsen doesn't even have a second core item completed yet. Rod of Ages, still 2 minutes left until it hits max stack.
Yep, did manage to get it though, so that's certainly the time gate taken care of for the Zilean. Probably sitting on a bit of gold as well, as he's just looking to try and get as much into the coffers as possible before the next team fight. As Bifrost going to get slowed down, Unbreakable. Going to be reactionary, not exactly in time. As now Mark has to flash, actually, a little bit overly aggressive as the arrow sails by majestically. A slight walk south was what LGD used in order to avoid that one. The Baron was poked, but not going to be committed to at this point in time.
Well, 2 minutes until that Mountain Dragon's going to come up. And if LGD gets that one, 12% increased resistances as champions are nearing max level, so the resistances are going to be at their highest for the amplification. It's going to be very obnoxious for TSM, especially because they're all about sustained, persistent damage in their team comp. It's not a pick comp or anything of that nature, so lots of value going to be there for LGD.
Yeah, and LGD just have so many poke options as well. Even, you know, the Pantheon having his spear that he can throw out. So Peanut can just fish for opportunities where he sees fit, and then LGD can time when they want to go in. And Longsheng always has his ultimate to make sure that everyone stays safe. As back going to come through from Broken Blade, we'll see what he can actually afford. Looks like Ravenous Hydra is going to be the next item that he's looking for. It's now in the base. Not quite going to be there just yet. Mr. Caulfield's Warhammer to augment the rest of his build. Looks like he might just be leaving the Tiamat there, heading towards something like a Death Stance. Deathly Flourish. Very nice snipe. Make sure that Kramer can get all the experience and gold from these minions.
Well,
I want to ask you a question, Owen.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I was just wondering about the percentage chance of TSM winning this game. Do you have it for me?
Ooh, yeah, I think, no, I don't.
What are we looking at? I just want to know the situation. How worried should we be?
I would, like, if you ask, you know, my life depended on it, I would say less than 5%.
Less than 5?
Yeah. I'm curious what Tim would say on Twitter if you've been following his bots predictions.
Oh?
Evaluating the game state?
No, I haven't seen that. I have seen this team fight start off as Bifrost taking a bit of damage. Speaker, oh, not going to get hit by that one, but the curtains come on through, and that is going to be one of the not hitting. Last bullet going to connect onto Bifrost, but no one on TSM is going to be taken down just yet. This is a fight around this second Mountain Drake. But LGD do have positional advantage on, and TSM not feeling strong enough to fight it, and I do not blame them.
And LGD getting this next dragon, I mean, they just draw closer and closer. It is still 10 minutes until the Mountain Soul, which is more than enough time for Zilean to get to third item, Camille to get to third item. But at what cost are they going to end up just giving up everything on the map? They're not in a position to really fight right now, although Kramer...
Yeah, unfortunately, Arrow is going to miss there from Dublin. Good flash comes out to avoid it by Kramer. It's now Broken Blade looking for something. The rest of LGD just going to back away, and their disengage has just been flawless this game. Whenever TSM look like they want to fight, LGD are like, no, I'm sorry. It's just not happening today.
They're doing a very good job at controlling basically all the sideways. LGD right now.
Ooh, Speaker. Ooh. Deadly Flourish is going to connect. Spear goes through. Bjergsen blocks it. Nicely done. TSM still feeling on the ropes, though.
We got a little bit of an ARAM happening here.
It is?
Yeah.
Both of these teams are in China, but experiencing the NARAM, although we kind of took it in Korea.
Oh, we had the KRAM as well.
The KRAM was far more prevalent. I do definitely want to shout out the LCS. Weren't necessarily ARAMing as much as we were in seasons past. But in this game, that was a lot of time spent in mid.
Yeah.
Bit of a revisit to the NARAM.
And it looks like all the utility items are there on the side of LGD. They're fully equipped for a team fight, if it would end up happening. although they're so close to completed core items. If you just look at their inventory right now, it would be a little bit bizarre if they're really going to insist on a fight.
Arrow connects onto the Shen, not exactly. Oh! 3-man shockwave in the back line. Deadly Flourish locks down one, and TSM, they are running for the hills. FLICKR battling here against Mark, and not exactly winning out here. Jungle versus support as TSM limp away from Xie's orb.
And just now, TSM, they're forced to go on the full retreat. Doublelift, no summoner spells, and now LGD, they have total control with what they want to do. They're actually not going to start the Baron. And this is what I was mentioning, in that Jin, so close to his completed item. You have Xie and Nidalee very close as well. I think that Longxing, I don't know if he's going for the Warmogs, or if he's just going to go for the Knight's Vow and go down the supportive route.
Yep.
So we'll see what happens there. There's the third item completed for the Jin.
Oh, Xie is so close to Zhonya's as well. This is 3 items coming through from 2 of the most notable 3-item champions in Orianna and the Jin. Jin with these particular ones collected. Very similar to a lot of our crit AD carries, but he's no exception, absolutely. As Grand Skyfall comes through, that is going to be the Stand United in compared with it, as that is going to be the Chrono Shift having to be used very, very early in this fight onto Bjergsen himself. In goes Broken Blade. They're looking for Mark. He's very low, and that is going to be the Hextech Ultimatum that locks down the Pantheon. Now Longxing going to have to taunt himself out of there as Bifrost does follow willingly, and now Broken Blade going to go into his stopwatch. For Longxing, he doesn't really care. He's got himself the Spirit's Refuge, keeps him alive for so long as now Speaker comes in, but collateral damage not going to be able to do enough to take down anyone more, and only Mark is going to fall after that one.
And Jin definitely sounds scary, which is walking away. Now, Kramer was not there, basically, during the fight when it was at its peak moment. So, a little bit overzealous was LGD. Doublelift, no summoners, no Enchanted Crystal Arrow.
All 4 bullets are going to land.
Okay.
Deadly Flourish as well. Okay, Kramer, chill out, mate. We get it. You can hit every skill shot. Well played. Doublelift is going to survive, however. And it does mean that he has to go for a reset here. And 50 seconds now on the Mountain Drake. He should be able to get back as Bjergsen speeds himself up. Super Soaker comes in and does get the flash out of Peanut, who will have another pounce available if another bomb does come down. But that is a very valuable flash to come out from Bjergsen, who's coming alive now on this Zilean.
We'll see if he can manage to keep TSM alive inside of this game, because all the pressure is on him.
Now Speaker going to get tagged by the Spear. LGD now having to deal with a mid lane minion wave. It's going to give TSM some priority around this Mountain Drake that's going to be spawning in 12 seconds time. More experience, level 15 now given over to Speaker. Peanut going to be in an experience deficit thanks to the Zilean. Good news. Longxing very tanky right now. Looks like it might be a Spirit Visage potentially coming in next. We'll have to see exactly what that item is going to be. Mark looks for the stun, does get it down there, but Stand Beside Me going to be in for Biofrost. That is going to be the Dragon taken by Doublelift of all people. TSM did have control of the pit. Peanut goes for the smite. Doesn't quite find it. In fact, this Worlds has not really been the greatest for Peanut's ability to smite.
And this is definitely scary because the gold graph, I mean, you take a look at it on our screen, it is stagnating very hard, and this is a TSM Wonderland when things of this nature are happening. Speaker does not have smite. I think they're aware of that.
Well, he's still going to try and get in there, but collateral damage not going to be enough, and Peanut is going to be able to secure the Baron. Broken Blade still trying to dive in, doesn't get the stun, but does find Hextech Ultimate. Two-man shockwave onto some very high priority members as the Chrono Shift is out already, and now the Curtain Call comes in. Hook shot out from Broken Blade, looking to try and escape this one as the final bullet barely too short there onto Biofrost. TSM do intelligently move over and will be able to take down this outer turret in the mid lane, and now they're looking for a fight. Arrow comes in, they're looking for Longxing first as they're fighting this one front to back, but LGD are going to survive, not taking very much damage. TSM not going to bite off more than they can chew, and that's just LGD. I mean, there was a fight in there somewhere, but the result is Baron for LGD.
Yeah. And so they do manage to extend their gold a little bit, so we'll see how this Red Bull Baron power play is going to turn out for them in the end. But Bjergsen, he's almost level 16. Camille, almost likewise, going to be level 16 as well. And we're reaching the point where Orianna, she's going down the utility item route. And so because she picked up the Morello and then the Zhonya's, she's lacking a lot of just raw power inside of her inventory. Gen, all of his items are now just becoming utility. It seems like he's going every which way. Picks up the Kindle Gem, doesn't get the Knight's Vow. So he's just sitting on 200 HP and some CDR. Maybe now he's going Locket of the Iron Solari. Nidalee picks up the Void Staff. But it's really coming down to Jhin. Even Pantheon, he's been stuck on the same items for a very long time. TSM are just consistently getting stronger. Graves almost has Mortal Reminder.
And Doublelift now has his 3 items completed as well. A cheeky extra crit cloak also. As Peanut gonna get tagged, but Deadly Flourish comes out onto Bifrost as well. Unbreakable is now on cooldown, which is important as Doublelift takes half of his health bar from one spear. I guess that's why you build a Void Star third on the Nidalee. That did a heck of a lot of damage. In the meantime, Broken Blade's taking down an inner turret in the mid lane though. As Longxing does come back and looks to try and stop that one. LGD continuing the siege. And Kramer finding another curtain call opportunity. Bifrost going to be there with the Unbreakable. As we get to listen to the music for a little while longer. Waits out the Unbreakable there, but doesn't find the last bullet. They will be able to find the turret regardless. And this is just going to be LGD brute forcing through the bottom lane. Going to be able to take that inhibitor without any response by TSM.
And now the inhibitor going down isn't necessarily the end of the world if you are a TSM fan. This provides basically a lane that's now going to funnel them in gold. The only way that this inhibitor comes back to bite them, given that they have a Camille who has teleport available, is if they somehow take a catastrophic teamfight and die, and LGD can end through it. Yeah. But realistically, this should just be a gold and an experience funnel.
Wow. Okay.
Brownie's comment.
Picking the gap. Absolutely. That one is going to drift majestically around the globe that is Runeterra, as I recently learned.
Yeah. I'm glad you've been keeping up.
Thank you, thank you.
On your reading.
Yeah, well, I mean, after our first day of Worlds, I mean, you blew my mind with that information. That means I'm always aware that there could be enchanted crystal arrows coming from any which way, considering how many have been fired off the side of the map. I just liked the idea that it was flat, you know, heading off into nothingness, and then I'd never have to worry about them again. It's Broken Blade just dealing with super minions, certainly equipped to do so, as is GA. So basically double GA. This Chrono Shift going to be there for Bjergsen if they are going to teamfight around the Camille. It's a lot of extra lives.
And here's one of the other things about that inhibitor being down. It's in close proximity to the major neutral that is the Mountain Drake that's coming up. And this is also Soul Point. So, doesn't look like TSM maybe are that interested. Oh no, I think they are. Bjergsen is speeding his way down here. They gotta be really careful though. They don't have, okay, well that's balanced. And LGD trying to poke them out right now with Nidalee. Longxing coming over from the left-hand side. He has a natural given flank. No teleport needed for this one.
Yeah, Broken Blade thought that he was in position for a flank as well, but it has... Starting to think like LGD wants to figure that one out. Deadly Flourish is somehow going to connect. Hitbox question mark, as that is going to be the Hextech ultimatum. SGA might be going down. Good arrow is going to connect, but Kramer going to flash on over. He's going to join the Camille, try and take her down first in this fight, but the Chrono Shift is going to get in there. As Bjergsen's going to help him out. He's still alive in this fight, as Mark may not be so lucky. Collateral damage ties him up there. As Bjergsen's so close to death, but he's going to keep himself alive. Now Longxing looking for Doublelift and will find him. Broken Blade trying to hookshot his way out, but may not be able to get there.
Fourth bullet
Spear will connect. Speaker, can they get this 2v2 is the question, as there's the stun, smoke screen, try and get the Nidalee out of there. Longxing is very, very tanky. Spirit's Refuge is busted in this instance. And Broken Blade is eventually going to have the precision and the protocol to be able to grab the Shen. As Peanut's still looking for it. And this is the cutest little game of cat and mouse, or cat and Graves, I guess. The smoke screen going to deny Peanut one more time. Collateral damage thrown down there. In the meantime, LGD, by the way, are winning the game. But this is fun. This part towards the bottom side of the map, this is what we want to see. As they are going to find Peanut, and that spear is not going to connect. the kitty cat lady just going to disappear.
And Peanut now, he's going to turn his attention.
The Craves. It was the other way around. I'm getting all thrown out of whack because this game is just insane.
What a chaotic series of events. That's going to be the third dragon going over. And everyone has a lot of resistances right now that are getting some nice amplification. So
it's very mountainous.
Yeah.
Over LGD's way. Not entirely sure what their gaming house is, but it might be in the Alps, somewhere in China.
What a chaotic fight. Now, I feel like the game is still now neck and neck, though. Inhibitor in bottom lane, because of that Nexus turret did almost end up falling in the base, but TSM were able to hang on to it. And now it looks like everyone's just cleaning up the waves right now. They don't want to lose any team fight and then lose the game. But hold on, we got a teleport.
Yeah, we got the Hail Mary to come through from TSM. They're looking for Xie, who's now alone in an alcove. He does have Shockwave. He finds it on absolutely no one. And TSM will be able to lock down the Orianna. If that's not a panic Shockwave, then I've never seen one in my life.
Oh, no. No.
Are we looking for the back door? Is it happening?
Jin in Pantheon.
Are we going to trade Baron for Nexus? That has never been a good one.
Oh, no.
As LGD trying to keep them here.
Oh, no.
Yeah, Curtain Gold going to come in. And yes, TSM, you did manage to get a Baron, but can you get out of here is the question. Empowered recalls are going to come through, but there are no turrets left remaining. One comes back. There are 4 people here. Can Longxing do it? Is the question. As Peanut's going to go golden. A few more auto attacks, and this one's going to go down. Stage United keeps Peanut alive, and LGD do it. They trade Nexus for the Baron, and that's going to get them the victory. This game came down to pride, but damn, it was exciting.
I'm blown away at the ending, Atlas. It looked like TSM were going to actually stabilize, get the Baron, have that persist into the Mountain Soul, and probably win the game. Their team comp was at the stage where it was vastly superior in a straight-up 5v5.
Yeah, that wasn't exactly the Red Bull Baron power play that you were looking for on TSM's side, but I do understand why they're going for it, right? Because sometimes you get that point of desperation where you just need to make a call and commit to it, and Baron-empowered recalls are a thing. They did manage to get 4 people back there, but unfortunately, the Shen, the Spirit's Refuge, the denial of all of that damage, and Peanut also being there with a Lich Bane meant that the Nexus just did not stand for long enough.
No, and what a heartbreaking loss. It really did look like they were going to be able to clutch that one out, but LGD, even Peanut, at the very end of it, didn't look super relieved. Like the game was a little bit sloppy, pretty much, given everything that was unfolding, but they managed to clutch it out in the end, and what a send-off.
Yeah,
actually, these 2 teams.
It was very exciting on LGD's side. We know that they're an exciting team. We were watching them since play-ins here on the world stage, and we know what they're capable of. It's the consistency that hasn't really worked out. Unfortunately, it means a 0-6 for TSM in this group. It was going to be a really difficult group for them just in general. I mean, I think a lot of people thought that they might be bottom of this group after, you know, everything shook out as the group draw came in, but it's never going to feel good to be a first seed in a group like this and come out 0-6.
No. And I mean, if you're TSM, this is, like you're mentioning, it was a very hard group. Fnatic, Gen.G, LGD, all of those teams are very strong. A lot of people slated this as the group of death. And so TSM had 2 very close games. So they had that going for them. They even, I think in a different world, probably win this one.
Yeah. I mean, I actually thought that you were talking about how close this game theoretically was, right? Even when it was a 7,000 gold lead, there was a chance that TSM could turn it around, given their composition just wasn't quite enough. And in the end, it was a very, very exciting finish. But, ladies and gentlemen, when we return, we've got the LCK's Gen.G returning to the stage opposite the LEC's Fnatic, and you do not want to miss it. Fnatic are looking so strong at this point in time. Stick around.
Welcome back, everyone, to the State Farm Analyst Zone, where we are gearing up for the fight for first as Gen.G and Fnatic face off in the last game of Group C. It's very simple. Whoever wins here gets the first seed going into the knockout stage. Now, most of the time, I try and take off my EU hat as a host. Now, I'm remembering how traumatized I am from 2 days ago when G2 had 2 chances to lock first and lost. So, you know, it's a bit stressful for us, but we're still going to try and keep it as balanced as possible because we have 2 very strong teams going up against each other. Both teams are 2-0 today, and they are 2 of the strongest teams in the group, clearly.
I think starting with Gen.G, like their story of today has been kind of rocky. Their games were very close. They went into like the deep ends. The game against TSM happened off of Nashor Steel because Senna sniped it. Pew! And then, of course, the game against LGD was very sloppy. While on the other hand, Fnatic have looked so damn good in their victories. Pretty clean, and they seem to be leveling up. Fnatic week 2 seems to be honest and true.
And honestly, the camaraderie that we're seeing from Fnatic is astounding. This is a team that's always, you know, felt like they've never quite... Everyone on the team has played on the same page, but that seems to be a different story today. Everyone seems to be playing together. Everyone seems to be willing to go in at the same time. And frankly, when you see Reckless flash over a wall just so he can chase in a tower, we'll call that one the Han Sama from the LEC regular season, you know it's good things coming for Fnatic.
Let's talk a bit more about this bot lane matchup. It is iconic on both sides. Ruler, who said, well, I won this world championship before, but I've also gotten eliminated early. He's definitely not getting eliminated today. Sorry. But everything but getting first seed when you come from the LCK is also a step down. And also, last week, he was not feeling too well. We, of course, had that game versus Fnatic that just went completely haywire. This man, Ruler, has a mission up versus Reckless.
For sure. I still think he has a lot more to offer than he has shown so far in the group stage. I think Ruler came into the tournament, for many, as the best AD carry coming into the whole thing, and I was inclined to agree. So far, I think it hasn't been up at that performance because best AD carry in the tournament is kind of a very, very big statement to make. I think in this game, this is time for him to show up against Reckless.
Let me recontextualize that then. It is time for him to show up versus Reckless, but you called him a god earlier today. Hylissang, the support for Fnatic. Actually, I put that word in your mouth. You just said it was good. I'm sorry, I'm not throwing you under the bus. Any case, you were throwing a lot of praise the way of Hylissang in this bot lane, who did make the difference also in most of these games. How important is that going to be?
I mean, I think Hylissang is massive in this game, and I think that last time we kind of got a false impression of what this bot lane matchup would look like because of some very greedy decisions coming in from Life. And I think
silly.
This is different.
Straight up silly.
The thing that you should take away from that, though, that's a positive if you haven't watched the LCK, is that Life is a very creative support, similar to Hylissang in that regard, but also similar is that he is a big risk taker. So I think that this is an opportunity for the Gen.G bottom lane to reset, to come in with a cleaner game plan, and I think it's going to look very different than what you're seeing on your screen now, which was the absolute stomp the first time these teams played.
Kind of what worries me is Gen.G's identity that they've chosen to kind of take shape in coming into this day. There's a lot of top-centric focus, and I think, you know, with the Senna pick, Senna's super strong in the current meta, but I think this is a champion that maybe you need to step away from and make sure that you can play strong side, bottom side, because Gen.G haven't shown that yet.
Yeah, we know that they can carry so hard through that bottom lane from mid to bot is what you said at the top of the day, Yamato. But I think when we look at kind of how the games have gone, Gen.G indeed a top focused game for Rascal versus LGD. And then Fnatic with honestly also a top lane that's been popping off today in Whipple. And of course a self-made. We cannot have a segment without mentioning him. The man is on fire. It seems like the meta is sculpted for him specifically. How can you disrupt him if you're Gen.G?
I mean, getting him on the Heck Room again is an excellent start because I think we also got a bad read on that pick in the previous game. Fnatic had to do a lot to set that pick up for success, so don't assume that that's going to be all successful. I think this game is going to be wildly different from the ones that we saw previous in the day. There is a big opportunity for Whippo to come in top lane and to dominate, but more likely than not, I think we'll probably just see a trade of picks like the Renekton and the Volibear. So for me, Gen.G have one choice, and it's do you want Clid to play something like the Gragas and offer a more early game kind of pressure-oriented jungle to maybe break up some of these lane phase matchups, or do you want to try to match the farming aspect? Because I think it's a difficult task to do.
Yeah, and also we have to keep in mind that this time around Gen.G is on the blue side.
Yes.
And there's a lot of crossover in what the champion pools are. BDD loves his Orianna too, the jungle champions too. Maybe you see a couple of bans and then boom, a first pick Graves, and all of a sudden maybe the same champion pools won't show up. What is going to happen with Nemesis when Orianna and, of course, the Lucian is out? There are some questions that might be answered here in the next match.
Yes, indeed. And I'd love to say, well, the momentum is surely in Fnatic's favor, but that's not how it works at Worlds. You have to win every single game necessary that is right in front of you. And right now, it is the Titans of Gen.G. The first place in Group C is on the line. We'll see how it goes right after this.
Ooh, exciting.
Ooh.
It's going to be banging.
Both teams have a lot of weight in this matchup, and both definitely want to pick up this win today. It's going to be a good one. I think that Group C is definitely the most exciting group because of the possibility for upsets.
Comes in from the Orn as he tries to dive onto the back line. Call of the Forge God comes out. There's the quickness. Call of the Forge God goes the wrong way, but the Dawning Shadow keeps Whipper alive. And there's the knock-up, and there's a double, and there's one more. Ruler falls. BDD shovels in, but the Emperor can do nothing. In a game that has been back and forth, Fnatic find the mistake from Gen.G.
It ended up being a very close game, but that was a lot of fun. I can't wait. We still got one more to go, man.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the world stage for 2020, our final game of the night. Unfortunately, no tiebreakers to occur, so we don't get to stick around for any longer. Whoever wins out of this one is going to be our first seed between Fnatic and Gen.G. We're deciding the top two, and based on today's play, I think that everyone's in agreement that Fnatic probably should be the favorites in this one.
Except for me. No. All right, listen.
Okay, on this
is going to be very important for both of these teams. I agree with you. Fnatic has been looking way cleaner here today than Gen.G, who have been stumbling. But Gen.G, when underneath pressure, sometimes they do end up showing up. And I think that the games today, the manner in which they've been being shaky, might have riled them enough to just really get in line and show up. If Fnatic do take down Gen.G here in advance as the first seed, that is beyond impressive.
Yeah, absolutely. And also, remember, guys, this is 4 seeding going into the knockout stage, and that is super important. Already, there is Damwon waiting there as sort of the big boss that's already made it through to that first position. Suning also is looking very scary as we hop into the draft. This is going to decide a lot. Now, if we go down the tier list of champions, in the first time these two teams matched up, Fnatic got about 4 of them.
Yeah.
As far as like the top tier champions, it was Ornn, Graves, Orianna, Senna, and the Leona. And we saw Hilly was just doing amazing things on the Leona against LGD. And so definitely a power pick for him. And we're going to have a look at this draft and see whether it shakes out any differently. This time around, Gen.G will be on the blue side. They will be on the blue side for the first time today. And historically, especially this year, they have been a little bit better when they do have that first pick opportunity. They banned away the Ornn and the Volibear, and of course the Evelynn away from Selfmade. Very, very good on that champion. Sort of designed how she's supposed to be played. As the Kalista once again going to be banned, 100% banned against Ruler so far this tournament.
And Lucian is open, and so this was basically the unfortunate situation that Fnatic found themselves in here, where now BDD most likely going to be the one piloting that, and I'm curious what Nemesis is going to try to utilize against it here in mid lane.
Yeah, big smile from Whippo, though. He doesn't seem too worried about the Lucian, as the Kai'Sa is getting hovered. Shout out to Freak. He thinks that the Kai'Sa is pretty good at the moment. They could, of course, lock it in, as we're going to go all the way down to the bottom of the timer, and we've got husband and wife on opposite sides of the Rift for this game. Senna going to be locked away, and now Selfmade able to take his pick of the litter when it comes to junglers. I think picking away the Nidalee would make a lot of sense when it comes to taking down Clid. But there is Graves, there is all sorts of different options. And looks like Selfmade is going to go to the same champion that he made work the first time these two teams matched up.
Well,
is it going to happen?
What Gen.G want to do here. Fnatic now, I mean, with 2 champions heavily reliant on physical damage with one another. I'm really curious if in this tournament, I mean, Renekton's still, okay, there he is. I was going to mention, if Fnatic would pick Renekton, then you start having angles for Malphite to start coming in, given the way that Fnatic has been drafting. But now, Clid with his Nidalee, Lucian likely in the mid lane, Renekton up there in the top lane. I mean, this is even a Malphite angle now for Fnatic.
Absolutely. I mean, Whippo could go there if he would like to. Nemesis does need to give LS a bit of a shout out before he actually decides where he wants to go. But you can see the timer ticking down, and that will be the Leona picked up. So we do have that Senna Leona bottom lane. We have the Graves. And of course, the roster was just add Ornn and Orianna to this particular comp, if we're talking about the last time these two teams clashed. The difference for Gen.G is getting their hands on the coveted Lucian. And that is going to go to BDD or Ruler, depending on what they want to do. Over in Korea, we did really like the bullet hell bottom lane with the Yuumi and the Lucian, but Yuumi hasn't really been seen too much here at Worlds. Ezreal going to be taken away.
And it's very hard for Fnatic right now, the second ban phase, because marksmen are so wide open, and Ruler, he has a very big pool.
Yeah.
Regardless of what he's going to always show inside of tournaments or matches. So, Syndra now being banned away by Gen.G. That is one of the options that you can take against the Lucian in mid lane. They might just ban away Orianna as well. That's another matchup where you can just sort of go even against him. unless Lucian manages to get ahead, then it's very difficult for Orianna to stabilize.
Well, Tahm Kench going to be taken away from life. In fact, they, for their second 2 bans, just ban away the most common Gen.G bottom lane. Over time, this dates back to Ruler and Core JJ when they were together, but Life turned up and he's like, don't worry, I'll be playing Tahm Kench as well. And that has been very, very popular for them. So Orianna going to be banned, and that is exactly what LS was talking about. So now we'll have to see what Fnatic do want to take. Might just be grabbing a stable top lane into the Renekton, or it might be a mid lane pickup if a Nemesis. Just have to see where they want that counter pick to go. Or I say counter pick, I guess it's just last pick in this instance.
I'm trying really hard to think. What is there? I mean, okay.
Yeah, there it is.
I mean, that was it. I guess we're in the same wavelength right now. Me and the Fnatic players are.
I'm just like checking to see whether you got your phone out. I'm just like messaging Bwippo. Hey man, some Malphite would be pretty good right here.
I'm really trying to think what the mid laner is that Nemesis would be thinking about.
Unless it's full AP mid lane Malphite.
I think he would have it in him to take Malphite mid against Lucian.
It is dangerous, of course.
And then
still possible, theoretically.
Right, but then you need a big mage from somewhere else, and I'm just trying to think, what is he actually going to go for here? He might just handshake this.
Well, Ruler is going to take the Aphelios. We saw him already today in the hands of Doublelift. Didn't necessarily work fantastically well. And there's the Taric to bolster Gen.G's team fighting. This is something that Life does like to do a lot. Also helps with Klid's ganks. Being able to add the Bastion to the Nidalee and get those dazzles with a bit of extra range. Hilly just going to be cycling through some champions. We'll see what decision he's actually going to make.
Victor?
Lux being hovered right now, and it is going to be Lulu locked in. So this is an interesting comp, definitely, coming out from Fnatic. I mean, the Malphite mid-dream is still alive. We've seen Lulu top lane.
Yeah, the thing about this is that Malphite could just still go mid lane against Lucian, and as soon as he gets Bramble Vest, the lane just pretty much ends. So the Lulu, when I'm struggling to imagine what is he going to take here, he needs not only a champion that deals magic damage, but also provides utility to the team, outscales the Lucian, but they can also go up against him inside a laning phase. So there's a very limited range of champions that are going to be possible, many of which he's not going to play. We're not going to see anything like a Nivea come out here in the mid lane or something of that nature. So Corki, not really, you can't really do that. And other options would be Victor, but I don't imagine that we would see a Victor come out.
No, and also just having damage range is going to be very important, so it needs to be magic, so it can't really be something like a Tristana or anything like that. As we are going to have the coaches fist bump, Odin nailing that one. One of our, you know, we sent 3 teams to Worlds, 2 of which had some pretty well-known coaches. Odin has been stepping into Edgar's shoes after he did retire. He, of course, was the coach that took Samsung Galaxy to their 2017 World Championship. So some big shoes to fill here, wanting to try and lock down the knockout stage in his first World's appearance as the head coach of Gen.G. He's been with the organization for an extraordinarily long time.
Yeah.
And has finally stepped up to that top position. Let's see whether he's going to be able to grab a win here against a Fnatic that have just looked so good today.
And I feel like Fnatic, they have such a better team composition if they can go the distance. This is identical to the previous game that we just watched with TSM.
Yeah.
Where if this team composition can get to 2.5, 3 items, it's going to be pretty much lights out for Gen.G unless Aphelios and his 200 years are going to be able to show up. And it's been a while.
Yeah.
We've seen it.
He's, the problem is we've got 200 years in the game, but if they wait 200 years to close this one out, they're going to lose.
Yeah.
So it's almost like, yeah, it's a bit ironic, the pick of the Aphelios, but he is, you know, their late game insurance in quotation marks. And Taric next to him does mean that team fighting becomes something that can be easier to do. However, if Fnatic are pulling triggers in this game, like, Unstoppable Force comes down, and the amount of basically instant follow-up in the Dawning Shadow plus collateral damage means that there's not going to be any arming of the Cosmic Radiance.
Right.
This Fnatic composition, if played very, very effectively, isn't going to worry too much about Taric and what he can do in these team fights, and we'll just have to see how it's going to go. As you can see at the top of your screen, both of these teams, 4-1. So many pick'ems lie in the balance right here, as well as that coveted first seed. Being able to dodge so many big teams as Clid is going to spot most of Fnatic making their way out, and that is going to be a huge advantage. Going over to Fnatic, the first CS on their side. So you see that 2.5 top of the screen?
Yeah, I do.
It's 2.5 something.
True.
For Fnatic.
Well, one of the things that is so powerful about this Fnatic team composition that Gen.G doesn't really have going for it. Malphite, his items are going to cost less, and he's able to do more with them than the Renekton. Likewise, Lulu, her really big 2-item spike, it's only 4,400 gold.
Yeah. So and also is Lucian, an item spike for other people at the same time.
Right. So it bolsters all of the teammates, it makes them so much stronger, and it's so oppressive once you get into it. Now, against Lucian, I'm curious to see what Nemesis is actually going to try to do. We could see something like Proto Belt on Lulu as first item, which would obviously stifle the traditional Athenes and Ardent Sensor combo that he could be going for, or he might just end up actually being forced to pick up an early Seekers. But no matter what, Fnatic, they not only outscale their opponents, almost all of their champions' items cost less than their opponents, so they need less gold to work with.
And that is frightening, because that means that when you're looking at the top of the screen, and at any point, if Gen.G have an advantage, you have to really do some math to figure out whether it's actually an advantage in a game like this, as Gen.G will need to push very aggressively early. Now, I do want to talk about BDD playing the Lucian. So far this year, when he does pick this champion, it is extraordinarily difficult to beat him. As you can see already, playing hyper-aggressive up against Nemesis. This is, of course, how this matchup goes, but even managing to get that cute little double tap onto the Lulu is, yeah, this is going to be a rough lane for Nemesis. If he hangs in there, like you mentioned, I mean, this game does have a lot of parallels to what TSM attempted to do against Gen.G. Selfmade making his way towards the mid lane as, okay, Relentless Pursuit now on cooldown. Polymorphed as well. And BDD has to flash to get himself out. That is the flash from Selfmade, and he does get himself the Whimsy Shield. And First Blood goes down as BDD pops the Gen.G flare and then heads towards the Death Chamber.
And this is a really, really, really good start for Fnatic. Stifling the Lucian is the best thing that they could ever hope for, because Gen.G's entire game plan in the early stages revolves around him, primarily. Now, obviously, Renekton, Nidalee, this is a bread and butter duo. It's the evolution of Renekton and Elise. Let's see what is going to happen here.
Yep, Spear is going to connect. Flash out from Whippo. Is Rascal in trouble? He's going to flash away, and that's going to be cleared. Locking down the kill. Primal Surge keeps him alive, and somehow Gen.G navigate it, but teleport coming forward. Nemesis, Skippy comes on in, and that is going to be a dead Nidalee and double buffs over to the Fnatic mid laner.
And this is going to mean that Malphite now goes into mid lane, and he's fine. He has double cloth armor.
I mean, this is the matchup we were looking for, right? Here we go.
BDD is trying to threaten the freeze right now. Trying to hold the lane, and Nemesis now with the double buffs as well. I mean, it's so oppressive. He's going to be able to stay in top lane. And this is one of the beautiful things about Fnatic's mid and top dynamic. Lulu can beat Renekton. Malphite can beat Renekton. Malphite can beat Lucian.
What were you talking about? Got to keep them buffs alive, LS. That's what we've got to do. These buffs are going to last the entire game. Just going to refresh them over and over again. Not entirely sure what happened there, guys, but Rascal did end up picking up a kill onto Nemesis in the 1v1. Whippo's going to turn up. He gets found on a ward, and this is all going to hell in a handbasket as in goes Clid with the pounce. Whippo in a bit of trouble, looking for the safety of his turret. Culver Meek is gigantic, burning down with the red buff, but does have the potion. As now Rascal getting in behind this turret. Slice Dice looks for another Color Meek, but he might just be dead here as he goes back towards the turret, but it doesn't grab him. There are minions still there. This is so dicey. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, there are kills going down, but we do not want to go down there. We want to see what happens here. Spear goes wide, BDD looking for the double tap onto Whippo, doesn't find it, but in goes Rascal. He's going to die, but look, it's all about those buffs. They're just going to go into the nether. And Gen.G do manage to win out top lane and bottom lane, by the way. We will probably get a replay of what happened down there, and a much better start for Gen.G this time around.
Yeah, and I mean, this is a very, very rough start, especially because Fnatic had opened this so well.
Yeah.
They got the first blood on the Graves. They traded 1-for-1 up in top lane. Let's take a look at how this replay transpired. So they're trading into quite a lot of minions. The cannon there as well. Hitting a little bit. Hylissang just gets rooted up, and Mr. Years is here.
Yep, the flash forward.
Has the Gravitum. And Reckless just barely trying to run away, but not going to be enough. And so Gen.G, now they're the ones with the massive lead down in bottom.
Yikes. Remember, last time these two teams met, the exact opposite thing happened. We remember the damage numbers that Ruler was able to put out regardless. We'll see whether Reckless can pass the same test. It's cleared here towards the bottom side. Ooh. In goes Hylissang yet again, but Clid's in a great position. Life with so much heals as well as Infernum. The AoE damage is gigantic, and Reckless can't get into the fight, but he's called his buddies. Selfmade and Nemesis have turned up. Wild Growth available here for the Lulu. And we have to remember what we were talking about before, LS. It's a 2,300 gold lead.
Yes.
Fnatic's team comp scale's real good.
Yeah.
So they're not, I wouldn't start calling anyone to be sad just yet.
Well, we'll definitely see what the mid-game has in store for us. Fnatic also have a lot of time, given that the Ocean Dragon's the first one of the game, not the biggest. And so if you're a Fnatic fan, and you're watching, and you're wondering, well, how could this get good for us?
Hylissang?
There's no kill there. Lulu and Leona, even if they would land everything, Lucian would not die. But second Cloud Dragon coming up, that would buy Fnatic the most time possible. So if this ends up going Ocean and then Cloud and then something else like Mountain would be very nice for Fnatic because they have Malphite.
Yep.
They also have Leona. Graves as well with his grit gets quite a lot of armor in late game team fights.
And it's also going to be the only real armor that he'll get as well. It doesn't build a lot of it, so it does mean that stacking those mountains is even more important, as Clid is going to be able to take down the Ocean. And the Cloud Drake does come in, so you might be getting your wish here, LS, as it's Infernal or Mountain this game. Rascal with a big minion wave underneath his turret. It's looking like he's going to be pretty safe. Dominus still available. As looking to try and fight Bwipo here just a little bit. Keldamik going to clear out the minion wave and the Malphite at the same time, and he doesn't have a lot of mana. Does good old Bwipo, so he's looking to try and get into this river and maybe look for a potential reset as the waves will meet once again. Rascal looking to come on over. Clid in the area as BDD can roam in to try and deny this steal. It's going to be a smite off between the two of them. Spear finds Selfmade, and he almost misses that smite, but it was in the end perfectly calculated. As Shelly going to crash her way into the walls. Selfmade ults himself out of this one, but now Rascal and Bwipo, they're going to be fighting. This is actually going to segue pretty beautifully into Shelly being taken here by Gen.G. They will do exactly that, try and extend this lead ever further.
Yeah, and right now, Gen.G, they're in a pretty comfortable position, though. All things considered, they're going to get the Rift Herald very early, and it's important that they're the ones getting it, because they're the ones that don't scale. They need to keep accelerating and trying to get as much gold as they possibly can. Now, BDD is doing as much as he can to sort of lessen the problems that might appear in mid-game. He's gone for the Miramana build, as well as he has a call on Lucian. And he is very deep into that. Ruler as well down in the bottom lane. You love to see it. He has another call as well. And they're stacking up a minion wave right now. Nemesis is going to go the route of the supportive Lulu, and so his items are going to come online pretty quick.
Yeah. I think there should be a bit of a spike where Nemesis can certainly boost up mostly the damage of Selfmade. I think Wild Growth does work very, very well with the short-range Graves, keeping him alive and also allowing him to dish out a bit of extra damage with that Ardent Sensor being possible. But Reckless will also benefit greatly from any augmentation. I'm looking forward to seeing whether Fnatic will be able to get some of these team fights working out, as in goes the Zenith Blade. Hylissang actually changing targets here as Life trying to get out. Cosmic Radiance not used at all, and in fact Nemesis just flashes and grabs that kill onto the Taric.
Oh.
Whether it was available yet as Clid turns up. Ruler down here, just clearing out minions where he can.
Now, I'm a little bit surprised that Clid didn't just immediately run into mid lane because BDD had a wave and they have the Rift Herald. So they could have just cracked the entirety of the turret. He's going to do it right now, it seems. He's running back there.
And Life was level 6, had the ult available, just didn't press the button. I thought maybe like I just couldn't recognize the color change.
Yeah, this is a very big problem though, right now for Fnatic. This Lucian is enormous. 103 CS, almost a Culk.
Denial, like it, like it. There we go, some silver linings. Yeah, and look, you're exactly right. The Lucian is a gigantic problem, but I'm also looking at this Aphelios sitting at 2-0. He's the late game insurance that is supposed to come online later, and right now he's getting towards being online far sooner. You know, it's like someone in the 90s being teleported to the present and then being presented with getting onto the internet.
Yeah.
You don't need to wait for that dial-up anymore, apparently, when it comes to the Aphelios. He's just snap right in there.
The other really big problem for this is that the Aphelios is going to be so big. He's accelerating at a very unnatural speed, and Reckless still doesn't have his Tear of the Goddess yet. Doesn't have the Monomune picked up, so he's not even begun to start stacking that item, and that's going to mean that Senna is going to be very stifled from where Reckless would assume or expect himself to be at certain points inside of the game, and so that is also going to be another problem that Fnatic's going to have to fight back through. 4,500 gold lead right now for Gen.G. They are definitely the ones in the lead. Cull about to be completed for Lucian. Shortly thereafter for Ruler as well. And this is going to be a very, very rough game for Fnatic to try to come back from. If they're going to do it, they need a Mountain Drake to probably roll. And then they need an explosive team fight around that third dragon.
We'll see whether they can get to it. Right now, like you say, it's looking pretty dicey. 15 seconds on the Cloud Drake, and then that one will be available. Looks like positional advantage well and truly in favor of Gen.G. If they do want to take that one down, I think we're all interested to see exactly which Rift we're going to be presented with afterwards. The Mountain, you know, theoretically, if it's Mountain Soul, and then Fnatic find a miracle team fight and then stack up 4 of them, it's looking like a game that they can run away with. However, right now, Gen.G have such a huge lead. Cresting 6,000 at about 13 minutes into the game. It's, and there we go. Okay. We just made eye contact, LS and I, so I wasn't paying attention to the Mountain Soul, but I saw in his eyes that that's exactly what had happened.
Doctor Strange just raised his finger. Is pretty much what just happened. Oh, man.
Oh, no.
Well.
At least we know which Infinity Stone you have.
Yeah. This is looking bad for Fnatic, but the stars are aligning if there's going to be any hope for them to come back inside of this game. Really nice by Rascal.
Yep, get himself out of there.
Yep.
Athene's is complete for Nemesis, but the Infinity Edge is done on the other side of the Rift for Ruler. Did very recently have to use that cleanse, but does have his flash available. It's only Life that doesn't have his up.
Here's the problem, is that in a normal game, this Athene's Ardent Sensor combo, because it's so cheap, it comes online, the opponent only still has 1 item, but these items are so powerful with each other and they work off each other because of their passive, so it becomes really scary to deal with. However, because BDD is so far ahead, 5 plates inside of him, as well as a turret, the Cull as well, he's going to be at 2 items around the same time as Lulu, and that's just not, that's illegal.
Yeah, it is. Absolutely illegal. Shout out to Cadril there. I do really like the illegal lines. Try and incorporate them in the LCK, if Cadril will let us. Of course, as Ruler is going to be able to take down this outer turret on the bottom side of the map. That is going to be the second for Gen.G, like you say. BDD was able to grab all of the plates. Unfortunately, that last one went begging for Ruler. Beggars can't be choosers. He's not going to be too worried. Goes back, grabs himself a Zeal, and he's heading towards item number 2 very, very swiftly. Likely to be the Runan's Hurricane. Certainly has been a favorite for him in the past, but Zeals do allow for a lot of flexibility, so we'll see where Ruler does want to go. Nemesis clears out this minion wave, but he's not going to dare step foot past the river. As Fnatic are definitely struggling to find any advantages. 4 members of Gen.G leading the tables when it comes to the gold. Rascal actually with the most. We've spoken about how rich Ruler and BDD are, but Rascal actually has the most money right now. The 2-1 and 2 Renekton.
Very big up there, already has, all right, well, we got a little bit of a trade, but it doesn't seem to matter. Solar Flare not gonna land. Selfmade trying to come down here.
Yeah, Flash ulti is gonna trade the Flash out of Rascal. But a trade for Flashes isn't necessarily what Fnatic want. They do want to be able to take down this turret, though, as there's the Zenith Blade. Rascal actually deciding just to tidy up this turret, as Hill is saying. Might just go down here. The turret is going to finish him off, but can they grab Rascal is the question. Meek is so strong, he almost had the Ruthless Predator back available. But in the meantime, Gen.G will take down this inner turret with the help of Shirley. She's not actually required for this one, but we'll see whether they can deal with the inhibitor. She got very confused for a moment there. Shirley, it's absolutely okay. Just put your face into this turret instead, and she does so. They'll get rid of that. The dazzle is too much for Nemesis. As now, we'll see whether Gen.G do decide to take the inhibitor. Looks like Shirley, she just wants it anyway. As BDD, he wasn't even there. He was taking down the top lane, and now Selfmade finds himself face-to-face with Ruler, and this is a very different Aphelios. Moonlight Vigil just not long enough. Selfmade will make his way out. Oh dear, I feel like the years are just coming on way too quickly, LS.
December 11th, 1918 is when this champion was born, and we can definitely see it. It's been a while since we've really seen Aphelios in action. Hope to see a lot more of him next year.
Yeah.
With all the new items and whatnot, we'll see what he can manage to do there.
I feel like as a champion, he probably should have a lot more longevity than the others. As Rascal is going to be able to get that flash out. Let's have a look at how he does manage to get such a decent trade underneath his turret.
Slice and Dice is in, clears the minion wave. And then he's trying to hide around the turret. He gets one of the kills, skills the Slice and Dice mid-fight. That was very nice.
Love it. Didn't have it off cooldown in time or anything like that, but definitely a decent way to go 1-for-1 for Rascal there underneath that turret. Bwipo has that ult back available, but we're going to be waiting a couple of minutes time before the Unstoppable Force Flash combo is going to be up. And this lead is only extending. And oh man, like LS, we talk about this scaling advantage that Fnatic have, but I feel like there's this added threat of a 3-0 Aphelios that's ahead by 30 CS and has a billion plates inside of him. Like, does that change the scaling? Question. I feel like it might. Let's have a look at this team fight here as the culling. The entire thing going to be eaten by Bwipo. Takes a large chunk as well off to the sides. You can see Gen.G, they are hungry for this team fight. Oh dear, Ruler trying to take matters into his own hands, positioning so aggressively, but you can see Fnatic, what they want is this outer turret in mid lane. They'll take what they can get, and being able to trade an objective at this point in time is good for Fnatic.
Well, Gen.G are very happy with this trade, though. They now get a Mountain Dragon for themselves, and this is really big because no one on the side of Fnatic are ever getting any sort of pen. So it also brings them one dragon away from Mountain Soul, that's going to end the game. Malphite, you're done dealing damage. Lulu, stop tickling people.
Oops, Selfmade. He's looking for Ruler. Ruler does have his flash available, but not a lot of his health bar. Dawning Shadow going to miss the damage. This Gen.G will be able to get themselves out of here. Ruler, all he really wanted was a Bramble back, and he will be able to take that. Primal Surge keeps him healthy as well, but they got his cleanse. Did Fnatic.
Bwipo trying to run up into top lane. Selfmade going to make his way over to the Grom. Top wave is also coming in. Now, this is one of the benefits of these very long lanes for Fnatic, is generally it should be pretty easy for them to remain safe while farming. And so we'll see what everyone ends up doing with it. 8,000 gold lead here almost for Gen.G. Their items are just light years ahead of their opponents. I'm unsure how close BDD is to level 13. I would imagine he's very close, and that's going to be a 2-level discrepancy in mid. Selfmade, the only one who's still up in EXP on this. Oh no, actually, Bwipo's ahead, which is interesting.
Yeah, up by a little bit. You can see the Renekton is in the lane, so he might be able to get there before Bwipo makes his way back down. And 13 is going to tick over. But Bwipo certainly with a bit more experience. And, okay, Solar Flare is going to be thrown out to try and find an Aphelios who just uses his B button in order to escape. He is a Time Lord after all.
Well, Looks like Senna almost has the Black Cleaver. That's going to be very important for Graves inside of the fights.
Yeah, it feels like there's a lot of utility on Fnatic, and it feels like a lot of it is rotating around Selfmade, being able to get work done. And look, to his credit, he's ahead in comparison to him versus Clid. So let's see whether he can live up to it. A couple of serrated Dirks worth of lethality in his back pocket. As Hilly just going to Hex Flash over the wall, always fun. And look at this bevy of wards he has available to him. Gen.G certainly have taken their foot off the gas just a little bit. Blast Cone used just to get them over towards this top side. Fnatic with the inside track on this mid lane. This is a very long lane. Not a lot of turrets in here at all, but Inna's still remaining for Gen.G is Bwipo over the side. Remember, he has that R button. You can see that's why Gen.G are playing so carefully, wanting to try and keep themselves spread, not wanting that to be the end of them. As Nemesis, maybe caught out, but he's able to go Skippy. Yep. Runs away. As Rascal, in the meantime, is just going to be taking down this inner turret. So while there was that game of Do-Si-Do being played, the Crocodiles just, no. The Lizard Brain working out, he's like, must kill turret. So...
Okay, well, they do this pretty quick, in case anyone forgot.
Oh my god, yep. That Severum and the Calibrum certainly going to be able to net them a Baron. As that is going to go down very, very quickly. Rascal in with the dominance. Bwipo is very tanky, but that is a huge snare from the Dazzle. And the Cosmic Radiance means no one's killing Gen.G at this point in time. And that's Hillsong falling down. But that's a really great ultimate out of Bwipo. As now Life trying to keep his whole team alive and doing a great job of it. Fnatic just need to do damage, but they can't do it.
Yeah.
Clid gets over the wall. Life does the same thing with his flash. And now Selfmade, he just wants something, anything, off the back end of this. As Gen.G, they go in the wrong direction, trying to corral them Fnatic. And now the Dazzle comes in yet again. Clid dives on top of Reckless, unable to lock down that kill just yet. Selfmade in trouble as Ruler. Oh my god, the AoE and Gen.G, they say no. And Aphelios says, how many years would you like, my friends? As they're going to be sent a second seed, potentially, off the back of a fight like that.
And it looks like this might even be the end of the game. The death timers are so high. They have the Baron minions. Aphelios and Lucian are very good at chewing through turrets.
Oh, yeah.
And this might just be it.
It's looking like it. 22 minutes. This might just be the fastest game at Worlds so far. As this Nexus turret goes down, the second will follow. Hylissang trying to do what he can. Gets a stun onto Life, but that's not going to last for too long. And the Nexus will be taken down. Gen.G, after such a rough start to the day, come out with a 23-minute victory over Fnatic.
And, I mean, that is definitely them making a statement back from how they were performing earlier on in the day inside of the group. And that kind of domination is the stuff that we can expect out of Gen.G when they get the ball rolling, when things are definitely going their way. Fnatic, they fell very, very, very far behind early on, and they never really got any chance to stabilize.
Yeah, and it felt a lot like what Fnatic did to Gen.G initially. And both of these teams will be progressing towards the knockout stage. There's a chance we get a best of 5 between these two, and I'd actually love to see it. I'm not going to lie to you. I think this is really, really interesting. The way that they played each other in both of these drafts that were successful was really, really cool to watch. So I think a little bit of vindication going over to BDD as well. I think that his world start has been pretty rough.
Yeah.
To be perfectly honest, remember he was back-to-back player of the game in both spring and summer in the LCK, so he's got a lot to live up to, and BDD on the international stage has always been a sticking point for him, no matter which team he's been on, while he's been attempting to do it.
I feel like he had a really good recovery in this last game. He died very early on. Selfmade killed him with just a three camp into gank. They managed to kill him, and then he came back really, really, really well. He managed to get all the turret plates. He got the turret. He was so big inside of this game. Got the call, completed that one. I think BDD, he's had some issues in some of the games, but he's also been a main carry in some spots for Gen.G as well. And if he's going to be stable, it's just going to mean that Gen.G is that much scarier in the remainder of the tournament.
Yeah, and it's so interesting that a team like Gen.G, whose identity for so long was slow games, you know, they find this 20-minute win. Their identity now is far faster And it is working out when it comes to what the world's meta is offering, and I'm looking forward to what they're going to bring as we move ever further in the competition. Now, a second LCK team as the first place.
Yeah, and this is going to be interesting now for Group D. We'll see if DRX can complete the probably, I mean
I mean, Top Esports is in that group, don't be silly. But ladies and gentlemen, that will do it for us. This group tied up pretty easily, no tiebreakers this time. We're a little bit sad about that, but we do have a whole lot of analysis for you. So we will bid you good night, and we'll see you again later in the tournament.
Jake from State Farm. I would like to formally extend my gratitude for the Russell rate on my insurance.
Do you mean surprisingly great rates from State Farm?
I don't believe in accepting help, but I'll make an exception.
Here's the deal, Russell. There's no special rate. These prices are for everyone.
With the oak and the eagle as witness, consider us square. I made that from memory. I know your face that well.
When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Hey Mercedes, legends run wild, each one unique, with astonishing power, unstoppable, master warriors, ready to compete, seeking glory. We live it, we breathe it, we have each other's back. Together, we become legends, icons of a new generation.
It's invisible, but it's always with you. It's the defender of your decisions, the bodyguard of your buffs, the guardian of your greatness on the Rift. It's the Cisco network. Because when every click can tip the scale of an entire season, nothing less than the speed and dependability of the world's most powerful network will do.
to Worlds 2020, where we just saw Gen.G secure first place. I'm not malding, you're malding. It didn't happen twice. Again, EU drops that first seed in the final game, but we gotta give credit where credit is due. Gen.G outplayed Fnatic in every aspect of the game here.
Yeah, for sure. I think their draft required them to be very proactive in the early game. They did have a top-sending draft, but as those dives were happening, bot lane got a 2v2 kill as well. It was a very, very high activity game, and everything just ended up in Gen.G's favor.
Just fast forwarded to the Baron because it was really...
Why not?
Yeah, this was obviously the final play, the defining moment where Fnatic essentially had one last shot to try to get something done. They didn't necessarily have to bet it all here, but I think they felt like they needed to get something done. And as you can see in this fight, the longer that this goes on, and the second that Taric gets to start hitting a creep wave towards the back end of this, you start to see why the pick was pulled out. The essentially endless sustain, as long as he has a viable target to hit onto, is pretty impossible to deal with, and of course they're already ludicrously ahead.
And let's not forget also just 2v2 in the bot lane. I think they were off screen, but we did see a couple of kills going towards Ruler and Life as well, and that is also a different picture. Turns out if you have Flash, there's a lot more you can do, but jokes aside, this was probably really haunting them after that first game they played versus Fnatic. Ruler, one of the best, ADCs in this tournament, and this time they got to prove it in the bot lane. And it's hard for me to pinpoint where it went wrong because all the things that we praise out of Fnatic for this day, right? Hylissang self-made, they were made quasi-invisible by Gen.G.
Yeah, I think just the bot lane matchup didn't go. Leona went for a bad all-in there into the Taric, and Taric loves those situations where he can just keep punching away. I love the Taric pick because it kind of countered everything that the Malphite wants to accomplish. And just in general, Gen.G just were way more precise in their decisions. And I think when it comes to the draft, I didn't understand the whole Lulu thing, letting, instead of third picking the mid laner, Orianna or Syndra, into the Lucian, which you can kind of, it's bearable. Instead, they went for the Lulu when you don't really have a carry that is going to rely on it. I think it's just a very tough draft to get through the early game. If you get to the mid game, as Ellis mentioned, they have very cheap items that you can purchase, and maybe you can win out those fights, but it requires you to survive and jump over a lot of hoops and ladders.
A lot.
Yeah, I think they just got a little too creative for their own good here. Like, I can appreciate that the Lulu mid is going to be good in certain circumstances. I can even understand the Malphite pick, but the problem is you give away Lucian, Nidalee, Malphite is your first, or not Malphite, Renekton is your first three. And we talked about it. Renekton's not this indomitable beast. There are options, and certainly as the lane goes on, Malphite's going to do fine. But early game, you're just conceding all pressure on the top side of the map. And what is poor Selfmade supposed to do? He still makes the best of it, but it's just such a hard game to play.
And maybe this was one of those, well, we're going to set Selfmade up for success in every which way possible, but then if he can't play the game, you don't really have many options. Also, we never really got to see the 5v5 group team fights where Malphite can ult in and you can see it working, because Gen.G also avoided that, I think, consciously. And that's also their strength in this game.
It's also like Malphite, into what they saw, it was the Lucian, Nidalee, Renekton. Those three alone, Malphite isn't like some super counter. In the situation where Malphite had a lot of success was Renekton, Graves, Senna, champions that just couldn't beat him down. This is a Nidalee that is going to function with the Renekton, and at the same time, 4-5, you can pick champions that are good into the Malphite, which was the Taric.
Yeah, we're going to wrap up this game and just talk a bit about the groups then. We have 3 out of 4 already decided, and I want to say that a lot of them have gone, you know, have followed expectations, mostly. I think it was most of a toss-up here, and it came down to the last game of the day. In fact, in Group A, it also came down to the 2 last games. But what we're seeing reflected here is just how it is. Suning over G2, down 1 over JDG, Gen.G over Fnatic.
Yeah, for me, in terms of my pick'ems, the favorite got out, but the order of everything is kind of messed up. And I think it came down to the wire. It's just that those final games, how every team progressed and leveled up, it was definitely a story of, you know, improvement, especially for Gen.G, Suning on the second day when they had that game of, you know, just all out, you know, brawl. That was crazy. And then, of course, Group B with JDG just dropping a game against PSG in such an unclimactic ending. Yes. So sad.
Still such a great game, but ultimately not that important. Yeah, I think I agree. I think I would have, if I had the opportunity, changed my pick'ems between week 1 and week 2, but then we came into week 2 and it feels like all ships were righted and everything kind of came out as initially predicted.
I think they should, just for EU and NA, we should have our chance to change our pick'ems between 1 and 2 because we have the knowledge. We know what happens in those weeks.
I also feel like our teams are the ones that are most likely to flip their performances entirely, so we'll probably ruin our own pick'ems if we're given that opportunity.
As we now have seen the last LEC team play in the group stage, we end up with 2 second seeds across Fnatic and G2. I don't want to be a Debbie Downer, but have you seen the #1 seeds? I mean, what are we thinking here? How do you go into this positively and, you know, maybe give some hope to the fans?
The good news is we don't have to watch Fnatic and G2 kill each other Highlander style to get to the semifinals. That is the silver lining on this cloud. The bad news is,
good news.
Yeah, the bad news is maybe we don't make semis this year. And now, of course, both these teams could ramp up heading into quarterfinals. That's always usually something that we see from teams, is the massive shift between groups and best-of-5 performances. Mostly for the better historically in EU, but I will say that I am not super confident based on what we saw with G2 and Fnatic.
I'm also not confident. The only thing that I think of a silver lining is there is some time to regroup, right? Hopefully. And there has not been a single international tournament that G2 has gotten out of groups that I thought they're going to win their next round. They're going to win their quarterfinals. Not at MSI, not at the first World Championship, not last year when they drew Damwon in the quarterfinals. The issue is, it seems like all of those teams have now all gotten so much better. And LPL representatives looks even crazier than they did out of groups last time, with top esports especially. Damwon looks levels above what we saw from them last year. But hey, it's our job to keep the hope afloat, right?
Right.
Am I doing a good job?
I think we're doing a bad job of keeping the hope afloat. Keep the hope afloat. If you're G2, the good news is that you can play against Gen.G. And I think of the first seeds that we've seen so far, Gen.G are looking the weakest. Yes, today was a big step in performance in the game versus Fnatic, but they're clearly exploitable from what we saw in the games versus.
Final note, I got to note we got to go to cooldown.
I guess you just have to hope for maybe top esports and Suning's inexperience in terms of being at the World Championship. If you count out Jackie Love, Karsa, and
the big E word.
Yeah.
We'll see. I mean, it's not all doom and gloom, of course. We'll see. We have at least a week left in the World Championship when they're not playing. Of course, the NA teams exiting the tournament. I'm sure that will be discussed in World's Cooldown in just a second. So after the break, we're heading over to Dash and Crew.
Hello and welcome to Worlds Cooldown presented by State Farm, where we are wrapping up the penultimate day of the group stage here at Worlds 2020. I am Dash, joined by Raz, Spawn, and Mark Z to break down the happenings of the day. No tiebreakers today, as Group C shuck out in a fashion where each team landed exactly as they may, and we qualified into the knockout stages. Gen.G atop the table at 5-1, Fnatic 4-2, snagging that second seed. The fourth seed out of the LPL, 3-3, just barely missing out, whereas TSM, the first ever one seed to go 0-6 in the group stage. A disappointing performance, to say the least, out of the North American squad.
Yeah, for me, I would say I would more call it like Pool 1 teams that have multiple teams representing the tournament. TSM came in representing North American and obviously had like the worst performance, from a North American team in history, which is crazy to see, right? But for me, my pick'ems destroyed. Equally harmful. I'm just gonna put that out there.
I'm glad you weight those two things equally, Raz. Thank you so much for that. Let's dive into the group discussion. First, let's talk about the teams that made it out, starting with the one seed in Gen.G, who earned first in the group with their win over Fnatic in our last game. Mark?
Yeah, let's have a positive takeaway. Let's talk about Gen.G. They came in as a lot of people's dark horse potential, team for the tournament, and it was a back and forth first round robin. Everyone was 2-1, and in the back half, they were able to step up enough to grab this without needing to go for any tiebreakers. And they looked really good doing it. And multiple people stepped up on the team. Multiple people had big carry performances. It wasn't always easy. Some of these games were close, and people were able to make plays against them. But I think it shows why people respect Gen.G a lot. They have a pretty defined play style, with Ruler being kind of the best player on the team, but other members can carry as well.
Yeah, I completely agree, and I think that team showed tenacity during the group stage. That's something heading into best of 5, especially if you're one of the coaching staff. So you're probably having a big tick, right? They had early games where it didn't necessarily go to plan. Then they also had early games where they got ahead and they were able to close out, especially in that last game against Fnatic. So I think that for me, they have shown a lot of depth coming into this. As Mark said, it's not just been one person carrying beyond belief. It has been a team effort, and I think that they have a fairly good read on the meta as well. So this is an exciting team now heading into best of 5, and if you got BDD and Ruler as your two primary carry players, you're going to be scary when you get drafts like they have been getting.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people were concerned in the past with Gen.G's rigidness. A lot of the times they would have a very set comp idea on how they want to play the game, and if it didn't pan out, then they lacked the creativity to come back in. That wasn't the case at all, and I love the fact that you were highlighting some of the players in Ruler and Clid. For me, BDD, it was insane. I loved how he was able to show up this tournament. The set pick, I thought he performed really well on. And I just love to see players like Ruler really have an outstanding performance.
I mean, it's a star-studded roster, to say the least, but Ruler, world champion, returning to the world stage here. Mark, how do you feel about how he stepped up here?
It's important to know this is among group stage bot laners, not just in Group C. He crushed, and he was coming in as what people were saying probably the best AD carry in the world, and I think he still made a pretty solid case for it here. The bot lane were pretty good. I mean, Fnatic with Reckless and Hylissang were also popping off, and they kind of took them apart in that last game and really put the pedal to the metal in the 2v2. So Ruler's been insane. I love watching Ruler play. He is so mechanically gifted. He just plays every situation basically perfectly.
Yeah, and he get played away from a lot, right? This guy is like a Senna Ezreal player. They will play away from his side of Summoner's Rift. It's not like they just feed him. Like, it's kind of different from, the old school greatest AD carries we've seen, where it's just, feed them all these early game resources, be able to play towards their side of the map. When they have comps for it, sure, they still go down there. They still do get some early dragons, but this is certainly a team that I feel like has, multiple looks they can throw at you, but his consistency throughout the different looks is kind of what makes him great to me. You always know what you're going to get out of him, and in those team fights, in the latter stages of the game when you need your AD carry to step up, he is the man at the moment.
I mean, this Gen.G squad, right, and the LCK in general, I think, I get these inklings that 2020 might be the revenge of the LCK here up against the LPL for their more recent years of dominance.
I love Rascal, man. Like, he is low-key so good for this team, and I think one of the reasons that they can have this style that, Spawn was kind of talking about, you can actually play through him. And the fact that he's first in kills and assists at 15 shows how much that they can actually use him in the early game. His Renekton was insane. His Volibear is insane. His laning is incredible. He has huge solo kill stats in the LCK, and this is someone who is not really the focal point for the team. When you look at all the other names on the roster, he doesn't actually get a ton of resources, I'd say, and why I think it's so impressive for top laners in other parts of the world that, yeah, they can play weak side, or when you need them to, they're the focal point in the early game.
Yeah, and Briz champions have been like kind of a dirty word in the past. Who are we playing to be able to get our late game carries online? Who's going to soak a little bit of pressure? Who's going to actually get the action started? And I think that Rascal has been able to do that. And I do agree with Mark. He has this early game, pressure that he's able to put onto the map. But the thing for me is top laners in this meta need to be willing to throw their life away. They need to be willing to say, you know what, this fight needs to get spicy. I'm just jumping on someone. I'm looking for a flank. Yeah, exactly right, Raz. Godspeed, ladies and gentlemen. I'll see you on the other side. And Rascal, to me, when he's ahead, he absolutely does that. He's one of those players that he would just jump in there and put his body on his line for his, hyper carry, mid lane, and 80 carry player.
Yeah, they feel like a team, and they surround themselves like a team. To what you've mentioned around Rascal, taking it for the team so they can come out with a team fight victory. For me, the early game stems through BDD. And it must be, amazing for BDD to come into a game of League and then recognize that he can play to bot side or top side. We talk about the flexibility with many teams around the world. This team can do that. They can play to ruler, but they can play to top side. And I think the most important person is the core of the map is through mid lane, and BDD is getting it done with Clid.
Yeah, Mark, we saw with Ruler, positions 1 and 2 in terms of rank in his position across group stages. Basically the same thing here with BDD, 1, 4, 2 in his rank amongst mid laners.
Yeah, I mean, this is why I think Gen.G is such a scary team. They sometimes miss, they don't hit every shot, but they do have a lot of people who can make big plays, and BDD is such a solid late game player, especially. He had that insane KDA run back in the day, if people remember. He doesn't make that many big mistakes usually, and I think if they make a deep run in the tournament, it'll be not just because Ruler's great. We know Ruler's great. It'll be because these other guys stepped up to match his level.
Yeah, and he's finally bringing, he's always been known for his big control mage play to me, right? I watch his Azir, and I think he's one of the best Azirs in the world. Orianna certainly up there at the moment as well. But as Atlas was saying on the last broadcast, solution that he's been able to add, he's playing mid lane set at the moment. This is a guy with, deep champion pools. And I really do want to reiterate, Gen.G to me has been the team that has thrown multiple looks throughout this, tournament. They're still playing things like Ezreal, but, we're getting things like the Senna, the Ashe is coming back out as well. Mid lane, they have, 80 AP compositions, and I think Clid is a really versatile player. I know that Raz is a big fan of him as well. We've spoken about Rascal. So I do feel like this team can play kind of multiple styles and play them effectively while still being able to fall back on what is always the bread and butter of the LCK teams, which is really great team fighting.
Yes, and one thing that I think we were all concerned about, I know the fans were certainly concerned about it, I was that, BDD is a great example of it, but in big moments in large international events, we didn't get to see them at their domestic level. When they were playing well in the LCK, and what the Korean fans, but global fans were seeing there, they wanted to see that translate on the big stage. And we're seeing that confidence, in group stage. So I really want to see that translate in knockout stage, because this team is looking great.
Well, from here, we talk about the 2 seed. Fnatic, another European squad squeaking through at 4 and 2. Let's talk about the way they locked it up. A very impressive day here for them.
Yeah, I think Fnatic coming into this group, I was the one that was a little bit skeptical about this team. I think that, I thought that they could potentially run into some troubles when they play against the other mid-jungle duos in this group, especially LGD, because of how strong I thought the LGD mid-jungle duo was coming into this tournament. And I'm very happy to say I misread the strength of Nemesis as, a mid laner, and I think that he leveled up as this group stage went on and started to play some terrific League of Legends. Selfmade, I knew was an absolute gun. I thought this guy was really good coming into the tournament, but I think Nemesis is now right there with him. And this lineup, I think, is just playing, once again, good team League of Legends, and they're having multiple people step up and have superstar carry performance.
I love that tweet from Whippo. Man of his words there, going with the tank Volibear Conqueror up in the top lane.
And I even just kind of piggybacking off the previous point, but this game that we're seeing in front of us, Whippo had a huge hand in it. Whippo and Hylissang just diving consistently, and it felt like the team really rallied around it. It felt like I was watching another game of the LPL, and it's just that there's that confidence, there's that level of team play that we really want to see from Fnatic that's coming through. And for me, I know that Spawn, you mentioned that like you weren't really surprised at how well Selfmade was playing. It's a jungle stacked group, well, or at least not group, but worlds. Like this world is stacked with insane world-class junglers, and Selfmade has been popping off in every game they played. I've been impressed every single game, and I think that he's the person that you have to really focus on. If you're going in a knockout stage and you're going up against Fnatic, you have to deal with Selfmade.
Yeah, and just to clarify, like I wasn't surprised with how he was playing because like I thought he was really good. And he came into the world stage and he just proved, Raz, that he is really great. And I love the interviews I was having early in the tournament because it was like Reckless talking about, you know, what worked domestically was us playing around this guy. He's a superstar. So we need to get back to that. We need to ensure that we're feeding the beast that is Selfmade. And I think they did a great job of being able to facilitate that. Yeah, I think...
Go on, you go first.
I was going to say, I think he was always the kind of constant factor for this team when they were having some of their struggles, him and Reckless, and I think it was a lot of the other guys stepping up and playing incredibly well. I had them to get out of the group, but I was still shaky on it, and I think they impressed a lot. Hylissang in particular was such a monster in their wins for getting the game rolling in a lot of ways, and giving Selfmade a lane to play around, being able to generate pressure and plays for the team. And yeah, Selfmade's incredible by himself, so even if he's just farming, you know he's going to be a monster in the late game, and anything you can do to help him and the rest of Fnatic in the early game, with whether it's Bwipo or Hylissang, is only going to help them even more because Selfmade will convert those into kills and leads. Back to you guys.
And just to kind of double down on what you just said, like one thing that Selfmade and Nemesis will love to see on the map is when the lanes are just thriving. Bwipo has been insane in terms of his lane and how he's been playing out in team fights, but I wanted to shine on the highlight on the bot side of the map that's been getting 2v2 kills twice. Like it multiple times really early on. Seems like Reckless and Hylissang have been doing like spectacularly within their own lanes.
Yeah, I actually want to double down on the top laner point.
Triple down.
Triple down on the top laner point for the EU squads because we, coming into the tournament, right? 369, looking at all the LPL top laners, looking at Nuguri over there in the LCK, and Wonder definitely has been on people's radar, but I do think it should be re-hit that it isn't just those Eastern teams that have stellar top laners. The EU can definitely compare in that regard, and you see it there in those statistics from Bwipo. Now, today's State Farm Assist of the Day goes to Hylissang for his engage against LGD, helping Nemesis earn a triple kill. Let's take a look at this one, Raz.
Yeah, I love this one because it all starts with Zoe, you know, popping her head over the wall, and he follows up. This was all based off of, you know, Hylissang just finding these picks, even just diving through. And then he knows that the next play is going to be on Kramer. But when I talk about team play, Bwipo reads on that. After taking the outer turret, just ults on towards the next turret. And so like all of this was started off Hylissang's Leona, backed up by the ultimate from Bwipo. And of course, Nemesis is going to eat that up. He loves that stuff.
And the difference between a team that is not performing and a team that is like on the top of their game is, you know, that decisiveness and indecision. I feel like Mark has a couple of things to say about this, but when you engage like that, when you have such a good support that is just pushing forward, and then when Bwipo hits the follow-up engage underneath that turret, you need the boys to back you up. You need everyone in there doing their bit, because if you don't, you just look like a clown. And credit to the rest of Fnatic, they're in there every single time there is one of those hard engagements.
All right, Mark, a couple things, at least two. That's at least two things that you have to say.
I'm not now. I will get it. Not yet. I'm going to keep it on Hylissang.
Okay.
I think he uses brushes and vision and these kinds of plays better than a lot of people, even at Worlds. He's so creative with where he stands and how he camps them and these different things. Maybe other people are better roamers or better, you know, consistent laners and these kinds of things. But I think his ability to find unique plays through vision and especially brushes is pretty unique to him.
Well, after qualifying through with a 4-2 record, I do want to hear from a member of Fnatic. So we're going to head over to Lore, who caught up with Reckless just a bit earlier.
And thank you very much, Dash. Lore here, joined by Reckless. And Reckless, you grabbed second seed in your group. But before talking about quarterfinals, I want to ask you a question about the draft here, because usually you take the control mage early for Nemesis, and we know that they showed the Lucian very early here. Why did you decide to let the Syndra and Orianna go away?
Not to give too much away. We had something prepared for the Lucian specifically.
Okay.
Obviously it didn't work, but I think this was the perfect game to try. I know it's not like a good note to end the day on, and it's kind of a bad taste, I guess, to go into the quarterfinals with, but I think realistically it was the right game to try this, so I'm happy that we did.
Okay, thank you for the insight. I know you can't say much, so I appreciate it a lot. But okay, focusing on Fnatic right now. I remember that we had an interview in the LEC and you told me that you lost confidence after spring when G2 smashed you 3-0. I was wondering if the same thing would happen again this time, but it looks like you came back even stronger. So how do you explain this, Reckless?
I feel like after losing to them now again, we didn't really have enough time to feel bad about it and lose our confidence. Like we went to China, I think 2 days after we played the finals, and then a couple of days in we started scrimming already against all these teams. So I think there wasn't actually enough time for us to get the same bad feeling that we got after spring. I think we were thrown straight away into the mix of worlds and everything that goes on here. So I feel like that actually helped us a lot. We didn't have the same issues that we did before.
And no Fnatic second week drama this time. I mean, the road was actually easy for you for once. So how does it feel to get the second seed, I mean, get out of groups in an easy way, not a Fnatic way?
It feels strange. I was kind of worried actually going into today because normally we go in with a negative record or basically a scenario where we have to win every game to make it out, and then the energy is very high and it's quite easy actually to play the games. I prefer much more that scenario than the one we were in now, where we have 2-1 in our backs and we kind of don't have to win all of our games. I think it's a bit scary. So I was actually really worried for example, for the TSM game. I felt like they were in the shoes we were usually in and we were kind of not in the ones we were usually in. So I was a bit scared, but I was happy to see that we got that win because I think that was the most important one. After that, it was much easier just to play the day out, and I am happy we managed to pull through. It's an amazing thing once again to be here in the top 8 and have a chance of taking the trophy.
I can imagine, and I'm looking forward to see you guys facing the other teams waiting for you, because talking about this, you get second seed, which means that you're going to have to face either Damwon, Suning, or Top Esports if they come first tomorrow. So any first thoughts on these opponents?
Obviously, it's not an easy road, but I feel like if you ever want to get the trophy, it's not going to be an easy road. I can't think of a single Worlds where a team has won with just easy best of 5s. I think it's always been a banger one way or the other. So I don't mind it at all. If anything, I'm actually quite excited. It would be fun, for example, to play Jackalav again and get some revenge for 2018. So I don't mind it at all. I think it's great fun. If anything, I'm maybe even happy that we don't have to play G2, because I feel like when you go to Worlds, the last thing you want to do is play a team from your own region. So I'm actually quite happy about that. I didn't want to get seeded into them.
Agreed. Only exciting matchups ahead. But Reckless, thank you very much for the interview, and we will see you next week. Congrats on advancing to quarterfinals.
Thank you so much. See you next week.
See you next week. And back to you, Dash.
Thank you very much, Laura. Great to hear from Reckless there. But Spawn, it's interesting hearing him talk about the different in mindset year to year when it comes to, you know, first round robin, second round robin, because Reckless, I mean, he has lived the ups and downs of a League of Legends player on the international stage. But for him to say that he almost prefers the, you know, everything to gain, nothing to lose, to the fear-based kind of mindset they came into today with in worrying about dropping, it was very interesting.
Yeah, and I think that, you know, the one thing I always love about Reckless interviews, and I feel like I say it every time, he's one of the few players that I feel like gives me genuine insight into, like, what his mentality is and, like, how that impacts his game. And I feel like he's been in the league for so long, it'll be so easy to just shut up shop and give, like, the typical answers, you know, we came in, we play hard, we played as a team, we, like, came out second. And I just love the fact that he is willing to do what you said, right? He was scared that they were going to be a little bit complacent against TSM. You know, that they might be able to drop this game, that they weren't going to have that fire and they were going to have to reignite it through maybe some hardship. But he proves that he's a veteran. He comes out, he plays great League of Legends, he leads his team well. And I respect a lot that ability to be able to give yourself to the fans and to the public, especially after, you know, they would have loved to come out first seed. He says he'll take second, but everyone wants to win at the end of the day. But to be able to constantly put himself on camera like that and be genuine, you know, nothing but respect for Reckless.
Absolutely. I also love the cheeky, now we get to die dodged G2 right there at the end. All right, we're stepping away. Yeah, exactly. Right after tomorrow's group draw. All right, well, there's more Worlds Cooldown coming at you after the break. We'll see you in a bit. Welcome back to Worlds Cooldown, presented by State Farm. We'll be turning our attention to the teams eliminated in just a moment. But first, we want to recognize Clid, who showed that every second counts, with a last-second heal to save himself from death, made possible, of course, by the Cisco network.
And normally when you come into a match and you're playing Renekton Nidalee, these kinds of dives are easy. But as you can see, Whippo plays it almost flawlessly with the flash over the top of the tower, and able to get out of range, slowing down a couple of people's attack speed as well. But at the end of the day, Clid is just too good, able to get the last second auto attack flash and heal in here. The heated up turret shot definitely would have been able to take him down. So Gen.G's jungle is showing that once again, just truly world class. That's
arguably milliseconds, not even seconds there on that frame if the heal doesn't go off right before that turret shot hits him. Well done, Clid, to execute the two-man turret dive early on in the game, giving his team a solid advantage. But now it is time to talk about the fourth seed from the LPL, LGD. Playing through the play-ins, had a tumultuous start there in groups, rocked through the knockout stages, though, with a 6-0 in their best of fives, and then a 3-3 showing here in the group stages. I'd say they should be very much proud of that, being the fourth seed from their region.
Yeah. Fourth seed coming in, I was wondering how they would look. Initially, before the tournament, pre-tournament expectations for me was that they would come out top 2. I had high expectations for it. Then I saw play-ins, and I was like, oh no! Yeah. Sold them down the river for that. But they really rallied together. I was really happy about how scrappy a lot of the team fights were when their first round robin, when they went up against Fnatic, being able to take that win around just based off their team fighting. I thought was something that at least the LPL fans should be proud of.
And at least you got a good read on him, Raz. Because I'm going to be honest here, right? I've watched all the LGD games that have happened at this Worlds, and I still have no idea what is going on with this team. I feel like they could get given another play-ins and another group stage, and the results could be so polarizing and different because you just do not know what you're going to get. Peanut has shown that he is like a great juggler, and then other games has just been completely sleepy. Like, you have a look at Mark, and sometimes he's a roaming madman, but other times he's just leaving Kramer to die. Like, this team, to me, is just so bizarre to watch them play the game.
I mean, honestly, the true Harvey Dent is my take.
Two-Face just coin flipping away.
Yeah, trying to figure out if he's going to be a huge benefit to the team or if he's going to go straight down.
I will say, though, as the 4th seed, I was happy with what I saw out of them. You know, I think after play-ins where Mad Lions busted out and LGD looked like a huge struggle bus during the group stage portion, there's a lot of criticism thrown to the 4 seeds. And I think LGD kind of earned their spot at Worlds, so to speak, to show that, like, hey, you know, we were 3-3 with a bunch of other good teams. We were competitive. You know, like, we were a good usage of a World slot in some sense. And I think I'm excited to see more out of 4th seeds going forward, assuming that this format stays. I don't have any knowledge or inside knowledge about that, but I just hope I get to see more because I really did like seeing another LPL team here.
Yeah, like, this is a conversation that we've had in the history of, like, of Worlds, honestly. Like, what would happen if you give a 4th seed to an LCK team or an LPL team and all that? And we finally got to see the realization of that. And I love the highlight of someone like CA. Because CA, especially in his last game going up against TSM, the solo kill that he had against Bjergsen, we finally got to be able to see that. You know, it was a rocky domestic season, but the team have incredibly talented players. And then even kind of going to a different player. Like, for me, like, Long Sing is a great example as well. A player that, sure, one game, his Renekton game earlier today, he had the most doomed early game of a lifetime based off what happened to Peanut. You know, went down 0-3, constant dives that happened to him. And then the team fights that happened in the mid game, he was a star in how he was setting up his squad. So I think that they're talented players. Obviously, the team is rugged and how they and has a lot to learn.
Rugged.
Rugged is the best way for me to put it.
Might be the first time a League of Legends team has ever been described as rugged, and I like it.
There we go. There we go. And I think these players are like highlights because of how they were able to perform.
Spawn, how would you describe... Oh, go ahead. Just give me what you were going for.
I was going to say, like, I think, like, whilst people were excited to see Xie come back to the international stage, like, Mark was one of those players that I was really curious about because, you know, much like the way Mark Zed described how Hilly does things differently as far as the support go, Mark from LGD is one of those players to me that, like, sometimes he's like my dad, right? He just packs up at a young age and he just pisses off. Like, he just leaves and he's just gone and he just doesn't ever come back. My dad actually didn't do that. He supported me throughout all of my childhood, right? But
what is this false narrative you're spinning?
But, like, sometimes he just bails on Kramer. But I really love to see what it does on the top side of the map because as Raz was saying, in that game where it looked like Lang Xing and Peanut were doomed, he went topside and actually saved that jungle matchup at level 3. And this guy is so active around Summoner's Rift. And it makes this team exciting to watch. It gives them a different, you know, way to be able to play the game. At the end of the day, it wasn't good enough to get them out of group, but it certainly makes them very dynamic and exciting in the early game.
Yeah, the point should be noted. He was 15th out of 16 supports in duo proximity, so that supports Spawn's point in that he is free to leave the lane as much as possible to help others around the map. Overall, though, taking a kind of a high-level look at LGD's team performance here, Raz, how would you like to, you know, send off the team?
All right, Doctor, the team performance wasn't the best, but they were a damn fun team to watch. They really livened up the group with a lot of the team fights they had, even off of what was, you know, debatably a backdoor, right? Like, even we were having a conversation in the back in the definition of it because they were definitely making the run for it. They were going straight for it. I wasn't a believer though, but like this is just something that the team will always go down for. They will. It feels like they will always buy in.
Right or die,
what the initial the initial strategy is this. We're all going for it, all succeeding or all failing.
Yeah. Whether it was the front door or back door, they walked right through it and got that win. And in reference to that attempted backdoor or the successful backdoor, we have to say goodbye to our North American first seed as well in TSM. Mark, I'm going to come to you first, but it has to be said, this is a record-setting finish in the sense that it's the first 1 seed from a region to go 0-6 in group stages. So disappointing to say the least, especially considering the caliber player on this roster.
Yeah, I think there's no positive way to spin this for me, really. I mean, the elephant in the room is that this was a record-setting performance, like you said. First pool 1 seed to go 0-6, and they looked pretty bad while doing it, if you're being honest. You know, they had some close games. You know, they had some big plays and stuff. It wasn't like, you know, every game was doomed from level 1 or anything like that, but after hyping them a lot in the North American scene for being one of the few teams that could play topside and play through Broken Blade and stuff like this, there's a lot of expectations to see them go out and perform. The group wasn't that difficult, if we're being honest. You know, LGD, Fnatic, and Gen.G are all really good teams, but it's not like they had the tournament favorites who dominated their regions in here necessarily. So in that sense, it is disappointing to see TSM not able to pick up a single game. And it's hard to take much away from this Worlds experience for them in a positive light.
Spawn, I want to come to you, but I just want to reiterate Mark's point here that when we saw the group draw, most people were celebratory of the group that TSM had landed in, very much citing that this was winnable, or rather, you know, top 2-able for the squad, and yet didn't materialize.
Yeah, and I think that when you have a look at that, that's what one of the biggest disappointments is. But I think on top of that, if you have a look at how they were losing, and kind of what Mark was saying, it wasn't necessarily that the early games were going wrong or anything like that. I think that TSM, if we tracked it as a stat, would have had some of the highest rates of unforced errors in League of Legends. Like, there were just times where they looked like completely on the wrong pages. Speaker staying and hitting that Baron, and then burning a smite to heal, and then the rest of the team going back to hit the Baron as a jungler that did have smite available, coming into the pit, was about to enter the pit. There was just, like, there were so many questionable plays that this team made in big-time scenarios, and they have the 2 most experienced North Americans on their team. They have Doublelift, they have Bjergsen. So you have to question, like, a little bit, you know, of the leadership. I throw that around a lot because, like, I do think about it a little bit more traditionally, but to me, this is a team that at times looks directionless, and that should not be the case when you have the 2 most experienced North American players ever.
And yeah, and I think for me, the pickup, because we saw a lot of the plays run at you, right? A lot of the replays that, you know, leave your head scratching. And the unforced errors I agree with, because, you know, Bjergsen's 1 point, a lot of his laning phase with the Zillion pick versus BDD was something that was, like, really confusing. But even, like, just talking about Biofrost is a great example, or like even just Speaker that we saw in the pit. I just want to see confidence, right? If a team spirals out of a group stage and have like banger games, right? I'm okay if I see confidence in plays, because I've seen that every day in the LPL, right? Like, you see these games, and as long as they truly believe what they're doing and they move in as a squad, like what we saw from Fnatic and what we saw from Gen.G, then I'm completely fine with that. But I saw a lot of second guessing.
Yeah, and I think for Bjergsen, like, he was not this lane-dominant stat monster in the LCS. He was, you know, very team-centric, and he tried to pull that same style off with those early Pixilians, like you said, and it just didn't work against the Worlds-level competition, which I think is why it feels, you know, kind of bad, because Bjergsen had been, for so long, one of the shining examples of, you know, players in North America playing well. Just couldn't get it done this time around, and had some rough games. The LeBlanc game, missing a lot of his skill shots and these kinds of things. Like, it was not a great showing for him after he had been gone from Worlds for 2 years.
I do think on the flip side that you do have to say that, yeah, they had a pretty young top side of the map. You know, Speaker coming in as an absolute rookie, and he had some early games that it looked like irrecoverable, and then was able to play himself back in the game. Broken Blade, you know, not a rookie in the true sense of the word, but first Worlds coming in into a group that has some good top laners as well, was able to have moments. So I do think, like, you know, this isn't all doom and gloom. Like, they didn't have a great World. Like, let's call a spade a spade. But at the end of the day, like, I do think that they are promising talent still coming out of this lineup, and this experience would be good for them. But, you know, it is one of those things where you have to look at it. You know, you're normally a glass half full or a glass half empty kind of guy, and right now we're just taking, like, we're trying to
fully empty.
Yeah, exactly right, my friend.
All right, Raz, get in here.
And I want to take the full year into perspective because I know a lot of these players after this game, that's it, and you go into off-season, right? For the full year, I saw a huge difference in how TSM thinks and plays about the game, which I really like. It felt like they gave the torch to the younger players, and they gave the torch to playing towards topside and Broken Blade, and I want them to continue to do so. This is a lesson, a rough-as-hell lesson. You sitting on spikes, basically. But I don't want them to get the wrong conclusions based off of it. I think the right conclusion is looking back at the decisions that were made and just thinking about why they weren't confident in doing a lot of these things. Because there are a plethora of examples, but for me, I saw a shining light in how TSM took the year that got them that LCS championship.
Yeah,
Mark.
I definitely.
Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, I agree with that angle. And the other thing I was going to
Go ahead.
I was going to say, I agree with that angle. And the other thing I was going to tack on just at the end was this always raises the conversation about NA and seeds and what they deserve and how many and whatnot. I do think, with how well Team Liquid smashed play-ins and had a relatively competitive group, even though they didn't go out going 3-3, taking games off #1 seed EU team, #3 seed LPL team, I don't think it was. I think TSM's collapse belongs to TSM and not like the whole entire North American region. The fact that they had one of the worst Pool 1 failures ever, that's a TSM issue, not necessarily. I don't want to pin it on the entire NA region, no more than I would pin Mad Lions problems in play-ins on the entire EU region. Teams can own their own mistakes, and so definitely want to pump the brakes a little bit on some of that talk.
Oh, yeah, 100% agree. I think that is an important distinction to make. And now, as we close out the day, Raz, I turn to you, who got bopped by your internet yesterday, cutting you off while you got up onto your soapbox. So today, we're giving him a mulligan to present today's Was Asleep, Didn't Watch, talking about Group C. Raz, the floor is yours.
Thank you, because I needed the run back. Last time I was thrown up here. No, stop it! You tilted me. I want to talk about consistency with this group, because coming into this group, the pre-tournament expectation was that it was going to be wild, that a lot of the teams were kind of neck and neck with each other. But what I saw were two teams that stood head and shoulders above the rest. For me, Fnatic was a great example of that, because we saw 2v2 kills coming from Reckless and Hylissang. Those are great things. And then we saw Selfmade really become...
No.
Are you kidding me?
Is it? No.
No way. This is intentional.
He unplugged him. I don't believe it. He unplugged himself. I hear him again. You're frozen.
I hear him this time.
This is incredible, Raz. What is going on at 7 in the morning every day that your internet just decides
he just
it's
sad
done
faces
forever?
in our
This
chat.
is incredible. Well, that's the last mulligan we ever give to Raz, my friends.
The thing was, someone was like, Sport, do you want to do it? What are you going for us? And I'm like, you know what, coach, put me in. I think it's my time to shine. And Raz is like, no, this is my moment. I want it back. I look forward to the Twitter rant that comes after this, because I think this one's going to be even better than the last.
I bet it's the full screen, because he's fine until he goes full. There must be a full screening Raz issue. Can we try giving it to him, but keeping the 4-box? Maybe that would solve it? I don't know.
The one thing I will say is he got much further into this one than last time before he got cut off. And I will say I actually really appreciated and enjoyed the point he was making around consistency and around expectation for each of our groups, coming into the day, and then how it actually plays out. Again, we cited this as one of the groups that felt the most undecided at first glance, that any of these 4 teams could perfectly upset others and make it out. And so Spawn, I think that puts a microscope on the idea of consistency, because the team that performs the most consistent would ultimately take it.
Yeah, and I think that when you look at the best of 1 format at rewards, a couple of good things. Draft, level 1, and consistency of play, right? And I think that what we actually saw in this group was, probably a top level. I love Rez's face of all 3 of those things.
I'm good now.
So I'm impressed.
Oh, he's back. All right.
But we're just not going to a full screen with me. It's not possible.
Okay.
No one wants me to have that again.
Can't handle all that beauty.
That's what it is. Too much Raz.
But I wanted to piggyback on the fact that, I think Fnatic had an insane performance in this group. And I think people should really treat them as a threat going into the knockout stage. And then the same goes for Gen.G, that BDD, Clid, Rascal, these aren't players, or at least more so BDD and Clid, because in the previous performance at Worlds, people will always look at their bad moments and not their great moments. And I'm seeing greatness from these 2 teams that we should now be expecting a lot coming into the knockout stage. So those are the 2 focuses that I wanted to have that the world now needs to hear about.
It needs to be pointed out, actually, that all three of our 2 seeds through A, B, and C are scary. There has been no team to come out of group stage so far in 2020 with a perfect record. Top Esports, the only team that could do it tomorrow. And so I think really, at the moment, the 6 teams that have qualified through to the knockout stage should all be considered as genuine threats in the quarterfinals. Now let's take a look at what Worlds has cooking for us tomorrow. It is Group D, the final day of the 2020 group stages. Top Esports sits atop the group at 3-0. DRX just behind them, 2-1, 1-2 FlyQuest, with Unicorns of Love still searching for their first victory.
Yeah, they're searching, and you should never sleep on them. Unicorns of Love will come in with a strategy. They're an incredibly smart drafting team, and they had a banger performance versus FlyQuest. So if North America want their last chance of being able to get out of groups, this is the time where you have to be able to be on top of your game, take down Unicorns of Love, and contest versus the top of this group in DRX and Top Esports.
Yeah, I don't know when the flights out are, but find DRX's hotel rooms and throw a party next door. That's
They can't sleep.
Yeah, all the help we can get, because I think FlyQuest has a tough uphill battle. Same with Unicorns of Love. Top and DRX have looked so good, and it's hard to imagine them getting unseated from this 1-2 position. And I look forward to the rematch between them, just because the first one got out of hand kind of quickly.
Spawn, final thoughts?
I think when you look at this group, there are some of the most dangerous players in the world in these groups. You know, you look at how good Chovy is in the mid lane and how dangerous that guy is. But then he is up against like the best mid laner in the world in Night, in my opinion. Jackie Love versus Death. Like, this group to me has just some of the most fun individual 1v1 matchups. And for me, that's like one of the most attractive things about League of Legends.
And I wanted to talk about Deft as well, because hearing the interview or just hearing from the player after their games when they went up against Top Esports, some people would shrug that off and say that they lost against the tournament favorites. But, like, you know, players like Deft take so much personal responsibility for those losses, right? And then it drives them hard to go into the next rematch and play even harder. So I am really excited to see that last game of DRX and Top Esports. No matter if it means something or if it means nothing, because it means a lot to these individual players.
We end the group stage with a guaranteed banger. That whole group, though, is set up for some wildness tomorrow with FlyQuest kicking it off against DRX. If they're able to snag that victory, everything becomes all that much more interesting in Group D. Either way, we got one more day of play before we head to the best of fives and the knockout stages. That's going to do it for us here today. So for myself, the casters, the remote broadcast crews from all around the world, thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you next time for more Worlds. Good night.